organizing team. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to welcome each one of you here. So before starting the event, I would like to give you the safety rules. So there are no drills scheduled for today. So if you hear an alarm, please vacate the place. And also please use the stairs, avoid the elevators. And the stairs, there are the signages which will lead you to the assembly zone. So please note that the designated assembly zone for this building is opposite to the exit where the stairs open up. And there are 3 washrooms, one to your left door and other to the right. And next to the auditorium backside, you have another one washroom. Yeah. Thank you for your patience. Okay. By this, I would like to invite our anchors, Aditya, Ponnuraj, and Nahid. They are the students of IISc. I welcome you.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Nahid and this is Aditya, and we would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this prestigious BRICS Youth Entrepreneurship Pre-Consultation event themed Deep Tech for Tomorrow. Youth-led innovations driving India's leadership in emerging technologies. We are truly honored to be in the presence of some of the greatest, brightest young minds, visionary leaders, and esteemed dignitaries all gathered here with a shared vision. Vision to foster a collaboration, to drive an innovation, and pave way for a better future technologically empowered India. Thank you.
Absolutely, Nahid. Today is not just another event. It is a movement that brings together youth entrepreneurs, policymakers, and industry leaders to harness the power of emerging technologies and shape India's future as a global leader. This esteemed event was made possible due to the collaboration between the Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport, Government of India as the event hosts, the Global Counterterrorism Council as the knowledge partner, and our very own Indian Institute of Science as the institutional partner. We are honored to welcome distinguished guests and dignitaries from this collaboration who will grace us with their valuable insights and expertise. But before we begin, let us take a moment to honor our traditions with a lighting of the lamp ceremony.
So let's now invite our esteemed guests to come forward and participate in the lighting of the lamp ceremony, marking the beginning of an inspiring journey ahead. We request Prof. Vijay Chandru, distinguished academic and serial entrepreneur, Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan, former Deputy Governor of RBI and Non-Executive Chairman, Axis Bank, Professor B. Gurumoorthy, Director of FSID, and Professor Harpreet Kaur, Principal of Mata Sundari College, University of Delhi, Mr. Aditya Tikku, Founder Convener GCTC, to honor us by lighting the sacred lamp.
In Indian tradition, the lighting of the lamp signifies illumination, both literal and metaphorical. In Indian tradition, the lighting of the lamp signifies illumination, both literal and metaphorical. Just as technology illuminates the path to progress, knowledge and innovation light the way to a better future.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate this moment as we ignite not just this lamp, but the spirit of innovation and leadership within each of us.
we thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for honoring our ceremony.
Today is truly an extraordinary day as we gathered here for the 8th and final BRICS Youth Entrepreneurship Pre-Consultation event. To increase the understanding of in the thematic areas for each event, 8 such pre-consultation events have been hosted all over India, covering Delhi, Jammu, Gujarat, Odisha, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, and finally here in Karnataka with great success.
Indeed, and I'm sure today will be great as well. But before we dive into our exciting lineup of talks, panel discussions, and events, I would like to first invite everyone here to stand up in deference to the national anthem performed by Rhythmika, IISc's music club.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
As we draw close to the beginning of the exciting events we have lined up for today, let's take a small detour as we now transition to a captivating cultural performance. Up next, we present a Yakshagana performance, a vibrant and traditional art form originated in Karnataka, which beautifully blends storytelling, music, and dance.
ಯೋಚಿಸಬೇಕಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ನನಗೆ ಸಮರ್ಥರು? ಸಮಬಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆ ನೆನಪಿಗೆ ಬರುವುದು ಒಂದೇ ಹೆಸರು. ಅದೇ ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲ ರಾಜರ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ವಿಕ್ರಮದಿಂದ ಮೆರೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹಸ್ತಿನಾವತಿಯ ಭರತಚಕ್ರೇಶ್ವರ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾದಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದುವೇ ಸರಿ. ಭರತ ಚಕ್ರವರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಭೂಖಂಡವೇ ನನ್ನದಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಸೇನಾ ಸಮೇತರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಡುತ್ತೇನೆ.
I'd like to request everyone to put their hands together again for this spectacular performance. We'd also like to thank Geetanjali, the music club of IISc, for making this possible. We hope you all had a good show. Before we proceed with the events of the inaugural session, we would like to first invite the respectable dignitaries onto the stage. we would like to invite the respectable dignitaries, Professor B. Gurumoorthy, Professor Harpreet Kaur, Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan, and Professor Vijay Chandru to take their seats on the stage. Everyone, please put your hands together to welcome the dignitaries.
This event's theme, Deep Tech for Tomorrow, is rooted in India's strength as a technology and innovation powerhouse, especially in cyber hubs like Bengaluru.
And speaking of Bengaluru, did you know that one of the most groundbreaking precursors to technological innovations happened right here in IISc?
Yes, the Computers, a simple, cost-effective, hand-handled computer, was pioneered at IISc long before smartphone was a norm. It was designed to make technology accessible to all, made by Indians for Indians.
Imagine if more of India's emerging technologies were recognized and developed right here by young entrepreneurs like you. It wouldn't just boost the economy, it would ensure that technological advancements are inclusive and truly cater to our diverse population.
And that's why we need to take charge. We have seen how facial recognition databases, for example, are skewed toward weird, Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic population. If we invest in homegrown AI and emerging technologies, we can ensure representation and inclusivity in innovation.
And this aligns perfectly with India's vision for youth empowerment. Our country is investing heavily in digital infrastructure, AI research, and deep tech startups, because the future belongs to those who innovate.
And today, we are not just talking about the future, we are building it right here, right now. And on that note, it's time to us to hear from our esteemed guests who have been instrumental in shaping policies and initiatives that drive youth-led innovations.
On that note, it is my privilege to invite the distinguished academician, leader, and visionary, Director of the Foundation of Science, Innovation and Development, Professor B. Gurumoorthy, to share his insights and set the stage for today's event through his welcome remarks. He serves as a professor at the Indian Institute of Science in the Department of Design and Manufacturing, having research interests in the areas of CAD, product information, modeling, computational metrology, and product design and prototyping. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor B. Gurumoorthy to the podium.
Good morning, colleagues and dignitaries on the dais, and all of the attendees. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you. The best wishes to this event to all of you. When the ministry and GCTC approached us, the director asked FSID to take the lead in helping the organization of this event here on campus. So let me just take a little bit of time to talk about FSID. FSID is a not-for-profit Section 8 company founded by IISc, primarily for three things. One is, of course, outreach to industry and collaborate with industry to do research, particularly of the long-term kind, not consulting. The second is to work on large translational projects in consortium mode. These could be national mission-oriented, but involving a consortium of organizations. So some of the things that we are working on are related to quantum technology, gallium nitride, the semiconductor ecosystem, and data science, to name a few. The main reason why we were asked to organize this event was, of course, our third activity, which is that we serve as the incubator of the Indian Institute of Science. Our mandate as an incubator is to incubate deep science and deep tech startups. And that's one of the reasons why we were very attracted to the theme of this event when it was given to us about deep tech innovation. As an incubator, we have been always maintaining this as our main objective, to identify and nurture deep science, deep tech startups. The main reason being, A, we are in the Indian Institute of Science, and so, if we have to make a difference, we can only make a difference in science and technology. And therefore, that's one reason why we look at deep science, deep tech startups. But the other reason also is that as a country, right, this is an area that we can ignore only at our own peril. Deep science startups provide the ability to the country to address problems that probably nobody else will address. Also help us address the sort of sustainable development goals. And also for the startup, a base in deep science provides a moat around that ensures that the startup will be successful as it goes into the marketplace. As an incubator, we have been agnostic to both the domain of the startup as well as the origin of the founder. If you look at our portfolio, we have more than 120 companies today as we speak, and about half of them at least are people who had no connections with the Institute of Science till they came to us to get their companies incubated. And so it is that we would welcome any founder with a good idea rooted in science. And our sort of definition, I would say working definition of a deep science startup, is that the offering of the enterprise should be based on science. And that's all we look for, plus of course other things that the team has to evaluate a company or a proposal. But as I said, we do welcome founders from all across the country and even outside. We have been quite, I would say, successful in identifying, and perhaps IISc has a big role to play there in attracting these companies to IISc. Also, one metric that we have is how well they are accepted by the investment community, which is responsible for the subsequent growth once they leave the incubator. And one metric that I would like to leave with you is that the last year alone, startups, about 10 of our startups, raised close to $25 million from investors. So I think that's a good sign of the quality of both the founders and the ideas that they have brought to us. And so we are very gratified, and we do look forward to welcoming more such companies. We also, run some thematic incubators, primarily when there is a request and, more importantly, funding from sources to do so. We run thematic incubators. Some of them are listed at the bottom here. Incense is our nanoscience, nanotech incubator, which focuses on technologies at that length scale. We also have incubators focusing on geriatric healthcare, which again was supported by the government of Karnataka. The gallium nitride space is also another one where we run a focused incubator, where the facility is about to be ready by a fab, a gallium nitride fab is about to be ready by perhaps actually now, anytime now. And we are welcoming startups in that space as well. And we also do, focused incubations, cohorts with corporates, companies that want to nurture startups in their chosen areas of technology for various reasons. We have been working in the areas of aerospace and related technologies with companies like Boeing, Honeywell, Shell in energy, Neyveli Lignite again in energy. So that's another activity that we do, right? In many ways, startups, we believe, is the best way to translate science in the lab to market very quickly. More so if the inventor or one of the inventors of the technology is also the founder of the company, right? That gives them a good grounding in the technology as well as, the passion to ensure that it is seeing light in the marketplace. And so it is that, we were very happy that this event is coming to Bengaluru, and we hope that some of the startups that are going to be showcased later in the day today in this event will be successful here, and when they go on to the next event, which I'm sure is happening probably sometime in March, they will also eventually emerge as winners. And those of you, who would like to come back to get incubated here, please do reach out and talk to us. Thank you very much. Welcome you all once again, and look forward to a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor B. Gurumoorthy, for that insightful and thought-provoking address. Your perspective on incubators and startup growth has truly set the stage for meaningful discussions and deeper reflection on technology innovation in India. We appreciate your time and invaluable contribution to advancing research and innovation as well as supporting new startup and promoting MSME growth.
And as we continue this exciting session, our next speaker is Professor Harpreet Kaur, Principal of the Mata Sundari College for Women, University of Delhi. She is a celebrated academic, administrator, and researcher with a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades. A gold medalist in MA Political Science and a PhD from ML Sukhadia University, Udaipur, she has authored numerous books and published extensively in national and international journals on topics such as governance, Indian polity, Sikh studies, and international relations. A dynamic leader, Dr. Kaur has spearheaded initiatives in environmental sustainability, gender inclusivity, and digital education, all while actively promoting Indian languages and culture. Recognized with multiple awards, including the National Environmental Education and Awareness Award, as well as the Academic Ascendancy Prize, she continues to inspire excellence in higher education and community development through her visionary leadership. And she will be talking about the BRICS pre-consultation events. Please put your hands together to welcome Professor Harpreet Kaur.
A very good morning to all. Professor Gurumoorthy, Vishwanathan ji, Professor Vijay, Chandru, the chief guest, and of course Aditya ji, Vijay ji, GCTC members, and also all the faculty members and the students who are here. Now this event, as has been explained, is under the aegis of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. And accordingly, their knowledge partner is also there, and institutional partner very much here, IISc and GCTC. Now, GCTC is doing quite a lot in this vein, and right from the very beginning, we had 8 events, as has been explained. But the beauty of those events is that it has been spread across India, the length and breadth of India. See, it is in Delhi. We had the 2 events in prestigious women colleges to promote inclusivity, Mata Sundari College for Women and Miranda House. Then we had in Jammu, IIM, Gujarat, Orissa, and then Bhopal, Assam. And here, of course, as Gurumoorthy ji has explained, I think this is the best place where we can have such an event, which is the hub of startups and innovation. So startups are actually, platforms where you can turn dreams into reality. And most important is that this fever and fervor of startup is across India, and this is actually very heartening to note, and it's a matter of great pride that, youth across India are actually interested in startups. They are coming up with startups and so on. Here it is important because here participants were more than 500, and less than 50 are going to present their ideas in this in the afternoon. So this final event under the Ministry and BRICS platform is very important one. Now I consider that BRICS is very, very important platform where you can showcase your startups, your innovation, your entrepreneurship ideas. Of course, this BRIC coalition, which we say Brazil, India, China, South Africa, it's an intergovernmental organization, and it was coined in 2001. Now, 2001 was the time when, globalization had set in, and why regional cooperation? That is the question which comes into my mind, that what is the need? When globalization is spreading its wings, what is the need of regional cooperation? Now, regional groupings today, we can see that whether it is EU or ASEAN or Gulf cooperation, they are doing very well. And they are offering valuable context for understanding complexities and challenges of achieving economic integration and geopolitical cooperation. So this commonality approach, that we have something in common with these countries, we can build on those commonalities and then be a success. So this is, I think, the USP of the regional platforms, and regional problems and solutions can be brought about. Now, this is an informal group, of course, but BRICS country collectively, they represent 47% of the world's population and 22% of the global GDP. Now, South Africa has also been expanded in its scope. Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE is also tremendous opportunities are opened up for us under this platform. India, of course, has a demographic bonus where the working age population is outstripping the non-working population, and that is why we have a massive consumer base also. Digital adoption is there, cheap data is available everywhere, which is instrumental in creating startups also. Smartphone penetration, huge market opportunities for the startups. So India is second online market that way. So this is an attractive destination for startups across the world, across the industries also, whether it is health tech, edutech, or e-commerce or AI-driven services. This and also the rural connectivity is increasing, and hence the scope of startups is also increasing. So this BRICS Youth Summit, which is a structured platform which engages youth leaders, entrepreneurs, change makers in addressing global challenges and fostering sustainable development. Now this pre-consultation is a vital step. Now this event is a vital step, which is a dialogue between the young entrepreneurs, investors, and the policy makers. So, and also we will understand the startup ecosystem and the nuances also with the discussions, something enriching will come out. And this idea-based competition is where the aspiring entrepreneurs are going to have their groundbreaking ideas presented. This will solidify the BRICS entrepreneurship platform. Now, of course, India has a thriving ecosystem for the startups. And Bengaluru, of course, I'm standing here in Bengaluru, which is a hub of innovation. Of course, Delhi is very important. But what is more important is, and is really appreciative, is also the tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities are also coming up. Whether it is Pune, Indore, Jaipur, and Hyderabad, there is a surge in the startups. And the young entrepreneurs from the smaller cities also can present their ideas on the national platforms and the international platforms, diversifying innovation landscape also. Unprecedented growth has occurred, and government initiatives are, of course, important in that. Venture capital investments, technological advancements, and rapidly expanding consumer market. So these are the things which are making India a dynamic hub for the startups and innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, here we have, startups in various fields. Sir said that it has to be tech, and now tech is everywhere, whether it is fintech, whether it is edutech or deep tech or clean tech, green tech or health tech. So vast potential is there. The technology is everywhere. It is inherent in all the systems. So you have to understand and have the ideas. Now, BRICS economic collaboration is also very important. FDI and venture capital is coming from outside also. If I say China is one of the largest investors, which is companies like Paytm, Zomato, Ola, and Big Basket. All these have this Chinese funding. Russia is specializing into fintech and also AI-driven startups. South Africa, Naspers, they are e-commerce and fintech also. Flipkart and PayU is also South Africa funded partially. Then Brazil is also a small contributor, but still bilateral cooperation is very important there. And a new bank has also come up. If you know that this the new development bank, NBD, which is actually helping you with the funding also, and also logistics and technology support, and a lot of infrastructure projects have come up under this aegis. And so technological collaboration and knowledge exchange is happening within this platform. Chinese firms like we all know Alibaba and Russia's AI and cybersecurity expertise and joint ventures AI-driven are there everywhere. And South Africa and Brazil are coming up with the agri-tech. Now, India with an agriculture base, we have to think and innovate in that field. And here is a platform where you can collaborate and come together with your ideas and digital startups. Now, Brazil is providing IoT and AI to improve agricultural productivity. And so a lot of, startups are coming up. But one thing is, which is a matter of concern also for me, and of course concern, but this problem can be converted into opportunity by you people, and that is the carbon emissions in BRICS countries is disproportionately a very, very large share. Now, it is the staggering 42% of the global emissions which are there. And this figure underscores that the role these countries can play in the global climate change dynamics. So we can have these Brazil, China, India, and Russia. They are 7th largest carbon emitting nations globally. And all these countries are continuing to urbanize and industrialize. A lot of carbon emissions are coming up also. So this interplay between economic growth, energy consumption, and environmental sustainability in BRICS nation underscores the complexity of achieving global climate goals. So transition to greener energy sources, shaping global responses to climate changes, and different energy choices to mitigate environmental challenges. All these can be converted into a startup. It is your idea that you can come up with the startups to mitigate climate change, global warming, air pollution, and other environmental changes to meet the sustainable development goals. And this offers an opportunity to the youth to innovate in this area. So this BRICS Startup Forum, which is very important, and where the exchange programs are there, knowledge sharing platforms are there, and venture partnership among the BRICS nations. Here you can, this is a expansion of Indian market also, and Indian startups can make their place in the BRICS economies. So BRICS have played a vital role in India's startup landscape, and vice versa, the both ways it is, we are doing for them and they are also doing for us. And so while the challenges remain, this is very important that we take the help of BRICS nation or use that platform of the BRICS nation to innovate and have this entrepreneurship activities across the nations and invest in entrepreneurship, digital infrastructure, cross-sector collaboration. Now, India's skilled workforce, digital talent pool is critical enablers for a startup growth. And this we have in plenty, and with kind of a education here, with kind of a technological background that the youth has here, so we can do wonders. Finally, just one observation for the startup, which I feel personally that startup is, of course, not only that, it's not a rocket science or something. It is very simple. You just look around, observe things properly, find out a very small problem also, pick that small problem, try to innovate and find the solution to that problem, and that startup can be very, very successful and receptive. And so it is nothing to do with high technology, without, kind of a, little bit of technology, but solving the grassroots problems is going to turn into a very, very good startup. So solve the problems, think out of the box, and have the courage to take the risk. That is very important, but you have to take the risks. So all the best now for the startups who are fueling innovation and enhancing business scalability. All the best, you present your ideas. And finally, you will get the chance to present these ideas in the BRICS platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Harpreet Kaur, for your insightful introductory remark on the BRICS Youth Entrepreneurship pre-consultation. Your words have set the stage for meaningful discussions ahead. Your leadership and dedication to education continue to inspire countless young minds, especially young women, to break barriers and make a difference. Your work is a testament to the power of knowledge, resilience, and advocacy. We truly appreciate your presence and the wisdom you have shared with us today. Thank you.
Before we get started, we hope all of you had a chance to make meaningful connections during the networking and registration session. Because in today's fast-paced world, innovation doesn't happen in isolation. It happens when ideas meet, when collaboration is nurtured, and when young entrepreneurs like you actively seek mentorship and guidance from experienced professionals and policymakers. And that's exactly what this event is all about, empowering you with the skills, resources, and networks to turn your vision into a reality.
4,000 young attendees and many more through live telecast. In the idea-based competition, a panel of jurors will select the top 5 startup ideas.
The BRICS community is looking forward from there and to see about how it could be used to strengthen the bonds between the countries. It is in this context that we have asked GCTC to organize stakeholder consultations in colleges across the country. Essentially, what these events are is a platform where youth can articulate their views, where they can share common experiences and join a common conversation.
Moving on to our next speaker in this exciting lineup is Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan, former Deputy Governor RBI, Independent Chairman Axis Bank. Mr. Vishwanathan had a very illustrious career spanning for nearly more than 4 decades with RBI. Throughout his time as a former Deputy Governor RBI, he has demonstrated extensive knowledge and proficiency in central banking, which includes governance, risk management, and human resource management, including several critical domains like administration, banking, and non-banking regulations. Mr. Vishwanathan also held various significant positions such as Director Supervision, Bank of Mauritius, as well as a member of the Security Exchange Board of India. Please welcome Mr. Vishwanathan to the podium.
Good morning, Professor Vijay, Chandru, Professor Gurumoorthy, Professor Harpreet Kaur, members from GCTC, and participants in this program. At the outset, I must thank GCTC for having me here, and also thank IISc for giving me this opportunity. Youth play an important role in economic development, and in a country like India, given the demographics, where we have a large number of people in the younger age bracket, they play even a greater role in economic development. If you look at what India has achieved over a period of time, a lot of things that we see as today's new age enterprises were started by very young people who might have become old today, but they were young people who came with new ideas and have succeeded tremendously, and they have become iconic enterprises not just in India but globally. India has to become a developed economy by 2047. There are milestones in between. We have to get to the $5 trillion very quickly, become third largest economy by 2030. And each of those requires several steps, by every stakeholder. It's not that the government does the things, but I think all of us will have to chip in with our contribution. And for me, that can't happen. If India has to become a developed economy, 3 things are important. Number 1 is that we become efficient. If we have to become efficient, we have to innovate. If we have to innovate, the people are going to do are the youngsters, nobody else. Okay? And what would that innovation mean? The innovation will mean that the resources of the economy are utilized in a manner that the efficiency of production, wastages in production, efficiency improved and wastage reduced. Only then you can achieve what you want. But more importantly, and that's why I bring the issue of technology, more importantly, this growth, or what you call as economically advanced economy or a developed economy, cannot happen if that growth is not inclusive. And if you want to look at inclusive growth is possible only through technology. So if you look at many of the developments that have taken place in banking today, we are looking at UPI as what you call a global standard in payment system. People want to buy it from us or try it out elsewhere in their own countries. It's something that's happened only because of the technology. And I must tell you that many of the people who have pioneered this technology are young people. Number 1. Number 2 is that there must be a space for innovation. See, because we always say we want responsible innovation, okay? But you cannot innovate with responsibility upfront. There must be a framework under which you innovate in a responsible manner. So it is the implementation of the innovation that is responsible. Innovation can be anything, but when you want to apply it to the actual working, then that has to be what you call regulated and needs to be in an efficient manner. So the way I look at it is that the role of youth in developing innovative technology is important, and the scope for it is tremendous. And I think, I just can't think of this idea of having this eight important cities consultation and, identifying areas that could become the areas of focus in the, in the BRICS discussions on this issue. By DNA, I think the introduction said I was for almost 4 decades I was in the Reserve Bank. So by DNA, I'm a regulator, right? I'm not, a regulator does not mean controller, okay? Regulator does not mean directs, but regulator makes sure that things go in the right path, okay? And if you look at the history of startups that have happened in this country, very clearly stands out that those which have done their job responsibly, properly governed, I think Madam is an expert in governance, well, only those have remained, okay? So you had, in the old days, you had the mantra of slow and steady wins race, okay? But slow and steady is not the one that wins the race. It is fast and steady that wins the race. Obviously, fast and unsteady does not win the race, okay? So I think you must be fast and steady. And what do we mean by fast and steady? Number 1, do the right things. 2, do the right way, okay? And what do you mean by do the right way? I'll just explain in the context of speed, okay? Number 1, you have to go fast to reach the destination, but you can't go in a way that you won't reach the destination at all, okay? And what does it mean? It means that you take the right speed, but must have the appropriate speed brakes, must follow the lane discipline, must follow the signals, okay? And I think for me, the important element that all of you, when you become innovators and ultimately, and I think I fully agree with Professor Gurumoorthy that the best way, is the commercialization of the idea happens at the hand of the innovator themselves. That's when success has been great, and there's a lot more of commitment in the innovation that happens through that process. And therefore, I think what all, many of you are possibly current innovators, people who might be potential innovators going forward. I think the fundamental thing that you must look at is how am I going to build a sustainable organization that enables me to use this innovative idea in a manner that can succeed, okay? There are a lot of ecosystems for innovation in this country. Madam talked of the startup ecosystem already there. 2 things I want to mention, which is given my DNA of Reserve Bank, I want to recall here. 1, the Reserve Bank has an innovation hub in Bangalore, okay? So they have innovated, thought of a lot of ideas. So 1, you have UPI as a great success. That of course is not related to the hub. Then there is now this whole idea of credit card on UPI, credit on UPI through the credit card, which is RuPay. Now RBI is talking in terms of a unified lending interface. Imagine a UPI that's going to equivalent of UPI on the lending space. The kind of capability that has to revolutionize credit in this country is tremendous, and that's something that's been working. So that's happening under the aegis of the Innovation Hub. Second, I also see, because that's where I've been again, I've seen a lot of innovation happening on the finance side. So that's where the whole concept of fintech has come, right? It's there. And it's important that, again, that happens in a regulated environment. So Reserve Bank began the concept of what is called as a regulatory sandbox, okay? What is a regulatory sandbox? A regulatory sandbox is a place where it's like, a test, under test conditions, you conduct research and see whether it works, okay? And that is provided under the framework which RBI has, and then you can actually test and whether it works. If it works, then you can apply it, on a larger market scale. So there's a separate framework for that. I had the privilege of writing those regulations. Now other regulators like pension, SEBI, and IRIDA have set up their own sandboxes, and people can work there. Second is, any of these also require startups, the conversion of an idea into an economic or a commercial enterprise requires financial support. Of course, Professor Gurumoorthy mentioned about investors coming. The Reserve Bank has also identified startups with an advance of up to 50 crores as a priority sector lending. So banks are encouraged to lend to this segment to people who are having innovative ideas. And I must say that Madam did mention about a large number of areas where technology can be used, and I think some of the areas beyond finance and areas like carbon emission control, there are people who are working on weather forecasting, soil testing, where startups have begun doing great work. And I think so. The simple point I'm trying to tell is that if you want to innovate, there isn't one area that you can. There's unlimited areas of innovation possible. There's a fairly good, ecosystem that you have in this country. And you have institutes like, IISc, IIM has its own startup, it's again a Section 8 company there, it's called as NSRCEL. So there are a lot of institutional frameworks to facilitate innovation. And I think you must all use that to make this country great. So whether this country will become great or not, I think the difference is going to be what youth in this country is going to do. So I think youth have a big role to play, and I congratulate the Ministry of Youth Affairs to have thought of this idea, and what GCT is doing to complete this consultation, and hopefully at the end of this, we'll have some very tangible ideas which will enable us to, use the youth power that we have to, what I mentioned in the beginning, improve efficiency, and then make this economy, make this country an advanced economy which is inclusive, where everybody is part of the growth and not just a few. I leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwanathan, for your insightful address. Your extensive experience and deep expertise in central banking, governance, and risk management have provided us with valuable perspectives. Your contributions to the RBI and beyond have played a crucial role in shaping financial regulations and policies. We truly appreciate the time and knowledge you have shared with us today, and we are grateful for your insights. Next, it is my honor to call Professor Vijay Chandru to the podium, but an introduction for this man can only be given by Professor B. Gurumoorthy.
I'm back again. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest and the next speaker, Professor Vijay Chandru. Let me just tell you his formal bio very quickly. He's got an eclectic background because he was trained as an electrical engineer at BITS Pilani. Then he went on to do his graduate studies and PhD at MIT in applied math and computer science. And he became a faculty at Purdue, where he started work as a computational geometer with the forays into CAD and operations research at that time. And then he came to India to join the Indian Institute of Science, where he became a faculty in our computer science department, where he continued his work in computational geometry, but then started looking at applications in very interesting areas. One of them which brought us together, namely additive manufacturing, 3D printing as it was known then. I was doing my sabbatical 99-2000, right? And I was seeing articles in the Western press and the websites there about these scientists in India and 3 colleagues who have proposed a handheld device which will sort of address what they themselves had identified as the digital divide. It's almost like a World Cup moment for us, because till then we were used to reading about people here. And it was the first time I was seeing, the Western press and, the Western, at least the technical side of the community, talk about technology development that was happening in India. I was very happy that the two anchors mentioned the computer in their opening remarks. And that's what was, I was reading about when I was there in the West. And that was the brainchild of Professor Vijay Chandru and 3 of his colleagues. And if that alone doesn't merit him being the chief guest and a speaker here, of course, what he did post that is, even more remarkable. He founded not one, but I think at that time the plan was 3 or 4 companies, but 2 sort of is what they focused on. One was based on the computer itself, and the other was to use computational tools in biology, which was again a very far-reaching thing at that point in time. This is 2000 that we are talking about. That company became, of course, Strand Life Sciences, and which was recently acquired by, successfully by another company, Reliance. And so that was a big success for the founders. And around the same time, I think he also stepped down from all executive roles. And I guess you would have expected him to fade away, but then now he has 3 more startups. The third one, I don't know, the bioconvergence is an activity that he has started, but he is running 3 different entities, right? But above all, I think both IISc, FSID, which is where this company Strand was incubated, but perhaps the country also, I think, owes a lot to what he and his colleagues have achieved. Primarily because we talk about deep tech, and I said this, and I think Mr. Vishwanathan also mentioned this, that for deep tech to survive or thrive in a country, the scientist must become an entrepreneur. And I think the whole country sort of, has to hold a gratitude to Professor Vijay Chandru for showing how scientists can become entrepreneurs and also succeeding at it. So to tell us more about it and other things, let me welcome Professor Vijay Chandru. And as they are arranging the talk, may I request my colleagues to step down, because I think he's planning to use some slides, so it might be more convenient to watch from the guys there. Thank you. Vijay.
So, as usual, Guru has set the bar very high now. And, but it's an honor and certainly a privilege to address this group of, youth, and I think the future of youth-led enterprises, and particularly in deep tech, I think would be very exciting. So let me see. I hope this works. There we go. Right. So I actually called this talk Emerging Technologies, Recombinant Innovation with Superconvergence, because I want to actually get to a theme which I think is very important when we think about emerging technologies, and we think about deep tech for tomorrow. Right? As I was working on the slides last night, I felt, particularly since this is a BRICS event, it wouldn't be wrong to perhaps start with saying that it's time to reorient, right? And I think, we are in a Sputnik moment, right? 1957 was when the space wars were suddenly set off because, the Soviet Union launched the Sputnik. In 1980, when I was a PhD student, the first polynomial time algorithm for linear programming, which is a major commercial driver in software, was developed, and people called that the second Sputnik moment. And that was called the mathematical Sputnik of 1980. By the way, when the first Sputnik happened, I entered kindergarten. Right? And actually, we have a WhatsApp group, we call ourselves the Sputniks. Right? And the third Sputnik moment is obviously DeepSeek. Right? By the way, I think we should all learn how to say it in Chinese. Shen Tu Xiao Sao. Okay? That is what DeepSeek is. And we are in that moment, right? And I think let's give it to them. I mean, they did something pretty spectacular, right? The fact is that China has not just developed a Gen AI platform frugally, right? And made it open. And, you know, it's open AI is not open, right? Right? It was only open up to version 2.0. After that, the synaptic weights of the neural networks are hidden, right? But the DeepSeek moment is also visible in many other aspects of deep tech for tomorrow, right? 31% of the drugs in the pharmaceutical sector, which are now in clinical trials, come from China, right? So in the biopharmaceutical space as well, you know, it's making a huge impact. And if you look at The Economist or the Wall Street Journal, I think everyone's talking about all these things. Now let's go back and just think for a minute. When we started our reforms in the early 90s, China and India were neck and neck, right? Economically, we were each at around $300 per capita GDP, right? Today, they are 4 to 5 times larger, right? How did that happen? It was double-digit growth from 1990 till 2018, okay? So, what does that tell us? How are we going to get to Viksit Bharat, right? How do we become rich before we get old? China has sort of protected itself now, right? How do we protect ourselves? Because once we get old, then it'll be hard to grow, right? It's the youth or the demographic dividend that has to pay off now, right? So how do we get rich before we get old? The answer is innovation and deep tech, right? There is no other way that we're, China leveraged manufacturing, but that door is closed now, right? India did something with IT services and so on, but now AI is going to take that over, right? So what is it that is going to give us this? It has to come from really thinking through what deep tech can do. So this is just arithmetic, right? We all know that if we keep growing at 6 to 7%, which is where we are, which we get from all our infrastructure growth, and all, which we are doing very well, we will double twice. We need to double 3 times, right? So we need to get not to 15 trillion, but we need to get to 30 trillion if we want to be Viksit, by 2047. And the question is, where is that going to come from? And there's no problem, 1.5 million of you doing youth-led companies, generating $10 million turnover per year, which is not much, 80 to 100 crores, is possible, right? And if you do that, we will get to where we need to be, right? So I think the focus on youth-led deep tech for tomorrow entrepreneurship is the right one, right? But we all have to be very deliberate and also realize that some of those old avenues of growth, are getting closed, and we have to be a little careful, right? And so let's talk a little bit about how this innovation and deep tech happens, right? And I'm a professor, basically, although I'm also an entrepreneur. So I will have to take you through a little bit of history about this, because there is no country that has done this better than the US, right? And the whole idea that higher educational system can actually lead to deep tech and innovation was rooted in Science, the Endless Frontier, a paper written by Vannevar Bush when the World War II was ending. And, the idea was, let us create National Science Foundation and let's drive innovation through our higher educational system. And there were certain biases that Vannevar Bush, who, by the way, was the founder of Raytheon and also the president of MIT Council. So he went back to Boston after the war, but he had set up the institutions so that applied research was given some importance, but fundamental research was made core, because his feeling then was that if you only push applied research, then fundamental research will fall behind. So he sort of, he gave it a bias towards fundamental research. Now, the thing is in many countries, they followed the same model, right? And we are still, in a way, stuck there, right, in that model. We are trying to break out of it, but the US is agile in that sense. So by about 1980s, they realized that it's not working, right? That essentially the system was supporting mediocre research, right? Because, it was essentially not focusing enough on what would actually make a difference. And so a rethink was required. So that led to this beautiful picture, right? It's called Pasteur's Quadrant. And it came out of the Woodrow Wilson School and the Dean Stokes, right? So it's sometimes called Stokes Quadrant. And so if you say that publications are important and you sort of go into bean counting only the number of publications and say that's the measure of performance, then you go into Niels Bohr's quadrant, right? You go up in knowledge, right? But you don't have utility. If you bean count on patents and say, I just want to count the number of patents, keep generating patents, then you'll go to the Edison quadrant, right? What you really want to get to is Pasteur's quadrant, which is utility-inspired basic research, right? Now, the challenge is that Pasteur happened at a time when, you could do utility-inspired basic research. For a while, that remained, that you could do that. But we are in a situation where it's not so easy unless you're Elon Musk or, to come up with a Tesla or a SpaceX or, neurologic chip implant and so on. Or humanoids and so on. So you start thinking about a different way to approach this. And this is what I want to tell you, is that we are now in an era where we have to think recombinant, right? It's a biotechnology term, But really what it means is you have to combine ideas, right? And there are so many basic tools around there. For example, you want to apply AI, there are foundation tools that you can use to build an AI stack. You don't have to reinvent everything, right? So it's the time now to think about how to combine ideas and put them together, right? And if this leads to where we think really amazing new growth is going to come from, and this is, what is being called superconvergence. So where AI, synthetic biology, material science, new materials, engineering, additive manufacturing, all kinds of technologies will come together and create kind of a superconvergence. By the way, that picture was generated by ChatGPT, but that is the elephant in the room, right? Today, that you can actually create proteins, understand protein structure with AlphaFold, and so on. I don't know if you listened to Sundar Pichai's talk at the recent summit that the Prime Minister had held in France about the future of AI, but I'd urge you to look it up on YouTube and watch it. So it's really an interesting situation we're in, and there are a plethora of ideas that one can take forward. I think it's just, as Professor Harpreet Kaur said, you have to, survey what is needed, find an idea, and then go after it, right? And just put it together, but spend your time thinking about it. Don't just follow something that worked 10 years ago, because that won't work, right? You have to try something new. You can't say, I will make yet another call center or offer software services, because now Copilot will just generate the code that software service companies did. Right? So anyway, just to tell you a little bit about this nice story that Gurumoorthy just pointed out about what has happened at the Institute and how entrepreneurship has happened here. By the way, we were the first example of faculty or innovator-driven entrepreneurship sanctioned by the university, right? I don't think there was an example before that in India. And SID had the foresight to actually make this possible. In fact, I remember Professor Kincha, who used to lead SID in those days, then had to take this story and travel around the country and explain to the IITs how this can be done, because no other campus had actually figured it out, right? And here, actually, yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting the head of Tata Sons, Chandru, and I was telling him how Mr. Ratan Tata actually opened the door for us, because he came as the president of the court of IISc in 1999, and he said, why aren't there more startups, right? And so we wrote a letter that night to the director saying, we are ready from the Perceptual Computing Lab in computer science. What does it take? And the director said, well, I'll appoint a committee. And then Professor Kincha and all of us worked together and figured out how to do this. So that's the gang. We sometimes call the gang of four. Professor V. Vinay, Swami Manohar, myself, and Ramesh, and Hariharan. I was already 47, right? Not a young person. So this was sort of my second career. But all these guys were in their 30s, and the youngest, the baby, was Ramesh, who was 16 years younger than me, and now he runs Strand. So we started the two companies based on the handheld computer that Simputer that Guru mentioned, because somebody needed to actually get it to manufacturing. Right? We had developed the first 10 prototypes in the institute, but then we had to take it to manufacturing. And Strand. So these two companies were created. And let me first tell you a little bit about, I don't know why the slide didn't show up. But anyway, yeah, it's not fully visible what was on the left there. But that's okay. You get a sense. This handheld computer was to address the digital divide. Those are children in Chhattisgarh who were using this. We also had a way to beam lesson plans from World Space Radio satellite to schools in the middle of Chhattisgarh in Narayanpur and send them lesson plans through satellite. So we are addressing this. I think the column on the left basically said that the Simputer was awarded Innovation of the Year in 2001 by the New York Times. And of course, our Minister for Human Resources, Mr. Murli Manohar Joshi, actually listed the Simputer as one of the top 5 achievements of the NDA government at that time. And of course, the Indian Institute of Science has a magazine called The Connect, which actually describes the whole story. If you want to go read, it's online. What about Strand? So Strand starts in 2000, and we're basically an informatics company because we were all in the computer science department. And we decided that biology actually needed new tools. It needed data science. And so there was no MATLAB that was available for the life sciences. MATLAB was built for the physical sciences. So we built essentially the MATLAB for the life sciences, and that led to a whole lot of software tools that research biologists started to use. And that's how the company was built. So that got us to the first stage. And then we said, okay, we now can go on to actually doing the wet lab work. So we actually built the genomics labs and then started offering diagnostic services in India. And we finally got to that 10 million mark, which I hope each of you will get to, right? And at around 2021, we felt it was time to scale. And this was when, Mukesh Bhai came forward and said, this is the time to democratize genomics, right? And he said, because, the technology is now ready and we should do this, right? Remember that the reason, somebody like Mukesh Bhai senses that this is the right time is because look at the cost of genomics. It had reduced from $1 million per gigabase, okay, to now it's coming down to $1 per gigabase by 1 million times. And this is the power of exponential, right? And this reading of the tea leaves, brought a commercial giant like Reliance to say, yes, this is time now that we get involved, right? And those are the type of machines you need to actually get this kind of reduction. That one machine costs about 12 crores, right? So you need big, deep pockets to actually get there. But once you have developed everything, then the commercialization can take place. Now, what does this all lead to? Today, for 15,000 rupees, right? You can give your blood and we can tell you whether you are heading for cancer, right? We can detect stage 1, stage 2 in the 80s and 90s with sensitivity percentage, specificity of 98, 97%. Okay, and so that early detection is the sure way of managing cancer. Okay, and so this test is now in the market. And so I think this is how we have our DeepSeek moments, right? Because the same tests in the US are available. They vary between $1,000 to $3,000, right? So how you bring it to 15,000 rupees is the DeepSeek moment, right? As Guru mentioned, there are other companies that are in the works now. So this is a company called CRISPR Bits, and so we're a bunch of Bits alumni who got together and actually created this company. And you'd like the fact that it is women-led. The chief operating officer, the head of research, the head of business development are all women scientists. And so I think that is, but what we're trying to do is to create a microfluidic electrowetting chip that can actually run multiple CRISPR assays and be able to test for, infectious diseases or various types of genomic markers. And these chips will be like your COVID test, self-test. They won't require instrumentation. These will be, you can do it at home, you can do it in the field, right? And you can imagine the kind of impact these can have. So we call it point of need diagnostics. But this has been patented, but what we are doing is first developing it in step by step. We can now do one fluidic channel and it works, and the test will be in the market later this year. This is another startup. So this is actually like DeepSeek, right? We have actually for the last 6 years been building a foundation model based on order books from the National Stock Exchange, and actually built an AI that now can generate signal that tells you when there are inflection points in securities. This can lead to algorithmic trading. And that's the idea that and of course, I think SEBI is now very much sensitive to the fact that this type of algorithmic trading is coming, and we need to be careful. Of course, the regulations, regulatory infrastructure is something that we'll pay a lot of attention to, but that is the future. I mean, it's pretty clear that trading through algorithmic platforms like this will change how our financial markets work. It's just like UPI has changed transactions. I think these things will come. So there's another umbrella organization, that's the fifth, that I'm not ready to really talk about yet, but so I think, not only can you guys do one company, but you can do multiple. And remember, I started when I was 47. You're starting much earlier. Now, the one thing that I want to leave you with is just a piece of advice, right? Be bold, right? Because you don't have to fear failure, right? You are young. You can try. If it doesn't work, you can try again. there's nothing that stops you from keep on trying, right? And I think our system has been geared to create this fear of failure, right? And I think we need to change that, right? Because failure only means learning. You've actually learned something. I can't tell you how many times we felt Strand would collapse, right? At least 4 or 5 times, you know, wake up in the middle of the night, you know, saying, do I have a company left? You know, these things are all par for the course, right? So you know, I think starting young, going into these entrepreneurship sort of career paths, be willing to take on challenging problems, because I think it doesn't matter if you don't succeed the first time. There will be multiple shots at goal. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Oh, sorry. It's gone to some other. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's your.
Thank you so much, Professor Chandru, for your enlightening address to rethink our research in recombinant way. Your contribution to computational biology, optimization, and precision medicine have been a profound impact on both academia and industry. Your leadership in advancing genomic-based healthcare and fostering innovation continue to inspire us. We truly appreciate your time and expertise you have shared with us today to be bold, and we are grateful for your valuable insight. Thank you so much. Now let's take a moment to show our gratitude to our esteemed guest speaker. I request Dr. L. Tulsi Gandikota, Head of University Innovation, and Mr. Aditya Tikku, Founder Convener of GCTC, to present memento to our esteemed speakers.
We'd also like to invite the speakers to come on stage for one group photo.
Say the name so that Aditya Tikku will give for those.
We request Professor Chandru to please accept this token of gratitude.
We sincerely thank Professor Harpreet Kaur for joining us today. And we request that you humbly accept our token of gratitude.
We request Mr. Vishwanathan to please accept our token of gratitude today.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Gurumoorthy, for accepting this token of appreciation.
We'd like to invite all the dignitaries to come together for a group photo. Yes. As we come to the close of this inaugural session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers and guests for sharing their valuable insights and inspiring us with their vision for a youth-led innovation.
Today's discussion has set the tone for what promises to a day filled with thought-provoking conversation, collaboration, and groundbreaking ideas. We are excited to see the enthusiasm and passion of young entrepreneurs shaping the future of deep tech in India. Yeah.
Let us carry forward this energy and inspiration into the rest of the event. With that, we officially conclude the inaugural session and invite the dignitaries to inaugurate the exhibitions of the Startup Showcase, which will be held right outside the premises. We request all the participants to also check out the exhibitions during the lunchtime and the networking sessions. Any startup stall keepers who are here, I request you go to your stalls for the inauguration. Not all of them are going to leave. Now, we need to invite.
No. Let's just have a conversation. Maybe he is also. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy. Don't you go. I'll get started with him. Hey, where is the laptop?
I don't know.
Hey, on your bag, on the blue bag.
Blue bag was there only, no?
It was next to me. Okay, shit, wait, we need to get started with the event also.
How is it? Meet Ashutosh. Ashutosh means Aditya. Big fan. तुमको भी मिला या मुझे भी चाहिए? हमें नहीं मिला यार? We need to change the. फोन मेरा आदित्य के पास है. एक फोन दे भाई. सुबह से इतना फका हो रहा है. It's live.
एक बार दिखाना मुझे, आई वांट टू सी क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
Oh, Futu. वो आ रहा होगा चश्मे पे फ्लेयर.
क्या हो रहा है ये? इधर आओ, यहाँ पे अभी भी बालन है. Is this off now? It's still not off. अभी भी यही आ रहा है.
I don't know why it's not. Just delete the profile part.
एक सेकेंड ना. ऊपर आया ही नहीं. And यहाँ पे
Close it and open again, probably. It says upload pending. That's why it's not.
offline है. That's why.
The idea competition is at 2, right?
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock.
Get started with Srinivas' presentation, put the backdrop there. Let everybody come in. Announce to people to sit, please sit. We are losing time. We are already.
Just invite people in.
We request all the participants to come back to the auditorium. We will be starting our next special address soon.
But everybody is outside, no? Can we ask someone to go and ask them to come inside?
This is like messed up, man. I don't know why it's not uploading. So, 30 years of experience, चलो ये तो correct है. ये भी correct है, चलो ये upload हो गया.
Next.
अब जाके update हुआ है.
It's okay.
ठीक है, now this guy, right?
Check.
ये ना भी. नहीं हुआ इनका भी.
Wait, 1 second.
अभी showcase and coffee break है. हाँ. हाँ, the next guy, sorry, the speaker is ready.
Oh, तो फिर put it in my pocket. Check. Yeah. Welcome back. To kick off our post-inaugural session with an inspiring talk about his own entrepreneurial journey, please welcome Mr. Srinivas Shekhar, co-founder of Pantheon Technologies. Mr. Shekhar have a proven record of developing organizations focused on semiconductors and cybersecurity product design. He has played key roles including as CEO in developing two organizations which provided solutions in the networking, consumers, and automotive sectors. He has experience of developing companies which has over 600 plus people providing services across 440 plus countries across the world. Please put your hands together for Mr. Srinivas Shekhar.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, really nice to be here. Yeah, it's a great honor. You know, I mean, when I mentioned this. Which one? Hello. Yeah. Hope people can hear me better now. Yeah. So, very nice to be here. You know, it's a great honor. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Yeah. When I mentioned this to my family, you know, I mean, my daughter, she's like about 24. Yeah. So she was like, "This is a great honor. You must be so proud. But why you? You know, I mean,
that's how most people see us entrepreneurs. Yeah, but there's a lot of doubt. There's a lot of doubt about what we do. Yeah, and that's all topped off by the kinds of self-doubts we have too. You know, I mean, so I think to me, it's always been trying to figure out how I can challenge these doubts that I have and go forward without beyond that. So to give you a little bit of a background to myself, I have my training in VLSI design from the US. So my first job was also there. So it wasn't entrepreneurial like some of you young people, all of you are looking at entrepreneurship straight away. Yeah. So I just took a regular job in a company called Rockwell. Yeah. Very, very good company. You know, I mean, I could work in my interest areas of VLSI design. Yeah. And we were building back in the mid 90s, we were pioneering building motor control on silicon. Yeah, so this is something that later on, you know, I mean, TI took it on, yeah, made it a world famous technology called DSPs. Yeah, so we were pioneering that. Yeah, great company that Rockwell was, couldn't find that exact product market fit that TI managed to find. Yeah, so you can imagine how important that is. You know, that was a very interesting learning for me, saying that we were working on very, very cool technology, but you know, I mean, the market fit was maybe one vertical, but TI managed to make it a very, very global success. Yeah, but TI also, you know, I mean, was one of the pioneers in ARM. It was one of the first licensees of ARM. Yeah, didn't really realize how ARM would make everything around us so much more capable. Yeah, so TI also missed that. So the thing that I always think about when I look at that experience is that, you know, I mean, no matter how creative we are with our ideas, you know, I mean, unless we can find a market for it, and you know, I mean, we really don't succeed to the level that you know, I mean, is expected of those ideas. Yeah, so product market fit, trying to figure out how you can bring, you know, I mean, products to markets or ideas to markets. You people are all, you know, I mean, exceptional people. You have unique ideas. Yeah, build your technology and see how you can take it to market. Yeah. So that was one of my first experiences. Yeah, I then in the late 90s, I came back to India. Yeah, so it was, a lot of people ask me why, but you know, I mean, I thought that I could bring my ASIC design or VLSI design skills back to India, build something here. Yeah, and I joined this company called Spark Computers, which was in industrial controls, and I had a dream then, yeah, saying that, you know, let's put ASICs into industrial controls. Yeah, and it was, I think a good thought. Yeah, but it was something that we didn't persist with. You know, I mean, we were not able to convince the market that, you know, I mean, that was what was needed. And today, if you look at it, industrial controls are largely ASIC driven. Nobody uses you know, I mean, a Xeon in an industrial controller. Everything is ASIC. Yeah, so we had the right vision, probably not the right timing. Yeah, but sometimes, you know, I mean, you think about these things, you want to persist with your unique ideas. Yeah, be a little more patient with it. You know, I mean, I've been in this VC terminology of late. I'm not an expert in this area. I've typically been self-funded companies. That's what I've built. Yeah, so, but I've learned that an important word there is pivot. Yeah, so you figure certain nice technology out, okay? You find certain unique use cases for it. Yeah, there is probably not an immediate market for it. So if you can switch around until those ideas come back to work, it does help. So that's something that I learned as well. Yeah, but you know, I mean, though SPA computers didn't do so much with with VLSI design in those days. We still built a very successful company. Yeah, we grew it to over 600 people, building products for customers like Samsung. We did a lot of work. In fact, we worked on the BrahMos missile controller as well. Yeah, so we did a lot of very interesting projects, Audi, BMW, infotainment systems, and so on. Yeah. So when we did infotainment systems, we realized that there's this significant market where our customers, use maps on their cars. Yeah. And we thought that, wouldn't it be cool to actually tell the driver what the traffic situation is like? This was in 2008. Yeah. We thought we'll provide traffic information to people. So we thought we'll first launch this in India. Yeah, we'll have these little navigation devices. There was in those days Map My India, which was doing these navigation devices. So we thought we'll provide traffic information. And how do we get this traffic information? We put trackers on the road. We figure out speeds of traffic on the road, and then we pipe that back to the navigation device in the car. Yeah. Seemed like a very good idea until we realized that how do you track traffic on the road? So we decided we'll put some trackers in buses, autos, and so on, because these are the things that are always on the road. Yeah, yeah. We explored that extensively. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'll tell you something that I learned after a lot of work with the government. You cannot give something free to the government. Yeah, you cannot do that. Yeah, they don't accept it. Yeah, so we went to Delhi, we went to different parts of India, tried to figure out some government which would take trackers, put it on their buses for free, so that we can collect that information. But you can't do that. So I hope one of you can figure that one out. I lost that one. Yeah. So this is, but even so this idea didn't really move forward. Yeah. But the company continued to succeed, and we learned a lot along the way. And then we sold the company to Intel. Yeah. So that was in 2013. Yeah. We started up again. The startup bug seems to be always with me. Yeah. But I think that's with all of you. Once you build your startup, or once you work in a company that you have a lot of say in, yeah, you want to do it again and again and again. I think you will see, I'm sure if there are any VCs here, they will tell you that most of the founders they meet, a lot of them are probably second time and third time founders. Yeah. I still don't go the VC route, by the way. Yeah. 2014, when I started up again, yeah, I thought, I would build this industrial communication company. Yeah, and that went well for a while. I brought in some strategic investment, yeah, from Taiwan, from a manufacturer. We built these products that would allow for communication. Yeah, in industrial environments. So we went into industries, we went into railways, we went into the power sector, and so on. So I ran this company for about 5 years. Yeah, and then I traveled the world. We had distributors in 40 countries. So I've gone to South America, all over North America, Europe, all over Asia, and so on, selling product. Yeah. And the interesting thing that, of all those conversations I had with customers, there's this intelligence agency. Yeah. Don't want to talk about which country, but they're at war right now. Yeah. But they told me that Mr. Shekhar, great products. I think you're building this out of India, the best software engineers. Yeah, you're manufacturing it in Taiwan, wonderful place to manufacture, but we won't buy it. Yeah, and no government, no intelligence agency will buy this. Yeah, now the learning I had was government doesn't buy for free, but I thought I can sell it to the government, right? But they said that when you build communication devices where you don't control the silicon, yeah, if you don't control the silicon, somebody around the world, somewhere, yeah, can turn it off in case of any adversity. Yeah. So that was an interesting idea for me, saying that, oh, this is a segment that, so there's a possibility for configurable networks. And I started thinking, who are the networking companies? And I realized when I looked at it, the semiconductor companies in networking per se, yeah, not the AI companies, the semiconductor companies in networking, they are the most profitable. Yeah. And nobody talks about networking. It's not cool, right? Everybody talks about AI, everybody talks about quantum computing and so on. But the ones making silicon for networking were profitable. Yeah. So I said, why don't we build all of that networking technology on our own chip? So that's when I decided to exit my previous company. I co-founded Pantherun. Yeah. So this has been my journey. Pantherun, we build network technology on silicon. Yeah. So we are the sole configurable network solutions company in the world today. We're the only one with that kind of technology which can allow networking to go into cars, configurable networking, go into industrial applications, military, railway, and so on. Yeah. But that's, to me, when I look at what we do in Pantherun, and we like to give back to entrepreneurs around the world, because we've come together to build something together. So we take our technology, some of our technology is all open source. Yeah. So it allows deep tech companies to build network technology. Yeah. But to me, when I look at what I learned over time, yeah, I learned that it's important, as Professor Chandru said, you need to be bold enough to take a plunge, yeah, take that cool idea of yours, yeah, go to the customer with it, yeah, try to figure out a solution, yeah. I think that's very important, yeah. Learn from talking to people. I think even if you're an introvert or whatever it is, if you're just a techie, but people want to talk to you. Yeah, so learn from people. You don't have to get your next idea from some intelligence agency, but people around you, yeah, everybody has something that they can contribute to you. So talk to people, spend time talking to people. You will get a lot of ideas. Yeah, and and people, I think it's been my privilege, yeah, to be, among, of course, today I'm with people like you, but I go around to these kinds of events, I also go and talk to people, spend time with people, because you never know where you get your next collaborator, your next co-founder, your next customer. Yeah. So for me, people are a very, very important thing that I look to always engage with. So would welcome any questions, if there's anything that I can answer today,
Just to break the ice, maybe I'll start, because the first question is always difficult. You said you don't go to VCs. How did you manage your funding, and especially in the deep tech?
I'm sorry, I missed that one. Yeah, so excuse me, VCs. Yeah, in Pantherun, we did raise funds. Yeah, I thought I was too old to do that, but then I realized old dogs can also learn some new tricks. Yeah, we did approach VCs. We have the good fortune to have some very nice investors backing us. So that took time as well. It took us about three and a half years through our journey to raise our first set of funds. But we were fortunate. We have very, very nice investors who've come in to fund Pantherun.
How did you generate enough faith in your idea that you left whatever you were doing earlier and then started another company?
You actually never generate enough faith. Yeah, you actually never. I don't think I believe everything that Pantherun does. Yeah, even today we're like close to 6 years in it. Yeah, the idea is to take whatever you have, okay, it's what you have, it's the only idea you have, yeah, and see where you can go with it, yeah. But you might not generate enough weight, which is why I mentioned the word pivot, yeah. I always think about it saying that, you know, there is, when you don't succeed at certain things, okay, you try to, you know, I mean, use that in a slightly different way, yeah, because, you know, I mean, no idea is that perfectly believable. Sure, sure, sure. So when we looked at, you know, I mean, when we started Pantherun, yeah, we looked at networking technology. We thought, well, we'll put networking technology in a way that people can use it in a configurable manner. For example, a car requires maybe, say, 8 or 10 communication ports, yeah, on an ECU. Yeah. But if you go to, say, the silicon companies, they will give you a 24-port chip to put on your ECU. It's an overkill, takes more power, generates more heat, and so on. So we provide networking technology that can configure itself so that the silicon only uses 8 or 10 depending on your use case. And then you put it on the next device, you can configure it for 12. You put it on the next one, you can configure it for 4. So it's a configurable network technology. Yeah. Now that's what we set out to build. Yeah. But what we realized is that networking is not enough. Yeah. And the fact that we understand networking allows us to build very high performance encrypted communication. So that was what we started with, and what we ran with was to build networking stacks. We took a year and a half to do that. And then we decided that, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, networking companies make a lot of money, but nobody talks about them. So let's also build data protection in. Yeah. So that's an example of a pivot. I still believe networking will probably make us the most money. Yeah. But I think data protection is very critical, and we are in the right position to build data protection because we understand networks.
Hi, sir. It is possible to student become an entrepreneur?
It is.
Possible, sir?
Yes.
How?
Yes. You have so many examples of students becoming entrepreneurs. Yeah. You have fewer examples of people my age starting up. Yeah. You know, in my age, you know, I mean, a lot of people also told me there's you know, I mean, I talk about doubt, right? Yeah. You know, people told me that, don't you think you're too old to raise VC money? Yeah. So, and I am old. I'm not young. Yeah. So, yeah. So as Professor Chandru said, you know, I mean, I started up Pantherun when I was 47. So roughly the same age that he started as well. But there are, so likewise, people will ask you as a student, yeah, do you really think you have what it takes to be an entrepreneur? Yeah. To be an entrepreneur is actually not difficult. You need an idea, yeah. You need to know that the market needs it, yeah. You may not 100% believe in the idea because, you know, I mean, you don't know how to fit it exactly into the market, or you don't know how to develop that idea and so on. But as you work through it, yeah, you will find solutions. Yeah. So you know, I mean, and then, you know, I mean, you're an entrepreneur. Yeah. You find a customer, you find some people to work with you, build out the solution. Yeah. You find a customer. Yeah. And that's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah, hello, sir. So you were talking about networking. So I had this idea of connecting, like we know now esports is a new game. So esports, and there are many other sports that are not well known but are in Olympics. So the main idea was to connect people who are good in sports but are not financially capable to the sponsors. So that was one networking idea that I had. But how would a person capitalize on it? Like in terms of finance, or, and also the other follow-up question is, as like a new founder or something, you will be the HR, you will be the finance of the market, you will have to finance the whole lot of things. So how would one person understand the schematics of the market in terms of finance also? How does he understand the the value of the product?
That's actually a very, very interesting question. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, you don't start up with 20 people or 100 people. Okay, that I think only Mr. Ambani managed to do. Yeah, yeah. So, but he did it so well. Yeah, but we are what we are. Yeah. So we understand maybe 2 out of the 15 things that are required. Yeah, for us to be successful. Yeah, that's where I talked about conversations. Talk to people. Yeah, ask your questions. Yeah, and you will find those answers. But as it's not a very startups are not a group journey. Yeah, they sometimes tend to be slightly lonely journeys. Yeah, so you have to figure things out. But a lot of people will give you a lot of resources. Yeah, they will explain things to you. They will advise you. Yeah, I've had through Pantharan, I've had lots of advice. Lots of support. I see a few people here that have given me advice, have offered to also continue to give me advice. So it is always something that I look to people. Yeah, I talk to people. I don't worry about what questions I can or cannot ask. Yeah, I tend to ask them, and the answers come to you. But it is a little lonely. Thank you so much. Yeah, really appreciate the time.
We thank you all for your interest, but in the interest of time, we'll have to wrap it up. Mr. Shekhar will be hopefully available during the lunch and networking session to answer any more questions, if you can approach him there. And
I request Mr. Raj Wagre, Head STEM Cell, to present memento to our key speaker. Please welcome Mr. Raj Wagre. Thank you, sir.
thank you, Mr. Shekhar, for sharing your inspiring journey with all of us today. Up next, we have a riveting panel discussion on the challenges and opportunities in youth entrepreneurship with a stellar panel moderated by Dr. Priyanka Sachan. Dr. Priyanka Sachan is an R&D coordinator at IISc and specializes in new product development with sustainable innovations in India. With a PhD in nanoscience, she connects research with real-world applications in sustainability, agri-tech, and circular economy. Passionate about deep science solutions for grassroots impact, she collaborates with industry, government, and NGOs for maximum translation. She, along with her team, are also working to make science more accessible to rural students, expanding their career opportunities. Please welcome Dr. Sachan to the dais.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Nahid and Aditya. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute honor to stand before you today as we dive into an invigorating discussion about challenges and opportunities of youth entrepreneurship. We are not just a country of over 1 billion people. We are a country of ideas, of ambition, of dreams waiting to take flight. With over 65% of our population under the age of 35, we are sitting on an energy gold mine. From fintech to medtech, from agri-tech to AI solutions, from edtech to the toothpaste to your door in 10 minutes. Young founders are reshaping industries, solving real-world problems, and driving economic transformations. But let's be honest, entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. It's easy to romanticize the startup culture, but behind every success story, there are sleepless nights, unanswered emails, funding rejections, and societal skepticism. In a country where stability is prioritized over taking chances, the fear of failure holds many back even before they start. And yet, we see resilience, and we see innovation, and we see young entrepreneurs breaking barriers, building unicorns, and proving that age is no limit to success. Today, we are here not just to discuss the challenges, but to explore the opportunities, to understand how we can create an ecosystem where failure is not the end, but a stepping stone to the big success. So let's get ready for an energizing conversation. Our first panelist is a trailblazer in India's space tech ecosystem, Anirudh Sharma from Dignitary. As the co-founder of this pioneering startup, he is revolutionizing space surveillance and debris management, addressing one of the most pressing challenges in the new space tech. With Dignitary, Anirudh is putting India at the forefront of space explorations. Let's give a warm welcome to Anirudh. Our next panelist is a visionary entrepreneur driving change in the medtech space, Komal Shah, the founder of Periwinkle Labs. At the intersection of healthcare and innovation, Periwinkle Labs is redefining how medical technology can be made more accessible, inclusive, and effective, especially for women. Let's welcome Komal Nikhil Shah. When we talk about entrepreneurship, we often hear about the struggles of raising funds. But what about the perspective from the other side of the table? Our next panelist, Astha Paliwal from Avana Capital, brings exactly that insight. As part of one of India's leading VC firm, she has a front row seat to what makes startups succeed, scale, and secure funds. Let's welcome on stage Astha. Bridging the gap between medical innovation and real-world impact is no small feat. And our next panelist, Sanchit Junjunwala from Translead MedTech, is doing exactly that. As a healthcare startup, Sanchit's team is bringing assistive technology from the lab to the lives of patients. With first-hand experience in navigating regulatory hurdles, adoption barriers, and market dynamics, he offers a very unique perspective. Welcome, Sanchit. Sustainability and innovation are no longer just buzzwords. They are the future of entrepreneurship. Our next panelist, Mridu Jangiani, is at the forefront of this movement as the founder of Terrarium, a platform dedicated to advancing the commercialization of sustainable materials. With a unique background in both design and venture capital, she seamlessly bridges creativity to business strategy. Let's have on stage Mridu. What if science could help us not just live longer, but healthier? Our final panelist, Darshit Patel from Decode Age, is working at the cutting edge of longevity research. Building biotech for future, Darshit and his team are unlocking new frontiers in personalized health and longevity. Please give it up for our last panelist, Darshit. Check. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. My first question is a common one to all of you. So India has one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems now in the world, and yet there are difficulties in starting out. Is access to funding the biggest barrier, or are regulatory hurdles and lack of initial mentorship more pressing? Talent acquisition and retention, tough market space, investors' expectations, or unpredictable consumer behavior, ease of doing business, whatever. Based on your industry and experience, what are the two critical challenges young founders should look out for? Let's start from Astha.
Hi, yeah, okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to start. I think everything about starting a business is hard. Let's start there. So you have to look out for as many things as you can. But if I have to pick two most critical things that if you start focusing on early on in your journey, would be helpful. I think probably the first would be market readiness and adoption lag. What I mean by that is there's a very interesting concept in engineering that you study, which is around how society and technology interact with each other, right? And there's a magic in success of even the deep tech focused startups, and that's timing. Do you time the market right?
So if you are on top of the gap and the significance of the gap between your technology solution and the markets and the society's adoption and appetite for that solution, and in addition to that, the dependence on compliance or the role compliance can play in putting your solution on the forefront of the accepted solutions. I think the most significant and
Would be
more
that.
tighter handle you have on this, the easier it will be for you to at least strategize how to hit the market fast and how to work with adoption barriers.
Right.
And second, I think, would be people. And people, I mean, be it your co-founders, be it your starting core founding team, be it your mentors, or even the VC capital and the investors that you work with. The earlier you start in identifying the people that you want to work with and keep an eye out for people you can collaborate
Join
with,
in your
the
team.
easier it will be. And it's one of the most pressing challenges at every stage of building a startup and a successful company eventually. You cannot do it alone. You need
Yeah.
a very strong,
Well-rounded team, right? Okay, cool. Komal.
Thank you. I'm working in the space of healthcare, and I think the number one challenge here would be regulatory pathway, especially for medical devices. So India actually has a very well-established regulatory pathway, guidelines, standards, etc. for pharmaceuticals, and up until very recently, the same guidelines have been used for medical devices, which doesn't work because there are some very basic fundamental differences across the two. Things have started to change, and hopefully we'll see some positive effects of this soon, but it does continue to be a challenge. I think the second thing in the healthcare space, which I think is also more specific to younger entrepreneurs, is market education. For a healthcare product, it's very important to build the right kind of trust and credibility in the market. And for any startup, that takes time. Definitely a lot more time and effort and money as compared to an established company. But especially for younger entrepreneurs to be taken seriously by doctors does have additional challenges.
Could
I
be a
think.
challenging one,
So,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, Anirudh.
So for me, one of the first things that we had to struggle for is credibility, because when you're doing something in space tech as a 19-year-old, credibility is very important. So we solved for that by having some sort of an MVP developed. So at least in deep tech and space tech, you need to have some sort of a demonstration of what you're capable of doing.
Correct.
So that was the first challenge that we had to solve for. The second one is infrastructure and access to funding. And infrastructure, we got incubated at IISc, so that gave us access to infrastructure to build out our initial prototype and then develop on that. So these are two things that is very important from space tech, deep tech perspective that you would have to solve for if you're doing something in hardware.
Right. Darshit?
Right. Am I audible now?
No, no. Press again. I'll try this one.
Yeah, I think amongst all the terms you covered there in your question, I feel the funding, the regulatories, which I think
It's
both
still
of
not
them.
working. Is it working? Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Huh.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think all the terms you mentioned there, I think be it the regulatories, be it the funding, or be it the the market readiness and stuff, right? So that's all part of the ecosystem, I agree. And I think as founders, be it young or old, I think one of the biggest things that we should be aware of is that we might be on the whims of the ecosystem, but we shouldn't be at the mercy of it. We should really navigate ways to figure out those things, and I think that's what a job of the founder is. But there's one word which I really feel is a big problem there, is the talent itself.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about the skills, because there are skills. People are going outside and they are doing some amazing job. It's what a group of friends which we coined a term called mimetic gatekeeping, right? Which is the culture and the ecosystems where we are coming from. The skills are not associated with ambition at all. There is not much ambition. So usually when you hire people, they might be brilliant, but then they cannot break that barrier into their mind that something beyond this could be done. And I think that's a trait of one of the most successful founders we know of as well, that they are able to break that barrier at the first place. So I think that's first thing. So maybe a founder should read something like a reality distortion field kind of a concept, where how you can do that for your team, that you can break that barrier apart and help them cross their ambition.
Fake it till you make it. Sanjit.
As Komal and Darshit both pointed out very aptly, in the field of medical devices, regulatory hurdles are a problem, but I think understanding the intent of those challenges that are put forth really makes you understand what you need to work with the regulators. As Mr. Vishwanathan earlier pointed out as well, as a regulator, it does not mean you're it really helps if you start looking at it as not as obstacles, rather as things that protect the consumer at the end of the day. And especially in the case of unpredicated devices, you have to work with these authorities and experts outside of these authorities to understand what those design or process considerations would be with your specific product or service that you're offering. And one thing that we've definitely realized is that there is a very real threat of paralysis by analysis. You can keep adding features, but in a lot of cases you can get onto this trajectory where additions do not mean increment, or there's a reducing increment in the kind of value that you're adding to the device or to the customer. So that is something that you need to be aware of.
Makes sense. Mridu.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me. So while I resonate with all of the ecosystem challenges mentioned, perhaps what I will focus on, and also because we're technology and sector sort of agnostic, is I'll focus on two sort of mistakes that we see early stage entrepreneurs repeatedly make, right? So the first one is about finding the right problem. So back in design school, a lot of times, and this is sort of held to be true for the last 7-8 years, if you're able to find the right problem, you have half the solution right there. So a lot of times we see young deep tech entrepreneurs with the most amazing out of the world technology, but if you don't have a clear idea of whether there's a market need for this technology, it becomes a challenge, right? And if you do identify that yes, this is a problem, then it becomes very important to understand all facets of that problem, go super deep, and have all the insights that you need to be able to solve future challenges that come with having chosen such a difficult problem. And this is also something that investors look for, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is around mentorship. Again, one thing is it's really important to speak to industry experts. You don't want to be in a position where you've raised a certain amount of funding, you've spent a lot of it on extended trials, your funding is dried up, and you don't have enough of a leap to show for. So the way to solve for that is to speak to industry experts, understand what the path to scalability is, and then raise funding when you need it and for specific purposes. So those are the two things.
Cool. Quite a versatile list we have here today. So Anirudh, let's talk about your journey. Deep tech startups, especially in space, require significant capital and long-term vision. When Dignitary started, the global space industry was heavily focused on satellite launches and expansion. But you took a different approach, focusing on managing the space in space. So how did you convince the investors and the industry that space situational awareness is just as critical as space launching?
So firstly, from my journey perspective, this was never planned. So we did not plan for building anything around what we're building today. So it was more of a problem that we stumbled upon while we were building satellites. So at that point in time, we launched one satellite to space with NASA, and the satellite was hit by a debris. Because of that, we learned that the space debris problem is big, and we focused on this particular problem, more of a research problem than a business problem, and that's how we kind of started. So we solved for tracking of space objects. So basically build a solution around tracking of space objects, And then we worked backwards in understanding whether there is a market or not. So, I mean, the approach that we took was very different. I think timing played a very important role. That's mainly because what was luxury before, launching to space was luxury in the past. So today it is no more luxury because you can launch anything to orbit with, let's say, $5,000 a kilogram. So the cost of launching to space has become cheaper, which means there'll be more and more satellites in orbit. So we worked backwards in understanding how do we build a business around this to be able to convince investors that there is a big market. So this was point number one. The second one, global space agency leaders were speaking about space debris as a real problem. But then when we positioned ourselves as a space debris company, let's say in our initial years, we were not getting investor interest because space debris is something that no one would pay for.
Right.
So we'll have to kind of pivot like in terms of positioning. So that's more of a more of business terms that we'll have to look for. So for example, we did not say that we're tracking space debris. We started working towards we're solving for space operations. Because debris adds to the problem of operations, which means when you say you're solving for space operations, while today's space, launching to space is no more a luxury, but operating in space is still a luxury because you'll have to build all sort of infrastructure and have team present, and we're solving for that, and we're not solving for debris. Debris is just a small portion of it. And that's how I think it evolved for us from our initial days. And now today, space situational awareness or space domain awareness is a very widely spoken topic within the space industry because of the number of satellites that are in orbit as around a 6-fold increase. So 2022 to 2025, we have around 13,000 satellites in orbit which are active with more than 1 million object as space debris greater than 1 centimeter, which means there is somebody who have to solve for this solution. So we pivoted our market positioning than just becoming a space debris tracking company to a space infrastructure company where we're building a layer and this layer is exactly similar to what you have in aviation industry today. So the backbone of aviation works with air traffic management.
There's a
No
safety
matter
angle there.
yeah, no matter how much money airlines make or do not make, air traffic folks make money per flight hour basis.
Right.
So that's the same concept we implemented for space, which means we started kind of positioning again, saying this is an inevitable solution that space industry would need at some point in time, if not today. And what we thought was science fiction, let's say 5 years ago, is no more science fiction. You have reusable launch vehicles, rocket go up and come back in 1 hour. You have space stations, and commercial companies are building space stations. 70% of satellites today are commercial and not government, which means there is a existing need for solving of this problem. So down in the journey, we realized that it is not the commercial folks who would pay us money, it'll be the governments first. Because we again moved away from tracking space debris to tracking adversary satellites. So that's basically an intelligence service that we provided because, while there are wars happening, geopolitically situations are very different at this point in time. Even that timing worked for us because when Russia and Ukraine were at war, there were a lot of Russian satellites that maneuvered over Ukraine to shoot missiles. And if you track those satellites, you get to know the pattern of these satellites, what would it do in the future. This was a good intel. So we started building an entire defense stack. So we changed initially we were building the product, but when the time was to understand GTM, we focused more on defense and government than on commercial. So today we are mostly defense than commercial at this point in time. That's because most of the commercial space companies in the world are also backed by governments. So there is no commercial space industry without governments. So today we solve for mostly defense related problems.
Makes sense. Actually, what an inspiring story about pivoting. So coming to Komal and Sanchit, healthcare innovations often face similar skepticism with added bonus of regulatory barriers, social stigma, and slow adoption. Komal, women's health, especially postpartum, is often attached to stigma and neglect. How do you convince early adopters and investors in a market that is sometimes hesitant to engage?
I think this is a very long process that you have to take and something you have to consider right from day one. Because like I was mentioning in my previous answer also, building trust and credibility takes a lot of time. especially if you're a young entrepreneur. In our journey, for example, not just doctors, we've also faced times when patients wouldn't take us seriously. And it's natural. So we've worked in this space of, we're working in the space of postpartum and, women's healthcare. And these women are, they're married, they've undergone pregnancy, some of them have had menopause, and you as young women, if you just go and ask them, tell me about your experience, that, they're not going to, right. So right from day one, we had to actually understand everything, and then the way we would converse with them would change. We have to tell them that, we've spoken with 100 women, we have learned these things, and now we are here. We already know some things. Do you agree? And sort of that way get into conversations. But that's just the beginning. I think the answer to your question is, we have to go deep into meeting a lot of people, talking to them right from day one. This is something that we have been doing. We've, I think, spoken with more than 200 women so far. And at every point, even when you go for a second conversation, you tell them that, I learned this from you the first time, and now this is something I've built into my product, and does this make more sense? It gets them more involved. Plus, the second thing is, the more you speak with them, the more you tell them that, you're speaking with so many others as well, that starts breaking the stigma, because then they know that there are so many others who are going through the same thing that I am going through.
They feel confident in sharing their issues.
Right. And then also because you are speaking with them more and more, you are able to find, I think, that one segment that has the most urgent need for a solution. And I think it's very important to then focus on that one segment and build for that one segment itself, because down the line, if you are able to prove everything, give them what exactly they want, and it works for them, this is also a very word of mouth space. When people see it works on some people, it's going to work on others as well, and that's where the adoption is going to start scaling. And so what I'm trying to say is that just meeting with everyone right from day one, getting these things and taking that long process is very important for breaking the stigma and building the market there.
Okay. Thank you, Komal. Sanchit, extending the same thought to you, you have a story to share about the emotional side of early adoption. Why don't you tell us all?
Thanks, Priyanka. So one of our... Am I audible? Yeah. So for context, one of our products that we are bringing to market right now is a chair that helps people sit down and stand up. There are products on either sides of this problem. That is, there are products that help you once you're seated. There are products that help you while you're walking, while you're stood up. But there are few solutions in the space of the STS, that is the sit to stand. And regulatory, hurdles aside, one of the problems that we came across was, as many businesses have felt, there is a need for credibility, but also a lot of problems we accept as matter of fact, and that you have to live with this problem. So bringing in a solution to that problem becomes something that I once heard, and I'm paraphrasing, you end up having to educate your demand into existence. That is, you need to tell people that this is not something that you have to accept as a fact of life. There was this patient who had been recovering from a serious condition over the last 20 years, had lost function on the left side of their body, and over the last 20 years had recovered around 30 to 40% of that function, but had also learned new ways of sitting down and standing up with the existing faculty. So now when we had, this was the second or third such beta that we were carrying out in the field outside of the lab. I remember it was a significant number of our teammates had gone there. And it was only because of the intent on the buyer's part, which was her husband, and his push for her to try it, that she was able to get across that barrier. So I remember when you've done all the analysis, you've done all the DFME, you know nothing's going to go wrong, but in that moment, there is an empathy that fills the air, and you can hear everyone's heartbeat in that silence. And only once the entire trajectory is gone down, when the person has sat down, there's this moment of a click, a realization that yes, this works, and that the user themselves has realized this. But then also after that fact, there was the hesitation on the person's part to stand up again. So what we've realized is that you have to work with the caretakers, as well as in this context it would be the doctors, who would have to tell their patients that this is something that you would have to use. There's obviously the stigma in using crutches or anything that assists you, that I am not there yet. I will use this when I am 90 or 100, or even then I would not, because why would I? I'm not an old person. So along with that, there's also the adoption has to deal with working with these users who've built into their minds that there are certain facts of life that you have to live with.
Thank you. That was very cool, actually. Astha, from an investor's perspective, what do young entrepreneurs often misunderstand or downplay about securing venture capital? And how can a person from deep science or tech background stand out in this process?
There's so much that young entrepreneurs misunderstand about securing venture fund that we can talk about that alone for an hour. But given the time and everything, let me try to compress that into 2 to 3 key problems that are often mislooked. And given that we are talking in specific context of deep tech founders, I think one most important thing that founders often mislook is that VCs don't and cannot invest in tech alone. What they invest is in your execution. VCs make money only if the venture that they're backing becomes big and makes money, right? So we are, as deep tech investors, we are very excited by the technology that can change the world. That is what gets founders a foot in the door and access to the first call. But beyond that, there needs to be execution. There needs to be a proper business that needs to come out of that product. There needs to be monetization, right? And I don't say this lightly, because I have been on the side of developing tech. For 8 years, I was just developing technology. And when I understand the sheer love, attachment you have with the technology that you're building. You're often blindsided by it. Right. And that's fair, because most of our work is within the 4 walls of the lab, right? But businesses are built outside of it. And there's a lot that goes beyond technology. You need a great team to help you build the business. You can't make a business alone. You need a very strong community helping you with every step. We talked about that earlier as well. There needs to be a clear road to market and a clear plan of execution. There needs to be somebody in your team, or you as an early founder, who can sell. You can have everything right. If you don't know how to sell, or if you don't have somebody in your team who can sell, you will not monetize, right? Sure, there can be some exceptions, but by and large, you need a very strong ability to sell. So I think one very important thing, again, to summarize is VCs can invest in your execution capability. Your technology solution can be a step into making something which is a disruptional play, but you need to execute. And I think second very important thing is, if VCs are looking for great founders, I think founders often take finding the right VCs lighter than they should. What I mean by that is, when we talk about the importance of people, having the right kind of VC capital and having the right kind of investor at every stage of your company is just as important. It can literally be a make or break for any company. And what it means is, the capital that flows, whether it's grants, whether it is early stage capital between pre-seed to seed, seed to Series A and beyond, growth capital, right? Every VC fund will have a different risk appetite, different patience in terms of expecting returns, and different expectations set to the capitals that they want and that works for them, right? So when you are approaching a VC, see at which stage your company is, what is that you can offer them, because it's just about that as well, right? Have a very clear understanding of why you want to raise the funds, what will be the end outcome of the funds, and who will benefit out of it, and hence who will give you money for that, right? So for example, a prototype to pre-seed investor would be okay with backing you for your prototype development. That's not where a growth stage fund can come, right? Because they also have return expectations in the time frame that they have. If you have your first responsibility to the company you're building, VCs have first responsibilities to the LPs that they have taken money from, right? So it works both ways. And I think second very, very important alignment also needs to be your business's alignment with the thesis alignment of the fund itself. What it means is you also want to work with VCs, and even within the VC, the investment team that you're working with, who understands your business model, who will help enable you, and you won't have to spend 20 minutes in every single meeting explaining why this is important, why it is needed, and what the problem is. You need somebody who gets it and who will help unlock doors for you and get things intuitively. So I think those two things are very, very important in terms of what is often mislooked. Coming to your second question, which is around what can they do to stand out better, I think the first thing that you can do is articulate better. And again, you will see me reiterating it again and again, because the importance of articulation and storytelling just cannot be stressed enough. And especially with deep tech founders, there have been so many cases where I personally have seen exceptional founders, exceptional products from India, first in the world, can literally change the landscape of how we know a particular industry, but don't know how to articulate well, will not be able to sell. So in the right consciousness of your fiduciary responsibilities, you cannot invest in them. While you hope that they become your antithesis because you love the technology so much, but you can't, in your right consciousness, invest in them. So articulate well. Second, have very, very clear roadmaps to go to market. Talk to as many people as you can. What that will help you with is very strong understanding of the market, the adoption risks, and what will give you a leverage to sell. Identify partners to work with early on, which will eventually become your clients. So if you have done this work, it shows, and it really helps to stand out.
Okay, well put, Astha. Very clear and concise. Thank you. Talking about the importance of storytelling, Mridu, why don't you tell us? And how things can get lost in translation if the founders do not find the right creative way of grounding their deep tech ideas.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you for that question, and that's actually the perfect segue into this. Let me break the ice with the audience. How many of you truly in your heart believe storytelling is important for deep tech startups? Not for me, for yourself. Yeah, this is usually the answer I get. It's a few optimistic people here and there, right? So let me try to change that today. Think about your precious traditions, right? How did they pass down? Through stories. Think about propaganda, think about war strategy. What is that essentially? It's a visionary leader who's painting a picture of the future that you want to be a part of. Think about your favorite science fiction novel. What is that author doing? They are creating a world that you're so hooked to. Now tell me, if you need to convey something far into the future, if you need to convey something that's a complex idea, can stories not be a very important tool to do that?
Yes.
Yeah? So there are a couple of ways in which this becomes applicable, right? You're a founder, you obviously have a lot of depth and understanding of your product and technology because you've been thinking and working on it day and night. But when you take that to the outside world, you're speaking to funders, you're speaking to customers, they don't have the same context that you do. While I know one side of you wants to load your slide deck with all the information that you want them to see, they are not prepared to absorb that level of technical depth or understanding. So you don't want your slide deck to look like your research paper. It has to serve the purpose of a pitch deck at the end of the day, right? And so it becomes very important to tailor your messaging to suit your stakeholder. What you say to an investor is not what you're going to say to your customer. And there are so many different sort of lenses and checklists that you can do to ensure what you want to convey is also what is being heard on the other side, right? Say, for example, you don't want to talk about the features. You want to talk about the impact through the benefits that your technology is creating. You don't want to load them with jargon. You should know when to sort of balance technical depth with relatability. And there are lots of companies that have done this really well, right? Take the example of Tesla, a pioneer in battery tech. They are not talking about the battery technology at every stage of their positioning. They're talking about sustainability. They're positioning themselves as an intelligent brand. They're talking about performance. That's what matters to the person who's buying it. Take the example of Boston Dynamics, right? There again, such complex technology made so relatable by making the robot do actions that you and I do and are relatable, right? Third example, NVIDIA. So many applications. You go to their website, there are beautiful images of how it goes into a product and how that product makes a difference to your life. So it becomes very, very important. And take the example of fundraising again, right? Your investor in the first slide deck presentation is not going to fully understand what you're doing. So the question becomes, how quickly can you actually bring them to your lab? Give them a tour to help them understand your product and technology and hardware firsthand, right? Versus trying to explain all of this through words, for example. So these are just some examples and different ways to think about how the power of storytelling can be leveraged to convey the complexity in a way that's understood and for your partners, collaborators, funders to have the conviction that you have.
Thank you, Mridu. Wonderful. I'm sure this really brings the best of both worlds, creativity hand in hand with knowledge. Darshit, my last question is to you. Longevity science is still an emerging field. Public understanding still catching up. How do you build trust and market demand for innovative biotech solutions? And what are the to-dos to get a foothold in this field?
I think longevity indeed is a very new market, and not just for India but globally. But that being said, it's an offshoot of healthcare. And healthcare, the entire principles of healthcare depends on one word, which is trust, which you just mentioned. When you're dealing with consumers, so we have two kind of consumers. One is your average citizen versus the ones whom we collaborate with. I think the trust mechanism with each one of them is different. For example, if I'm to talk to consumers, and we do have some products and testing that they can consume or use, right? So I have some parameters for building trust with them, and that is, one is the availability of knowledge and communication from your team towards them, because healthcare is a very sensitive area. Right. So that's one thing, I'll cover that as well. Then we have the claims to efficacy ratio, right? The claims that you're making while selling, is it turning to efficacy? If that's not happening, your trust is not going to build for sure. The third is empathy itself, and that automatically brings me back to the first thing. People are very worried about putting a single piece of food in their mouth. Right. If you're trying to sell them something that they have to consume for an entire lifetime, or even let's say 1 month, you have to be available. And available in terms of understanding of the product that you're selling to them, their problems, the right data and knowledge to back it up. If you see our customer care team, or the customer relationship team, is of cell biologist, molecular biologist, clinical nutritionist, and functional medicine doctors. So it's at 2 o'clock in the night, if you want something and information related to your health, you get it. Second thing is, when you're in healthcare, that's the only space you should start saying no to your customer about buying something. because they are so excited. Can I eat this supplement? Can I eat this supplement?
Yeah.
No, it's not for you, right? So when you say that, they get that sense of trust that they actually care about me and are not just trying to upsell me. That's one thing. Claims to efficacy ratio is very important. There are horrendous amounts of claims in the healthcare industry right now in India. You take some stone from the Ladakh and you'll improve fertility by anything, right? So
Yeah.
it's extravagant claims, but when they take the product, there is nothing to feel out of it, right? So are you claiming what's really possible? If that is that, then they'll come back to you and there'll be a better word of mouth. So I think that's an important factor. Empathy, because healthcare is somehow I feel that healthcare is going through a God complex. If I tell you eat this diet, if you're not eating it, then you will feel sick. Don't come to me then. So that kind of mindset is very common with the healthcare practitioners and some of these preventive healthcare folks, right? So empathy is really important. The problem is not just biological, the problem is more psychological and mental.
Right.
And are you contributing to that in the person's life? Then yes, you will develop trust. With collaborators, I have only one sentence to say, dil se baat mat karo, data se karo. Then they will agree. No matter how young you are, no matter how naive you are, if you have standardized data, if you have reproducible data, reliable and robust technology, just send them a white paper, don't even show them your face. They will agree because that's how the mindset is.
Awesome. Thank you, Darshit. So I had more questions, but I think we are running out of time. So let me open the floor for the audience because I am sure people have questions here for all our fantastic panelists. We are out of time.
I'm really sorry because we are running very late. We are actually late by half an hour. But anyway, we'll take one question, and I hope the panelists will stay for lunch so that you can interact with and ask the questions.
So we keep talking about how knowing the market is important for startups, but like larger organizations have access to in-depth reports on sectors like YOL, etc. What are the methods that you guys have used personally for researching your own markets and market trends?
So thank you for that question. Yes, initially we were looking at what are other, for example, in our case, we have a device that perhaps there is not a precedent for, or not a clear precedent for, but the problem has existed for a while. So other people in other modalities have tried to solve that problem, right? And so you look at what are those substitute products or those externalities, and how have they been, what is the value proposition there, what are the sales figures like, and whether there's an upward trend, downward trend. So it's a sort of an interpolation or an extrapolation exercise where you look at substitute products or at services, or for example, in our case, what have, a lot of knee patients would be using our product, which is a chair. What have been the rates of total knee replacement surgeries in the last 5 years, and what are the ratios of those with respect to the population and a specific population that we might be targeting. So substitute products, data points have helped, at least in our case. I'm sure there must be other viewpoints.
No, I think I definitely agree that when you're creating a category, it's really difficult to size a market, right? Because, but there's still enough available public data. It's also how innovatively are you looking at what market you want to target. For example, when Steve Jobs wanted to launch a smartphone, there was no market for smartphone, but there was market for communication, right? So I think it's how you look at it. When Uber wanted to launch, they were not a pickup and drop service, they were a logistics company. So it's how you're putting up your story again that will help you define your market better. And I feel for early stages, you don't have to go in depth into those reports. If you have a fair idea of what the problem is, who is looking who's looking for that solution, and if you can just bring some kind of numbers to it through Google search, simple, I think that will give you a start, and then the right partner will come and polish it for you.
Thank you, Darshit. All right, folks, that's all we have time for in this session. If today's discussion has sparked ideas or questions, keep the conversation going. Connect with our panelists, organize the teams, and explore new collaborations. We would like to thank our fantastic panelists for sharing their experience and journeys with us, and to our audience for being part of this conversation. Hang around for the next session, a masterclass in creating sustainable business models for deep science and tech. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the show.
I'm sure everyone here found this panel discussion to be an eye-opening experience. And as Dr. Sachan said, we do owe you a lot of gratitude. And in that regard, we would like to invite Brigadier Mukesh Rastogi and Professor Gurumoorthy to come on stage and felicitate the panelists.
Starting from that side.
Which side? Oh, okay.
That would be easier for us. Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Astha Paliwal. Thank you, Komal Shah, for accepting our token of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Anirudh Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Darshit Patel, for accepting this token of memory. Thank you, Mr. Sanchit Jhunjhunwala. Thank you, Ms. Mridu Jhanjiani, for accepting this token of memory. Thank you, Professor Gurumoorthy and Brigadier Mukesh Rastogi. And Ms. Dr. Priyanka.
We request all the panelists to stay here for a group photo. Yeah, sure. Also, Brigadier Rastogi and Professor Gurumoorthy. Now we are excited to announce a masterclass on creating sustainable business models and opportunities for youth in deep tech by Mr. Naganand Doraiswamy. Mr. Doraiswamy is the managing partner and founder of IdeaSpring Capital, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping the success of its portfolio companies. A seasoned entrepreneur and investor, he previously co-founded Span Infotech and Lexar Networks and has held key position at PhotonX, Nortel Networks, Bay Networks, and FTP Software. A thought leader in cybersecurity, he has co-authored a book on IP security and has served as the president of TIE Bangalore. He is actively involved in entrepreneurship and investment initiatives through NASSCOM, FICCI, and the government of Karnataka. Please put your hands together for Mr. Naganand Doraiswamy.
got it. Yeah. So quick show of hands. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah. How many of you would rather go eat lunch than listen to me speak, hear me speak? Show of hands. Good. I like it. Shall we go? Cool. I was asked to speak about business models of deep tech, and I thought, first categorize what startups mean. There are different kinds of startups I have a mental model of. There are three kinds of startups that I see it, right? There are B2C, D2C startups, which are mostly consumer startups. There are tech startups, and there are deep tech startups. And I'm specifically trying to distinguish between tech startups and deep tech startups because sometimes there's a very thin line that people talk about, and there's a significant difference in how you build, manage, and run a tech startup versus a deep tech startups. And to give you a very crude analogy, I would say tech startups are MTech, deep tech startups are PhD, right? That's a very crude analogy because the reason I say that is when you do tech startups at the MTech level, you're studying many different things, right? You're not going deep in one subject. And you put together things very quickly to bring a solution to the market in a tech startup. But when you look at a deep tech startup or a science startup, it's like years of effort, and then the gestation time to even bring something to the market is a lot longer. The gestation time to sell something to the market is a lot longer. So fundamentally, you have to look at it very differently. But what I cover today will cover both tech and deep tech startups because in IISc, I believe we should be working on both. And both are very, very important. And how you build it, how you scale it, and the business models you have to construct around it. There will be differences, but some of the underlying theses that you go into building any of those things will be very similar. I always look at any startup has three very, very important legs. There's a talent leg, there's a market leg, and there's a capital leg. And there was a question on, how do you know what your market is in the previous panel? And that's a hard question to ask because market is something today, it might be something tomorrow, it'll be very different day after tomorrow. And just because you started off with something doesn't mean that it's going to be the same for the rest of your journey in a startup. So I think all three are very, very important. And in India, I think we are pretty decent in talent with respect to tech. But if you ask me deep tech, I think we are behind. And I'll openly say that because there's a lot more work that we need to do to say that we are a deep tech country, PhDs and the knowledge base, whichever way you want to look at it. The simplest question I ask is, if you graduate with a PhD, which industries can you apply for to get a job? In the US, there'll be tons of people who would want to hire a PhD. In India, outside of academics, you hardly have anybody who will actually employ you as a PhD, and that's a huge problem. So I'm saying that because as the deep tech emerges, I think these problems will get solved. So deep tech is still in its infancy in India, in my mind at least. Although we invest in deep tech startups, like to give an example, in Fund 1, we invested in 16 companies, out of which 2 companies I would say is deep tech or science startups. In Fund 2, out of 17, I would say 9. So the trajectory is looking good, right? But it's still ways to go. So talent is one. So I think we have good talent for tech. We still need to build talent for deep tech. And that becomes part of your business model. So I was asked to talk about the business model because to me, business model is a combination of all these three things. If you have a great idea without talent, you can't do anything. If you have these two, but you don't have capital, you're not going to go anywhere. And it's a continuous process, right? It's not that you raise capital once and you're all set. You have to raise capital to scale, to grow, to expand, to do whatever. And your business model, whichever way you look at, you have to have all these three things going lockstep. One can get a little ahead of the others, but if one is way ahead, and you lose if one gets way ahead of the other. So talent is available for tech. Talent is questionable for deep tech, which we all are working towards that, and we'll work towards that. And the same thing is towards capital. The biggest difference in building a tech startup versus a deep tech startup is you have to have significant amount of grants before you convert a research idea into a product idea in case of a deep tech company. Because VCs, capital markets will not support research. Research is a purely government or a foundation supported activity. So hence the gestation time to do a deep tech startup is a lot longer, number one. Number two, the capital that is required is also a lot longer because you're not going to get a customer day one. right? What could be, if you're building a consumer startup, you'll have a customer today. Before you start the product, you have a customer today. If you're building a tech startup, as soon as you have a product, there's the potential that you'll have a customer. If you're building, deep tech, even if you have a prototype or something, trying to get a customer is very, very hard. The thing that's changing in India with respect to the market is defense. If defense starts to buy from startups, I think that's the journey that is going to change the trajectory. Because private enterprises in India have very, very little appetite still for very deep tech startups. So my hope that we are looking at very actively is that through IDEX and through other activities, things are starting to change. But if you ask me as an investor, would you fully invest only in a defense-oriented startup? I would say no. Yeah, only because I still don't know the buying process. Somebody asked, what is, if you have a market but you don't know how a customer is going to buy you, you are in trouble. And I still don't know what is that defense buying process, right? Until that is clear, I am going to invest in a startup only when there is both an enterprise use case and a defense use case, because I have to hedge. Till that is clear. So it's real. We are again at the beginning cusp of some changes. However, for science startups, like I have invested in pharmaceutical and biotech startups, I think the market for that is a lot easier to get in as opposed to a hardware or other kind of companies. Manufacturing, hardware, those kind of companies, you're still a lot more dependent on a defense buying you as opposed to biotech startups. So I think in that case, biotech startups is better positioned with respect to the market than defense. And the last one is capital. I think we are capital starved country when it comes to tech and deep tech, right? Tech is better because the kind of capital you need to raise to bring a product to the market and to start to scale is a lot lesser, while in deep tech it's a lot bigger. Like you put 20 crores, 25 crores, you'll have customers when it comes to a tech product. But when you put 20, 25 crores, you're not even getting close to having a customer. You'll have a prototype, you have something, very initial things to show in, where the next round of investors has to again come with a leap of faith. And that is not happening in the market yet. Every single of our company is going through the pain. So the deep tech startup, when it comes to funding, I think it's just about taking off. I was just talking to Professor Gurumoorthy about the same thing as to how do we solve the problem, because we need government support, we need foundation support to make this happen, and we need to all work towards that. But tech startups, I think that problem is solved to a certain extent. So hence, when you're constructing your business model, have all these three things in your mind and be very clear as to which trajectory you're in, whether you're a tech startup or a deep tech startup. Don't combine the two. The cardinal mistake everybody makes is everything is a deep tech. It is not the case, and it should not be the case, in my opinion. So look at all these three aspects and then plan accordingly. I can go on and on, but I also want to eat lunch, so I'll just take some quick questions. How much of time I'm allowed to, I will take that many questions, else I'm available outside over lunch to answer questions. So, yeah.
Hello, hi. So I think you highlighted the main difference between deep tech and tech. So I wanted to go a bit further about it, like with respect to the capital that you mentioned, what's kind of the difference in the gestation period for a deep tech thing to kind of transition from at the lab scale to something that you can see in the market, like?
So as when you go and get investors, right, like VC, institutional investors, angels can take more risk, and they will. But if you were to come to an institutional investor like me, I will not take any science risk or a research risk. So I will only, at that time, you should have almost created a prototype that's working, and you're saying now you're raising capital to convert this into actual product. Right? So I've invested in Gyrofint, which is again Professor Umapathi's company. Right? He has done tons of research, but before I got in, he already had some equipment working in the hospitals. He had the capability to say, look at a container and see what is in it. He didn't have any customers and he didn't have scale. So now the science risk is gone. Now we have to take it and take the productization risk, which you are willing to take. So if you are a deep science, deep tech company, you have to do that. And that will not apply to tech. Tech is, we look at POCs, and it's easier to construct a tech company than construct a deep tech company. Right? Answer your question? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Lunchtime? Yeah. Okay. Lovely. And yeah, there's one more question.
Hello, sir. Before, in the starting of the session, we saw a slide when in 1980s and 1990s, both India and China started from the same GDP, and now it is multiple times high that we have the GDP in China, and we are still lagging behind. And now, when you are presenting the session, you are saying that in India, unfortunately, even with 20 crores, we will be just in the starting phase or a POC level, and it will be of no use to get into the market for a deep tech startup or deep tech community. So what is the kind of difference that you see in China, both in the market sector, institutional sector, and that is lagging behind in India, and how we can improve? So,
should we have lunch or dinner? So to answer that question, it will convert into a dinner.
Sir,
no, I'm just kidding.
We can have the lunch together.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's huge. I mean, there are so many different things. And look, it's not about people. It's about the government, the focus, your drive. Democracy versus, if you have to build a road, it'll take you 10 years in India because it goes to a court. If you have to build a road overnight in China, you can bulldoze and do it. There are pros and cons, right? I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong, but there's a much deeper focus in China. There's a lot more capital allocated, and they're also smart like us. And probably I would say Chinese are more hardworking than Indians. Okay, and that's in fact the case. Culturally, I think they are more hardworking than us. I think a whole bunch of things came together. So if you are right, 1980s we both were same, but they decided to invest tons of money into the entire thing, and the culture and the political environment enabled them to do that, and we are a little behind. It's hard for us to catch up in the next decade also. And then look at the capital allocation, right? We talk about AI, we say 10 crores, whatever, we are happy, now we are talking more, but they have invested billions of dollars in science, in technology, in manufacturing and stuff like that. So they have gone way ahead, yeah. And it's hard for us to catch up, but you have to pick our battles today. And that's the reality. Alrighty, thank you so much, and available to take any more questions, and thanks a lot. And thanks for having me over, Raj and Tulsi. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Thank you for that insightful session, Mr. Doraswamy. It gave us a reality check. Your expertise and perspective have given us so much to reflect on. I would request.
First, we would like to request Mr. Kumar Rajesh, CEO of Shadow Infotech Infosystems, to felicitate our guest.
Say thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, we now take a break for lunch, and we invite everyone to recharge and return refreshed for the session ahead. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lunch is on the 3rd floor. Please join us for the lunch.
drive to learn, and the belief that you can make a difference. So, what are you waiting for? Take that first step. Start today. You have the power.
Is necessary.
Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is organizing the BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Working Group meeting under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship for Society.
ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು
used to strengthen the bonds between the countries. It is in this context that we have asked GCTC to organize stakeholder consultations in colleges across the country. Essentially, what these events are is a platform where youth can articulate their views, where they can share common experiences and join a common conversation about building a positive ecosystem for entrepreneurship. That is the core of this particular upcoming BRICS Youth Council on Entrepreneurship.
The event invites participation from across India, emphasizing the collective role of youth in building a sustainable, prosperous
and sustainable growth. This is
ಎಜೆಂಡಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅದು ನವಾಜ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನಗಂತೂ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ಲೇಕಿನ್ ಕೈ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಈಗ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಾಕು ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
This initiative empowers young minds, offering them a platform to showcase their innovative ideas while equipping them with and the belief that you can make a difference. So, what are you waiting for? Take that first step. Start today. You have the power to shape the future. Your journey as an entrepreneur begins now. In a nation of over 1.3 billion people, India's future lies in the hands of its youth. The next generation isn't just dreaming of a better tomorrow, they're creating it today. Across India, young innovators are driving inclusive economics, crafting solutions that not only generate profits but also create opportunities for everyone.
We are looking forward to the young people who can be a part of this youth entrepreneurship for sustainable development and sustainable growth. This is very timely, it is necessary.
Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is organizing the BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Working Group meeting under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Growth. This event will be a platform for young minds to lead the change.
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स, GCTC और माता सुंदरी कॉलेज एक रन अप इवेंट करने जा रहा है, इसमें कि स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं उनको इनवाइट किया गया है। बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे यूथ हैं जो आजकल स्टार्टअप में हैं।
GCTC, as a knowledge partner, is organizing 8 pre-consultants across India in Delhi, Gujarat, Jammu, Bhubaneswar, Bengaluru and Guwahati, engaging over 4,000 young attendees and many more.
It's in SharePoint. SharePoint is अभी नहीं आ रहा ना
accomplishments to take lessons from there and to see about how it could be used to strengthen the bonds between the countries. It is in this context that we have asked GCTC to organize stakeholder consultations in colleges across the for entrepreneurship. That is the core of this particular upcoming BRICS Youth Council on
ಅದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ F8 ಅಥವಾ ಹಲೋ
iPad is here.
For entrepreneurship. That is the core of this particular upcoming BRICS Youth Council on entrepreneurship.
Emphasizing the collective role of youth in building a sustainable, prosperous future. This initiative empowers young minds, offering them a platform to showcase their innovative ideas while equipping them with the tools to overcome challenges and drive impactful change. You don't need to have it all figured out. All you need is the passion to start, the drive to learn, and the belief that you can make a difference. So, what are you waiting for? Take that first step. Start today. You have the power to shape the future. Your journey as an entrepreneur begins now. In a nation of over 1.3 billion people, India's future lies in the hands of its youth. The next generation isn't just dreaming of a better tomorrow, they're creating it today. Across India, young innovators are driving inclusive economics, crafting solutions that not only generate profits but also create opportunities for everyone.
We are looking forward to the young people who can be a part of this youth entrepreneurship for sustainable development and sustainable growth. This is very timely, it is necessary.
Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is organizing the BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Working Group meeting under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Growth. This event will be a platform for young minds to lead the change.
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स, जीसीटीसी और माता सुंदरी कॉलेज एक रन अप इवेंट करने जा रहा है, इसमें कि स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं उनको इनवाइट किया गया है। बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे यूथ हैं जो आजकल स्टार्टअप में हैं।
GCTC, as a knowledge partner, is organizing 8 pre-consultants across India in Delhi, Gujarat, Jammu, Bhubaneswar, Bengaluru and Guwahati, engaging over 4,000 young attendees and many more through live telecast. In the idea-based competition, a panel of jurors will select the top 5 startup ideas.
The BRICS community is looking forward to leveraging India's considerable accomplishments to take lessons from there and to see about how it could be used to strengthen the bonds between the countries. It is in this context that we have asked GCTC to organize stakeholder consultations in colleges across the country. Essentially what these events are is a platform where youth can articulate their views, where they can share common experiences and join a common conversation about building a positive ecosystem for entrepreneurship. That is the core of this particular upcoming BRICS Youth Council on entrepreneurship.
The event invites participation from across India, emphasizing the collective role of youth in building a sustainable, prosperous future. This initiative empowers young minds, offering them a platform to showcase their innovative ideas while equipping them with the tools to overcome challenges and drive impactful change. You don't need to have it all figured out. All you need is the passion to start, the drive to learn, and the belief that you can make a difference. So, what are you waiting for? Take that first step. Start today. You have the power to shape the future. Your journey as an entrepreneur begins now.
Do you have the compiled presentation now? Or
I don't know in which folder it's there.
In a nation of over 1.3 billion people, India's future lies in the hands of its youth. The next generation isn't just dreaming of a better tomorrow, they're creating it today. Across India, young innovators are driving inclusive economics, crafting solutions that not only generate profits but also create opportunities for everyone.
We are looking forward to the young people who can be a part of this youth entrepreneurship for sustainable development and sustainable growth. This is very timely, it is necessary.
Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is organizing the BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Working Group meeting under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Growth. This event will be a platform for young minds to lead the change.
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स, GCTC और माता सुंदरी कॉलेज एक रन अप इवेंट करने जा रहा है, इसमें कि स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं उनको इनवाइट किया गया है। बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे यूथ हैं जो आजकल स्टार्टअप में हैं।
GCTC, as a knowledge partner, is organizing 8 pre-consultants across India in Delhi, Gujarat, Jammu, Bhubaneswar, Bengaluru and Guwahati, engaging over 4,000 young attendees and many more through live telecast. In the idea-based competition, a panel of jurors will select the top 5 startup ideas.
The BRICS community is looking forward to leveraging India's considerable accomplishments to take lessons from there and to see about how it could be used to strengthen the bonds between the countries. It is in this context that we have asked GCTC to organize stakeholder consultations in colleges across the country. Essentially what these events are is a platform where youth can articulate their views, where they can share common experiences and join a common conversation about building a positive ecosystem for entrepreneurship. That is the core of this particular upcoming BRICS Youth Council on Entrepreneurship.
The event invites participation from across India, emphasizing the collective role of youth in building a sustainable, prosperous future. This initiative empowers young minds, offering them a platform to showcase their innovative ideas while equipping them with the tools to overcome challenges and drive impactful change. You don't need to have it all figured out. All you need is the passion to start, the drive to learn, and the belief that you can make a difference. So, what are you waiting for? Take that first step. Start today. You have the power to shape the future. Your journey as an entrepreneur begins now.
Is Ajay Gurala here?
In a nation of over 1.3 billion people, India's future lies in the hands of its youth. The next generation isn't
Ajay
just
Gurala?
dreaming of a better tomorrow. They're creating it
Stephen
today.
Roberts.
Across India,
From team
young
Stephen
innovators are driving inclusive
Vishnu
economics,
Manikandan.
crafting solutions
Manikandan
that
and
not
team.
only generate profits but also create opportunities for everyone.
We are looking forward to the young people who can be a part of
Vishnu
this youth
Manikandan and team.
entrepreneurship for sustainable development and sustainable growth. This is very timely, it is necessary.
Department of
They're
Youth
there,
Affairs,
right?
Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is organizing the BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Working
Rohit?
Group meeting under the theme Youth
From
Entrepreneurship for
Carletic Noir.
Sustainable Growth. This event will be a platform for young minds to lead
Nilesh
the
Patil?
change.
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स, GCTC और माता सुंदरी कॉलेज एक रन अप इवेंट करने जा रहा है,
अजय
इसमें कि
गुराला,
स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं
विष्णु
उनको इनवाइट
मणिकंदन,
किया गया है।
रोहित,
बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं,
नीलेश
बहुत सारे
पाटिल,
स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे यूथ
दिलीप,
हैं जो आजकल स्टार्टअप में हैं।
GCTC,
Dilip.
as a knowledge
Is he
partner,
here?
is organizing
Huh?
8 pre-consultants
Come
across
forward.
India in Delhi, Gujarat, Jammu,
Sorry. Rohit Sohni? Is Rohit Sohni here? Rajesh Yadav? Rajesh Yadav and team, please come forward. P.A. Abhishek and team, please come forward.
Shalu Kumari and team, please come forward. No, it's towards the end. Towards the end, yeah. Vishnu Manikandan? Should I start felicitation? Aditya, the presentation.
Yes, how can I help?
So, do we have any slide to show right now for idea pitching competition?
Can you plug in? Just a second.
We have slides. I have, again, also the pictures of the jury.
Pictures of the jury, put it now.
Put it now? Okay. When you want the slides to come, call me. I'll be there. I'll come with
Sure. Thank you.
Wait, but we'll also introduce you.
Okay.
Nahid?
Except for the first guy, everybody else is there in the back. First guy is the Wi-Fi connected
In that one? It's connected, ma'am. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me, all of you? We welcome you for the afternoon idea pitching session. And the way we are going to do this is, we'll first do introduction of the jury, and then we are going to call a batch of 10, okay? So if your name is not being called, that doesn't mean you are not there. We will call you in batches of 10. So we call the first batch of 10, and when these people are presenting, we'll call the next batch of 10 and make sure that you come to the front. Is that clear? And as you know, your ideas will be evaluated based on impact, innovation, and feasibility, each carrying equal weightage. Okay, we have 5 jury members. You want to introduce them? Yeah.
So now I take the pleasure of welcoming and introducing our esteemed jury members for the idea competition. Dr. M.S. Vijay Raghavan, mentor for startups in deep tech, former technical advisor and ex officio special secretary, PM Office, Government of India. I invite Vijay Kumar sir from GCTC to felicitate the jury. So, Dr. Vijay Raghavan sir, please come on to the dais. A round of applause, please. Yeah. Next, we have Brigadier Mukesh Rastogi, Stock Intrinsic Value Ideator and Incubation Mentor. Mr. Raj Wagre from FSID. Mr. Rajesh Rathi from Grid Century, and Dr. Amitava Pramanik from FSID. Mr. Aditya Tikku, sir, can you please come onto the stage and felicitate our jury members?
Rajesh Rathi. Madam? The Green Initiative. Last but not the least.
I'll change the slide.
एक और होगा last. Everyone is done. I'm sorry.
Tell them how the... yeah, I'll tell them. Just like 3 minutes in total, 2 to pitch idea, 1 minute for questions.
Only one question from
one jury.
And we'll give a buzzer at 90 seconds.
It just starts right now, sir.
Huh?
It starts now.
Yeah, so it cannot be here.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ananya, the events team lead at IISc, a student-run organization dedicated to fostering the spirit of entrepreneurship within the IISc student community. After multiple rounds of screening the overwhelming number of responses we've received, we are thrilled to have over 40 enthusiastic participants presenting their innovative ideas today, which will be evaluated by our esteemed jury based on innovation, impact, and feasibility. Up to 5 top-scoring teams will take home a cash prize of rupees 20,000 each. Before we begin, let's go over the competition rules once again. Each team is going to get 3 minutes in total, 2 minutes to pitch their idea, followed by 1 question, 1 minute for 1 question from the jury. So we request all participants to adhere to these time restrictions. Now, without further ado, let's get this competition started. Please note that when you hear a bell ring, it means that your time is ending and you have to conclude your pitch in the next 30 seconds. So without further ado, let's get this competition started. Aditya? Slides, yeah. Ajay. The first team is Vishnu Manikandan and team. Please come onto the stage. One person come here. So all of you are going to speak. If one person is not going to speak, we can change the slides. Yes, ma'am. It's there, ma'am. Online timer. Can you change the slides over here? If you want to speak, you can speak. Okay. Is the team ready? Okay, your time starts now.
Greetings to everyone. I am Vishnu Manikandan. He is Vinish, and he is Yuvan Shankar. Our project title is Smart Posture Improvement and Alignment. Vinish is going to explain about the problem statement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our problem is that we are going to address the most common problem, which is often ignored. Most IC professionals nowadays sit for longer hours working with their computers and laptops, which causes major health concerns, mostly back pain and shoulder pains. In order to resolve this, we have come up with an idea to prevent this.
These are some wrong posture while working in IT industry in sitting posture. And then our solution is like it's contain two modules. Each module contains a pair of microcontroller and then a gyro sensor. One act as a server and then one act as a client. One module is deployed at the head, which is cervical region, and then another one is deployed at the hip area, which is lumbar region. The client sends its orientation data and send it to the server, and it has own data about the gyro sensor data, and then it process the gyro sensor data, and we fixed some range. If the person leans angle is beyond the range, we just trigger the alarm, and then if the person inside the range, we don't trigger the alarm. This is our simple solution.
30 seconds to wrap up, please.
The value proposition of posture corrections are it is easy to use. The user can adapt easily with the device, and the device can give a real-time alert.
Questions from the jury?
Has any medical professional validated your settings?
Yes, sir. We just discussed about our physiotherapist, ma'am. She said about that this was the standard position is we need to sit in a 90 degree. If we not maintain that angle, we just got a back pain in the future. So that's why we fit the standard angle as a 90 degree. If the angle beyond that range means, if the person leans overly beyond the range means, you just trigger the alarm, sir.
Thank you so much. Now we have Rohit and team. Please come onto the stage. After Rohit and team goes Nilesh Patil's team. So please be ready. And then Dilip's team.
Should we change the PPT? Change the slides and speak from here. Is that fine? Okay. So how will we change the slide?
Next.
This one. Okay.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our company is Carletic Noir. It's a carbon electricity smart energy technology. Here we developed a system where carbon dioxide is directly converted to energy in form of electricity. So as we know that the problem in carbon dioxide nowadays is rising, and WHO has given us a survey that there is about 6 to 8 million people dying from this problem. So our idea is to convert the carbon dioxide, excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, not affecting the balance of atmosphere, directly to electricity. Our product idea would be explained by Vikas.
So our product is named after the name hybrid NaCO2 system, which is gonna use basically two major parts or components. That is, one is electrochemical cell, and the second one will be hydrogen fuel cells. So the carbon dioxide, all we know, has zero energy value. It has no value to the atmosphere except it increases, and it has very high specific heat capacity. We are gonna use this property of carbon dioxide into our electrochemical cell, which it has like the carbon dioxide, we are gonna extract the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere using zeolite 13x element. Then we are gonna filter that carbon dioxide and pass it through the aqueous solution in our electrochemical cell, which has an anode of sodium and cathode of So the anode will be sodium and the cathode will be the aqueous solution. So when carbon dioxide will be passed to the aqueous solution, we create NaHCO3 solution, which is gonna produce hydrogen gas. So that ratio of hydrogen gas will be 7 to 3. So 3% of the entire process will be converted into electricity, that is from the electrochemical cell, and the 8% and the 7% of hydrogen gas that is released is used for fuels for hydrogen fuel cells. So this is the basic idea of our entire product. And any questions from the jury is, we can dive deep down into the technical stuff where we have mentioned how much energy is produced per day or per month. We have targeted around 1000 watts per unit. So one unit will be installed in every traffic lights where high carbon energy, like high carbon dioxide density regions, especially during high traffic regions like silk ports, institutes, etc.
Done. Questions from the jury, please.
Yes, sir.
So at what technology level are you? Have you already sold this product?
No, sir. It's under patent process, and we have used our we have our teachers, chemistry teachers and everyone, overseeing what we are doing and just verifying the values which we have got from the efficiency. And hydrogen fuel cells, everything is running under underclock, and with underclock, 50% underclock, we are producing around 1000 watts of energy per month. That is utilizing around 1 kg of zeolite. So that's gonna be 500 to 600 rupees.
So the POC is already working?
Yeah, it's working.
Done.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Nilesh Patil and team. Please come onto the stage. Your time starts now.
Warm greetings to the jury members and the students. So our problem statement is that there are about 275 million plus visually impaired individuals throughout the world, and there are about 50 million plus visually impaired individuals only in India, wherein 78% of the visually impaired individuals do not have the financial capability to take in the implants, and they are dependent on others for day-to-day activities. So our solution is AI-powered vision glasses, wherein we provide features such as AI-powered visual assistance. We provide object detection and proximity alerts as well. We provide navigation and mobility support. We have currency detection. We also have voice control. And for the competitive analysis, there are 2 to 3 already existing players, where there is Orcam AI or Envision. They are priced around 3.2 lakhs to 1.9 lakhs. But our product is only for 10,000 rupees, and wherein we are building it only for 4,000, and our profit margin is about 60%. Yeah, so to talk about the technical approach, there is an image wherein there is a whole flow of how the things work. So yeah, this is our idea, and we have a proof of concept wherein we have ESP32 cam. We have hard coded it. All the voice control actions are already been under observation, and it is working. So yeah, if there are any questions, we have.
questions from the jury, please.
Yes.
Is a working model already ready to sell?
Not to sell, sir. We have ESP32 cam, which is the main hardware which we have. We have to integrate it in the specs. We should have a ultrasonic sensor and it will be ready, sir. So we have a proof of concept is done, but the whole product is not ready yet.
How much time?
So sir, we will be requiring some funding to do it, but to bring it into reality, we could take almost 10 to 15 days more because we have to hard code it. So after that, it will be ready, sir.
The funding is there, 15 days is good enough to bring this product to life?
No, sir, there is no funding, but to finalize a product, such just a one product, so to showcase it, we can do it for the prototype.
Okay.
We can take one more question if there's any. Okay, done. Thank you, Nilesh and team. Next, we have
Thank you.
Dilip and team to present their idea. Please come onto the stage. After Dilip goes Suhas and then Rohit Soni. Please be ready.
Respected dignitaries.
1 second. Your time starts now.
Respected dignitaries, I am Dilip from Dilip from Center for Sustainable Technologies, and I am working as a research intern over here. And yes, I am came here to explore and share about my technologies. That was carbon captured concrete and quantum concrete and 4D and 5D printing. Currently, the carbon emissions becomes rapidly over than the people conditions becomes reducing, and I am came with this solution where the structures can have ability to absorb the concrete, absorb the carbon dioxide, and ability to liberate the oxygen from it due by the new technologies. This was when whenever we know that lime is a major absorbent of the carbon dioxide. With that, I am here to explore and add the admixture so that the structure will have the ability to absorb the carbon dioxide into it, and after that oxygen will be liberated over the long duration of time. And second technology was that quantum concrete, where that concrete have the ability to develop that seismic resistance over the long duration and under the earthquake forces. And I have the 4D and 5D printings, where that we can achieve the longer duration of construction process into the lesser construction period, where that we can have the ability to construct the higher end structures, and we can have to give that for the homeless people. My ambition goal is to give that structures for the homeless people at free of cost.
Did you get your chemistry right? Because you said lime to absorb carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
Where did you get the lime? Because to produce lime, you have to burn limestone. That will generate all sorts of carbon dioxide.
That's what I'm adding the admixtures. When the admixtures can add, that concrete have the ability to absorb the carbon dioxide inwards of it, and with the having the supportive of the lime itself, so that the structure have the capability to absorb the carbon dioxide inwards of it and splits the oxygen towards on the liberation. And that was concrete will be gives the bonds between the concrete atoms, which was generated by the industrious waste itself.
Done. Thank you, Dilip. Next, we have Suhas and team. Please come onto the stage, followed by Rohit Soni and Rajesh Yadav. Your time starts now.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. My idea is to monitor wildlife using AI. Yeah, okay. So we all know India has a diverse ecosystem that has various incredible animals. Now cheetahs also being introduced. But these are eventually dealt with problems like poaching as well as habitat losses. And all of these issues are usually dealt by using manual patrolling as well as trap cameras, which is not very effective during the night. There are certain thermal drones used now to survey the animals, but there is no AI-powered solutions for it. Now we also know that during the rapid urbanization, there is also a lot of human-animal conflicts that is taking place. In the last decade alone, we had about 4,000 casualties that is being reported all over India because of elephants and tigers attacks. So our AI-powered solution comes in two folds. One is object detection algorithms using thermal images. So we deploy thermal cameras to identify what particular species it is. So we use certain algorithms like YOLO, you look only once, which is known for its speed and accuracy. So we train these algorithms to identify animals based on their heat temperatures and shape of the animal. And then we use anomaly detection to flag any of the unknown heat signatures that the model is not trained on. That could be used to identify these small groups of forest fires that we see. So this is one of the examples that we have, and the core technology that we would be requiring is a custom-built drone that will have a Jetson nano technology. That is a small computational chip that can house these algorithms, and thermal cameras. If we have thermal cameras to be integrated within the drones, so that when during the survey it could be useful. And the real-world applications would be to deploy these into sensitive areas. For example, Tirupati. So we recently had an animal attack there when the pilgrims were crossing the areas. So these thermal cameras that has been housed with Jetson Nano AIs that can house these algorithms could be represented in these sensitive areas, so that whenever an animal is detected, it could send a real-time alert to the forest rangers using a long-range van, which does not require any internet and thus will not be invasive to the wildlife as well.
Okay, time is up. Questions from the jury, please.
Have you looked into false positive, false negative type of?
Yes, sir. There are cases of the main challenge would be in terms of data collection, because India has various seasons as well. So in different kinds of seasons, the animals' temperatures also varies. So that would be one challenge that we'll have. But we also have FLIR data sets. We see Tesla and all moving around on its own. So we could use these FLIR data sets, which is already present, publicly available, to fine-tune the model. So the accuracy will grow on a larger scale and use that transfer learning methods for it.
What is a differentiator between you and your competitors? What is the differentiator?
Sir, as of now, when I was developing this idea, most of the people who are there, they're trying to use thermal cameras to survey animals, but they're not using it to send any real-time alerts. Now using these, for example, I told you guys about using long-range vans. So long-range vans could be used to send long-distance communication alerts. And along with that, the AI drones that we have, we could develop in various phases. For example, the first phase is just to build a custom drone and operate it manually. In the second phase, we can automate it with swarm technologies. There are many swarm technologies as already present. If I have to give an example,
your time is up. You need to wrap up.
Oh.
Thank you. Next, we have Rohit Soni and team. Followed by Rajesh Yadav, Abhishek, and Shalu Kumari's team, in that order. Your time starts. You are ready? It's not working? Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rohit Soni, and it's Rudransh Karan. We are from NMIT, and we are pitching the idea AI Ignosis, which is AI Technosis.
Yeah, we are transforming healthcare from reactive to predictive.
So let us start with the problem statement first. Whenever we visit a hospital, we have to give a complete rundown of a medical history, like whether if I'm asthmatic, diabetic, or if I'm having some pre-existing condition. Sometimes this information is not on our toes, and we tend to miss this. This causes misdiagnosis. The second issue is, while if a doctor asks us to get a blood report done, he looks at certain parameters and checks if they are in the range or not. Let's say RBC is within the range or not. He looks at them individually. The third problem is,
so most of the people visit clinics compared to hospitals. So what happens there is, then what we do, most of the people visit clinic compared to hospitals. So
most of the people visit clinics, and the data available at the clinics is individually diagnosed. So this data is not shared with the government directly. And individually, when we look at a locality, the overall locality might pose a upcoming risk for a potential outbreak. So to counter all of these issues, we have developed agnosis. And to solve these issues, these are our solutions. The first one is about the summary. So no more forgetting your medical records of the information which is not on the tip of your toes. Secondly is the blood passing. Let's say we have RBC report, we have a parameter which is RBC count, WBC count, lymphocyte count. Let's say they're all in the correct ranges. Doctors look at them and they're like, fine, you're all fine. But they collectively might pose a risk. So our AI system analyzes that and shows a prediction to the doctor, and which can help them predict an upcoming disease which can happen in the body. The third one is again,
it also monitors potential outbreaks in the locality, and
it analyzes the problems happening in the locality, and we help them report to the government. So individually, hospitals tend to do this, but collectively, when we see in a clinic, clinics don't do it individually. So we take their data, which is stored on our platform, and we use blockchain technology for it. So all of it.
Don't worry, brother. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
What's your name?
All of you. Yes. Good, good. Aram se aram. Ye chair. मैं इनको इधर बिठा देता हूँ आप मैडम चलो मैं एक सेकंड का साइड पर एक सेकंड रोक साइड पर संदीप भाइयों आजा संदीप राइट साइड नीचे नीचे से होता बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया हाँ वो करेगा ओके चलो बहुत बढ़िया बहुत हाई सब ठीक है ओके ओके हाँ हाँ कोई बात नहीं यस प्लीज हाँ वेरी गुड 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 बहुत बढ़िया वेरी गुड That's nice. Good, good. बहुत बढ़िया चाम बेटा अब आप फोन कर दो with the camera just show the camera so everything is okay no parents no that's what I'm saying yeah yeah just start up बात करा देना yeah या या चाहिए हाँ अभी नहीं अभी नहीं अभी नहीं एम्बुलेंस को बोल दिया रमैया तो सामने ही है No worries, बेटा हाँ very good very good हाँ बहुत अच्छे बहुत बढ़िया No worries, yeah, sab okay hai, brother.
Everything is fine, yeah. Don't worry.
No worries.
Okay? You please go to the doctor. Who's your friend? Please go with him. Get a consultation. If you really want to come back and do this presentation, we'll take it. Okay? If that is not bothering you, don't worry. Okay? First see the doctor.
First is your health. Then is everything.
Not only for you, everybody is health. Huh? Yeah, the ambulance is coming to carry you.
Hey, you got a champ, man. And you have a great friend. Yeah, who was and is with you. The whole IISc is with you. कोई बात नहीं. No worries. सब ठीक है? मैंने पकड़ के रखा है बेटा, कुछ नहीं होगा. पहले से बेटर है? हाँ? हाँ? पहले से ठीक है? हाँ? Good. अच्छा, प्रेजेंटेशन किस बारे में थी? कोई बात नहीं. बेटा सफाई करने वाले
So are you okay, man? What's your name? Any pain in the chest? Are you having any pain in the chest? Are you having any pain in the chest? Chest में pain है? नहीं ना?
कहाँ तक? Okay. Okay. Cool है. Great job, Nitya. Life का part है. And we are live. Sandeep, are we live? ठीक है. ठीक है, good. कोई बात नहीं यार, चलता चलता है. Alok sir. सब कुछ नॉर्मल है यार, नई पैंट आ जाएगी यार, क्या बात कर रहा है. Who all is there in your family? कौन कौन है family में? First time. ठीक है, कोई नहीं, आराम से. मैं अभी side. He hits that. Very good. Then there is a language policy. That's good. So there we are trying to do that, take it to the next level. Well, the third one is even more bizarre. So, no, this is railways. So I have another problem with the Dr. Krishnan runs using NVP and CAD. Not problems. So there we are working on, we call it rail labs. We are working on two things. So when did you last? No, when did you go last? Right down. Lie down, Vita. Lie down. So why I'm asking is that place is a thriving place. So this place is a thriving place. Research is huge. And he retired from there now, but he can't leave. Before the problem we used to push. Okay. I am not much familiar, but I will. So from computer science center? At IISc. I'm most familiar, you see, I was in Goa. So we could take some of those digital economy. And the person whom I have known most that area is Dr. Manu. And he has passed away. And actually, yeah, so. But Rajaram taught me all that. Oh, Rajaram taught you. Something. आजा बेटा जल्दी
ये कंप्लेंट रेज करो, ये इतना डिले टाइम नहीं चलेगा, ये कंप्लेंट रेज करो स्ट्रांगली।
There are 2-3 doctors.
but we don't know whether we.
They are bringing the cardboard. The cardboard will be. Madam, they are bringing the cardboard. What?
Stretcher, ambulance has a stretcher option already. They could have come in and taken something like that. If you want, can I call the ambulance? No. Okay, where are you taking him?
That ambulance is there, no?
हाँ, but कहाँ ले जा रहे हो पूरे? रामैया. हाँ, so neurology department, Dr. Anish.
ಇದು ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ರಿ ಆಂಬುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅದು.
Hello all. I think all of us got a lifetime experience, but I think we need to resume with our work. And the patient and his friend, they have gone to the emergency, and I hope that will be taken care. So I request you all, I know it's not very easy to switch our mood, but I really request you all to come back and resume our activity. Thank you.
Yeah, let's all just do a breathing exercise for 3 times. Take deep breaths. Breathe in with me. Breathe out. Breathe in again. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, please don't worry. So carrying on with the agenda. Next we have Rajesh Yadav and team. So your time, is it working? Okay, your time starts now.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rajesh. I'm from Team Artemis. We are trying to solve a bigger problem for postpartum hemorrhage. The problem is like when a pregnant woman gives birth to a child, they bleed close to around 500 to 1.5 liters of blood post after birth. There are high chances. If you look at the total statistics, around 14 million women can get PPH every year, and which leads to 25% women mortality. And this is one of the, can you just go back? I'm so sorry. So the unmet need over here is we don't have any early diagnosis. We just have to wait for the patient after they bleed a lot, and we don't have any affordable solutions. The current methods, the gold standards right now are drape count. So you look at what is the amount of blood which comes out from the mother, and the heart rate which gives us after like the late onset of once they lost like close to around 500 to 600 ml of blood after that. So we had come up with a solution which is a wearable. Next slide, please. A wearable device which can try to, so it works on 2 different methods where we use photoseismograph and speckle flow system, where we identify the change in blood volume. Using these 2 sensors, we identify the change in blood volume. So basically, PPG tries to identify the mass of hemoglobin which is present, the change over there when there is a blood flow which is happening. Body tries to pump in more amount of water into it, because of which it's a mass reduction. And the change in velocity has also been triggered out from the speckle flow system. So this is very highly, sorry. Can you please go back to the previous slide? Yeah. So we try to keep it as affordable as possible. We provide the devices for free, and then we charge per patient charges. So it's like 100 rupees per patient. If you look at total number of births that happens per day in India, 132 births happen per day. So even if we're able to achieve 10% of the market, we'll have around 13 lakhs. That's a revenue which we can get in per day in case of Indian market. The value proposition, we can easily identify the direct blood loss monitoring. It's a wearable device, very suitable for mother, and they can also control their kangaroo mother care if they have to hold the child. And then it's also centrally logged, so we can easily have 30-40 patients connected and one person sitting there. A single clinician will be able to handle it. So it also solves the problem of lack of doctor to patient ratio. It's extremely portable. If a patient has been brought in with, once the baby is born, then you can directly connect it and then move it to a centralized facility. There also you can easily monitor them. That's all I have. Happy to take any questions if you have. Yes.
What's your go-to-market strategy?
So we will be selling it through the existing distributor channels, where they will have some 50% margin, and we'll sell the devices for free initially, and then we'll charge based on per users which are connected to it.
What kind of team do you have?
So currently it's just a 4-member team. We have a CAD designers and basically a clinician as well as algorithm developers. So with that we have
techies. Is there any marketing person in the team?
I have experience of past experience in developing medical devices and sales, so that will be useful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. Okay, the next team is PA Abhishek. Is the team here? PA Abhishek? Okay. You can change. Okay, your time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I'm Sanchana, this is Abhinav, and that's Abhishek. So first let us imagine a scenario.
A mother rushes a toddler to the hospital after experiencing a trip or in the playground. So the doctor advises for an X-ray. But as we all know, X-ray radiations are harmful and frequent scans can cause long-term effects. And another scenario of a pregnant lady might experience a sharp pain due to a minor injury. And the doctor may request for testing the fractures. But that may cause or harm the unborn baby also. So she is left with a tough decision. And also for the elderly people, frequent scans are necessary. But due to high cost and limited accessibility, it becomes difficult for timely diagnosis. So is there any way to screen for fractures before taking an X-ray?
So our solution is a AI-powered solution which uses infrared cameras, which is used to take the infrared thermal images of the bones, which are easy to detect any fracture, any major, minor swellings and bone injuries. So by using this solution, it will be easy and much safer for kids, toddlers and pregnant women and elderly people to go through the screening process without harmful X-ray. So unlike the traditional method, which is expensive and which contains radiation, our method is safer, cheaper and which gives quick results. And the methodology will be taken over by Vijay.
So the methodology consists we are following weak supervised learning. As a proof of concept, we have already developed a model which predicts whether what happened in the X-ray. So we are integrating with the infrared images. So we are tied up with 2 of the hospitals in Bangalore. So they are been continuously guiding us past 6 months. So we are collecting enough data set. So you may ask why we are collecting data set for 6 months. As we all know, collecting medical related data set consists of many of the compliance which we need to satisfy. And so they are monitoring us and guiding us in these 6 months.
Thank you. Questions from the jury, please.
What kind of contraption is it, and do you require special room, like for radiation you require that room? What is the arrangement and how it is not harmful?
Yeah, sir. To capture these kind of thermal changes, we need a controlled environment. Like we don't need to set up any special kind of environment, but hospitals where radiology rooms are there, we can install these cameras. Like we don't need to deploy new cameras. The existing cameras for cancer detection, FLUR model T560 and T540 are enough to capture these kind of images. So we will be using deep tech DL models like image fusion techniques in order to capture those highly resolution pics of the boneless cells. So final verdict is whether we actually need X-rays for the infants, for the toddlers or not. So as statistics says, X-rays are taken, but only 60% of them are really needed where it can be diagnosed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Next we have Shalu Kumari and team. Your time starts now. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shalu Kumari. So I am here to present on my idea called Digital Graveyard, that is virtual remembrance redefined. Here, the problem is that many people nowadays, they are mostly reside on the online, and most of the time they uses the online platforms. So they leave behind a vast digital contents like their social media profiles, videos, emails and images. So here, the problem being solved is like the unmanaged digital legacies which can be misused, and emotional and ethical challenges which is faced by the family members and their loved ones. How can they preserve it, or they can remember them on the later stages. Limited existing solution like Facebook only have a very static memorization. And who has this problem again with the family and the loved ones? Social media users who want to preserve all the data if they are not present in the world. Then word solving problems like growing digital footprints. By 2060 it is estimated that around 4.9 billion peoples will be like their online profiles will be abandoned, so they have to be managed. Privacy and security risk is also there, such that it can be misused, identity theft can be there. Though the solution is the digital graveyard, it is a secure AI-driven platform where we can preserve, manage and personalize the digital legacies after life. Here we can also integrate the AR, VR and blockchain technology to make an interactive remembrance. Value proposition you can include is interactive memorization, where we can use AR and VR for the real world enhancement. Me being physically present and the deceased person who is no more on the other side will be virtually present, and I can interact with them. There we can use an AI avatar for them, and AI cloned voices which we can extract from their pre-existing voices or videos. So time release capsules will also be there to celebrate their birthday anniversaries, and these are the differentiation others. That is blockchain power technology. It is being used here, which is not being used. So it will provide the security such that the other persons or the hackers cannot hack it. And the core technologies is artificial intelligence, virtual reality and augmented reality, blockchain security, which is a tamper-proof. Other third person cannot. It is the just between the family members and the deceased person will be given. The deceased person will give the consent whom they can just
Okay,
allow.
time to wrap up.
Okay.
Questions from the jury, please.
What kind of competition you are already seeing on the surface? What kind of competitors do you have right now?
Right now, I think like they are very limited to only Facebook. We have very static memorial. Just they'll give you they will remember, like they will remind you someone's birthday is coming around, but they will not give you the interactions. And we have one more, South Korea's digital memorial space. They have taken place, but it's like very expensive. You have only, but here I'm bringing you up to the mobile, like personally experienced. You can personalize the experience between those two. If you want to take it to a very extreme level, very expensive level, then we can go to virtual reality and augmented reality. But other things will be provided in the app itself or website itself.
So this interacting with the deceased.
Yes.
Sometimes it sounds slightly eerie, but it is also very new.
Very new, because many peoples nowadays, like we have already lost many peoples during this Mahakumbh and pandemic. What was happened? We have many things we could have shared with those persons. What if we want to share? We could have sent those sentences at that time. Some regrettable things. So all those things we can just communicate. We can make our life more peaceful and meaningful with the deceased person.
Okay, thank you. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Ajay Gurala and team. Please come on stage. Yeah, the first person on the list. Are you ready? Okay, your time starts now.
Hello, I am Ajay. We are from Centurion University. Our idea is the solution to the world's biggest problem, air pollution. Sridhar will continue from the now.
Okay, hello everyone. I'd like to introduce myself to you. I'm Sridhar Raghavanda. I'm from Centurion University. So the problem we are addressing is air pollution, which kills more people, more than HIV and AIDS combined. And the more air pollution is in the urban areas, which contribute to 75% of the CO2 emissions. but they lack of space for greenery to improve the air pollution. So you might think, who has the problem of air pollution? Everyone in our world has the problem of air pollution. So air pollution in technical terms is known as ambient or outdoor air pollution, which is a major environmental problem affecting everyone. So in 2019, as per the World Health Organization standards, 99% of the world's population is living below the air quality index. In places like Delhi, Mumbai or Lucknow, typically North Indian places, they have the air which is equivalent to smoking 27 cigars a day. So this is highly dangerous and lethal too. So you may, the solution that we are giving is known as liquid trees, which has 600 liters capacity of a microalgae based fluid. So which it uses bioengineered microalgae in a photobionic reactor, which absorbs CO2 and exhales O2. It is also scalable and it needs low maintenance. Along it is also multifunctional, such as it could also double as a space for seating, and it has also the charging cables too. So the value proposition is the microalgae that we have in our Centurion lab is it is 30 to 50 times more efficient than trees at photosynthesis. This is also space saving and urban friendly. You might also ask me why we could not plant trees in Delhi or Mumbai. We lack space and time. We could not wait 20 years to let a tree grow until the level of this thing. The core technologies used in this are single cell freshwater algae, which can grow everywhere.
Questions,
Any
please?
questions, please?
First.
You are blaming all the thing to CO2 here. So by pollution, we also mean the dust, the smoke, the other gases like smog, nitrogen oxides and sulfur oxides and all these things. Your algae can solve only carbon dioxide. So what about the other things?
We are trying to reduce the per person carbon footprint, sir, here. Sir, we also have a typical algae in our lab, which also takes in SO2 and NO2 also, sir.
Algae are many different types, sir.
Further questions? Anyone?
Okay, thank you. So for the second session, the first presenter will be Madhu Kohli, followed by Sridhar Raghumanda and Shivam Dwivedi. Please be ready. Okay, so now Dr. Madhu Kohli is going to present, followed by Shivam Dwivedi, Abhijit Das and Chanchal Verma.
I'll do it. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, is the jury ready? Okay. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody present here. It's Dr. Madhu from Dharwad, MD Secretary, Senior Resident. So the problem which I have brought today here is related to my department, that is psychiatry. So we face a lot of burden in terms of stigma, in terms of patients coming to our outpatient department, even for IPD care. So we face a lot of stigma when patients come into the OPD. And along with that, we have a lot of difficulties because it's a government hospital in terms of storing of information. So we do have a follow-up system which runs through e-hospital like EHRs, but because of some network issues and all, we do face a lot of problems on regular basis. So we would like like to use some AI technologies and develop a model in which we can use first when the patient comes to the first visit, so using their voice changes. So we would like to monitor their voice changes, and along with that we would also take the regular history that we do, and keeping the voice changes as a recording on the computer basis. We would like to use it in next follow-up to see the change in voice modulations, as voice modulations, facial recognitions, and expressions is a major important component of our psychiatric evaluation, because when we see the patient, we do look at the facial expressions more than the history given. So because of that, we try to develop this model, and we'll be using AI models like CNNs or convolution neural networks or recurrent neural networks or natural language processing. So based on this, the AI model is generated, which is stored in the computer. So one of our main aims is also to develop an application or an app through which we can also put on this information, and it will be also helpful for the patient. We do get a lot of very moderately educated or not so educated patients, but as much as we can, we'll try to propagate this idea of an application, which is helpful for us also to look for all the patients, and try to propagate this idea to, if possible, all over India, so that the patient goes to other places also. They can use this voice recording, they can use their follow-up records, and we'll also try to add some follow-up records about the medications. And another plan is also to send them regular basis medications messages, so that they can take regular medications, or they can come to the follow-up whenever the doctor has asked to. And keeping this into the server of the computers of our hospital, it would be very useful for all the doctors in our hospital. And along with that, we would also see the EEGs, MRI changes, all the history that is seen, which is seen in the neural networks given in the between. So this was the proposed idea in our hospital. Thank you.
Questions, please. Questions from the jury?
Lost. What are you trying to solve?
The thing is, because as I said, we face a lot of difficulties in storing information.
Is it only data collection, or are you using this to solve for some of the psychiatric
We are using it mostly to increase the early detection of problems. So because we do find a lot of people who come later on for treatment. So if we can get an early detection using these apps, so it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next, Sridhar Raghumanda and team is not going. So we'll have Shivam Dwivedi and team to present next. Is Shivam Dwivedi here? Okay, next we have Abhijit Das. Please come onto the stage. Quick. You want to present from here?
Yeah, that's okay.
Great. Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My product, as you can see, is a microfluidic device. Why it's important? Total manufacturing cost for each unit is just 20 rupees to 30 rupees. Here is the product. It has 4 layers, as you can see. Now, why it is important? In a couple of years' time, during my PhD, I have communicated with IIT Bombay, IISc, ISCS, and other institutes who are using microfluidics in their lab, and everybody is having same problem, the cost of this device. So my design, a custom microfluidic device for everyone, which is very inexpensive compared to the competitors. Why? Average PMMA microfluidic devices cost around 2000 rupees, and this is the problem I'm addressing. This chamber, as you can see, has 65 holes. It can produce 65 tumors in culture for sustained growth for more than 2 weeks, and the cost of operation is very less because the production is very less, and which gives the flexibility of using this as disposable units. Like you can grow the tumors, as many of them as you want, different experimental conditions as you can control with these flow chambers, 5 experimental conditions to be precise right now. Currently, I am trying to make a chamber of 442 units. One slide capable of this many tumors. So that's the end product. It's cheap, is efficient, and it's accessible and disposable. Thank you.
Questions from the jury, please.
of PMMA here? I presume PMMA is polymethyl methacrylate.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the role of that?
The role actually for a tumor formation, we need a non-adhesive surface. So PMMA is non-adherent to cancer cells or any kind of mammalian cells. So what happens is actually provides the basal layer for tumor growth. This is the individual chamber growth volume. Sandwiching them gives 65 chambers for the tumors to grow. This one offers the liquid enough space to travel, and this is the lid with custom opening, custom holes for the liquid entry and to control the flow rate, fluid volume flow rate. To control the shear volume, that is, if too much flow rate is there, the spheroids or the tumors, whichever is grown, they might rupture. So to sustain or to control the growth, we can customize the openings to simulate and estimate exactly what flow rate is necessary to optimize the tumor diameter required for drug screening, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line, we have Chanchal Verma, followed by Ishika Bhagtani, and Yashumang Deep is, will go next. Sorry? Yeah, he's Abhijit Das. Once again. Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Makhana Minds, and I'm Chanchal Verma. So you all must be knowing about makhana, but I don't know how many of you know about how it is grown and how it is harvested. So it's the traditional makhana harvesting process is very labor-intensive process. It is highly inefficient, and it results in 60% plus seed wastage. So we are developing a solution for extraction, collection, isolation, and storage of the makhana seeds. And we are a team of 2 product designers working in this field. So who will be benefited? So 60,000 plus families who are working in this sector, who are cultivating this crop in North Bihar, the seed processors and the exporters who are working in this field and who are looking for high-grade quality seeds, and the laborers who are diving into the 3 to 6 feet of muddy water body to harvest the crop. So there is a huge opportunity as to only 2% of the seeds meet the export quality. So the seed production can be increased by 2 times. The higher profits will be there for the farmers, and this automation can help in reducing the harvesting time by 70%, and it will also unlock opportunities for the local farmers and the global exporters. So we are currently on the designing and prototyping stage. So our design plan is to design a mechanical solution which is catering to 3 major functionalities. First is scraping the seeds from the water body. Next is collection of the seeds, and then filtering them from the unwanted debris. So it will fasten the process, it will make it more efficient, and it will allow scalability and sustainability. And the most important thing is it is the first of its kind, as there is no existing product in the market. Thank you.
Questions, please.
In the recent budget, there are some incentives for your area, right?
Yes, yes.
How does your startup get helped by them?
So currently we are just working on designing the solution. We are having the concepts ready with us. So we will first make the prototype. After that, we'll look into funding and that part.
With your technology,
yes,
how is it going to affect the makhana seed as such, cost-wise?
Okay, so currently most of the seeds are not meeting the, they are getting damaged while the farmers are harvesting the crop. So around only 2% of the seeds are meeting the export needs or the standards which which is required for making the puff out of that seed. So in that case only, there is a lot of wastage happening out there. If we will make some automation, it will help in taking out most of the seeds out of the water body. And if we are selling more seeds, then more makhana will be produced. So in that case, I think profits will be increased for the farmers and for the exporters as well.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ishika Bhaktani.
Hi, good evening, everyone. As we talk about deep tech, our company, Hasiko, actually dives deep into health of us and the planet. How? I'll just continue. So the product is Grain Sutra, and the most important thing for us today is food, and for in any era and generation. But what ignorance which we have got is that we have got indulgence of outside eating and food deliveries. And unknowingly, we don't know what we are eating along with the food. So we have come up with the solution of providing safe and sustainable tableware material, and that's packaging material too. With that, how safe it is, the problems which we are solving is, first is the agro-food waste problem, which we all know is one of the major problems, and second is microplastics. So one is the problem, second is the opportunity, and we are merging both together to create an impact and create a solution which can solve these both. Why? Because we have seen a lot of studies creating solutions, the research, as we have we have been eating microplastics, and also the animals out the street are also eating plastics. So the solution was to have a safe and non-toxic alternative. That is, we don't have to eat any chemicals along with food. So we utilize this agro-food residues and come up with these Grain Sutra products, which are completely natural food-grade based biocomposite materials, serving the tablewares and also the packaging. And the first prime product is the tea cups, because we are still into the paper-based cups having the plastic linings. And this is not just the product which is being created as mechanically, it is also scientifically backed up. We have also gone all the scientific results to launch it in the market. And the main value proposition, it's made of completely food-grade matrix, and the formulation is under patent. We have also got the business model finalized, in which the price is competitive to what product is already in the market, and the test for physical and the biocompatibility is also being done for this product. The competitively, it is superior from traditionals, and also the biodegradable alternative in terms of cost, in terms of having no plastic or any kind of synthetic chemicals in it. The market is huge, and we have been supported by IT Delhi, BRICS, and Ahmedabad University as of now. The motto of this whole product and project is that the greatest threat to the planet is the belief someone else will save it, and we have already started saving it. And the one more motivation behind me is like, the most important thing is you, and when you exist, the world exists. So take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekshika. Questions from the jury, please.
How are you solving the issue of water ingress into the plates?
Water, so this composite material is having the formulation. We have a formulation of binder, which is the patented formulation. So this binder and this, the agro-food matrix is the formulation which we have made, so that there is no requirement of any coating or any kind of adhesive mixture which can be used in hydrophobic repellents.
What is the cost impact? Is it costlier or cheaper than the
No,
existing
it's
solutions?
existing solutions are the biodegradable alternatives right now, which we have seen the fiber molded products of bagasse and rice husks. So it's comparison to that, not comparative to paper-based, because paper-based are requiring the plastics. So it's comparative to the what is available in market. It's 5 rupees a plate, which is equal to what bagasse plates are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next in line, we have Yash Umangdeep, followed by Prabhav Kumar. Is Prabhav Kumar here? And Vardhaman Lunawat will go next.
Can I get the boot ones, please?
Try connecting, putting over there. Your time starts now.
So, am I audible? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yash Shumangdeep, and joining me are Nehal Jain and Prithvi Kulkarni. The three of us are doctoral researchers in the DBT I3C BRIC RCP PhD program. We are here to pitch for an idea aimed at enhancing the efficacy of in vitro fertilization, or IVF. To understand the gravity of our idea, first we need to understand that of the many factors that can lead to a poor IVF outcome, diminished ovarian reserve, or DOR, is the most potent of them all. As you can see on the right, there is credible data from CDC that suggests that the efficacy of IVF tends to reduce with an increase in the age of female subjects. The effects become more detrimental when DOR is considered to be the major causative agent. Now, we would like to propose an intervention to neutralize or to add counterweight against DOR. So, presenting to you NIPOS, or non-invasive pre-fertilization oocyte selection, a kit that would be utilizing 3 subkits, namely X-Core, a serum or urine biomarker-based diagnostic kit that would have the capacity to segregate females as carriers of an unhealthy or healthy oocyte pool, thereby facilitating enhanced choice making to move further with IVF or proceed for other options like surrogacy or oocyte donation. Next in line is UBOT, an AI/ML-based software package that is intended to scale up the pace of morphometric examination of oocytes. And finally, OVASORT, a diagnostic kit that would analyze biomarkers released by oocytes in their immediate culture media. The UVP of this kit would be robust oocyte quality assessment. Now, talking about the commercialization potential of our product. So, as you can see on the left, there's strong data that suggests there's a significant presence of IVF market in the Asia Pacific, which is predicted to rise by almost $4 billion from 2020 to 2030. Talking about the revenue forecast, according to our initial calculations, the net serviceable obtainable market that we intend to target initially is somewhere around 12 to 15 crores, though we haven't hit the market yet, so the data might change. Now the cost of the 3 kits, X-Core is placed at 3,000 to 5,000, OVASORT at 8,000 to 10,000, and the user license fee for UBOT is 2 lakh per annum. We are still in the ideation phase of our work, and we have presented our idea to BSc Bioness Bioincubator, for which we were critically acclaimed, and we look forward to Bioincubate the same soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next. Yeah.
Did you just cross it? Yeah, this one.
Your time starts now.
Namaste to one and all present here. I am Prabhu Kumar, and today at Urjagri, I would like to represent the voices of the farmers that are struggling to maintain their farms. So, we all know that agriculture is one of the main reasons that human civilization has grown to this level. And even after years of research and innovation, we still use very primitive tools. And it's really alarming that around 60% of the agriculture that's done today is still not done with predictive tools and also advanced technologies that are being developed today. This inherently causes a problem in the efficacy of a nation being able to develop its agricultural produce. So, when you take a stroll through a normal farmland these days, we find that there is a mulch, which is a small plastic lining used to cover the soil. And approximately 80% of the farmland is being covered with mulch. So it got me thinking, why not make a flexible solar cell that can also function as a mulch and give small IoT devices that can be powered by the solar cells so that you can monitor the plant growth. And that's how Urjagri was formed. We at Urjagri would like to provide reliable green energy for smart data-driven agriculture and customize it to tailor for the farmer's need. We can segment our service structure for lightings to small pumps and to fully fledged IoT-based devices that can be relayed to the agricultural institutions for them to give timely updates to the farmers. We're different from others as we are able to produce in-house absorber polymer chemistries under the guidance of Professor Satish Patil, who is the chairperson of SSCU IISc, and we'll be able to make faster and recyclable solar cells for this technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the jury, please.
Couldn't get the architecture of your solution. What is the solution?
Okay. I'll make myself clear. We are trying to make a solar cell that's flexible and also lightweight, so that we can replace a mulch which is commonly used currently in the farm, and so that we can also provide electricity for small lighting purposes and also maybe for smart agriculture. If that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line we have Vardhaman Lunawat, followed by Sushil Raj. Is Sushil Raj here? Okay, okay. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, my name is Vardhaman Lunath. I am 4th year PhD scholar at Center for Sustainable Technology, Indian Institute of Science. The problem which I am addressing is wastewater treatment. Currently we know that India only treats 28% of its wastewater, and there was a news yesterday that Bengaluru has banned the usage of potable water for non-essential purposes. Along that side, the extraction of groundwater has also been increased tremendously. With the current estimated numbers that agricultural demand will also increase in 2050 by 7%, which will also increase the water demand. So to tackle this problem, we have got the solution called treatment at its point source. So whenever you see there is a wash basin, that is a grey water which is easy to treat, but ultimately when it mixes with the sewage water, it becomes tedious and the quantity increases, the treatment becomes difficult. So here what we are doing is we have prepared a screen bar sim, just like a small schematic of wastewater treatment plant. But the USP lies here in the bioreactor. So this is what the bioreactor we have developed. It is under testing. We have dropped down the HRT by 1 hour. So in 1 hour, you can get up to 85% of removal efficiency. So the storage tank is there for 12 liters, where the equalization happens of concentration of the wastewater, and the treatment keeps on going throughout the day. So the only target what we are doing is we are not using any kind of energy. Everything is run under the pressure head and the gravity. So there is a need of aeration, for which we are now developing a solution using piezoelectric sensor, which will keep on aerating your entire system. So this will be carbon neutral, no energy required, nothing. The entire system can be built at a cost of 4,200, which has 25% my profit. And whenever anything goes faulty, you have to just replace it and assemble new, which will come at a cost of 520 to 560 rupees average, considering 30% of my profit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please.
Is it just a filtration thing, or you are?
No, this is bioreactor. So we are treating with the help of biological means, species and all. Pardon, sir?
Scaling.
Yeah. So currently, sir, it is under prototype. We are already testing it. But with respect to scaling, yeah, we have to do several R&Ds. But yeah, currently this is only focused for grey water, but can be used for municipal wastewater also. So what we have used is this one. So you can see this is white patches. This is just after the biological bean which is grown, and they are able to have some anionic surfactant retained on the surface, and some heavy metals, salts which we use in kitchen wastewater also.
The output is a potable water.
Pardon, sir?
Output, is it a potable water?
No, sir. We are creating just a reusable water for non-potable purpose. So indirect ground recharge we can do. We can wash. Use it for washing.
So your direct competitor is STP.
Yeah. So decentralized treatment system, we are trying to avoid that and having a single point of treatment at its point. So you can treat your water, and then after that we have the chlorine tablets for disinfection. When the disinfection is done, you can reuse that water for flushing.
Okay.
So the average standard stands at 200 liters per day per person. So the major here, the everyday person spends around 5 to 10 liters of water in a day. So that we can easily treat every day. And that water will be available for you for other purposes.
Okay, your time's up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Vardhaman. Next in line we have Sushil Raj and team. Your time starts now.
Good evening, jury. This is Neha. Today I'm excited to show our project, which is smart glasses, alongside with my co-founder Sushil Raj. And our mission is bold. We want to eradicate the phones from your hands. Yes, we want to free you from the constant temptation of cat videos and social media. But seriously, we are just 1% away from achieving our goal. And through the innovative smart glasses, We believe that this innovative technology has a potential in revolutionizing the way we interact with the information. We hope you all support us on our mission and help us to make the smart glasses as a new norm. Together, let's put the smart back in the smartphone and make it as variable. And the rest of the
Okay, I can take it over. So, hello jury, I'm Sushil Raj, and I believe my co-founder just introduced you to our innovative smart glasses. We have made significant progress in developing several modules like iris-based mouse tracking systems, and our pipeline also includes exciting features like iris-based payment services. While our current prototype is still a bit bulky, we are actively working on scaling down the size and weight of our product. We are confident that with further refinement, our smart glasses will become a seamless and intuitive part of our day-to-day life. Thank you, Jerry, for your consideration. I hope our pitch has not only informed but also inspired and entertained you. We are passionate about our revolutionizing the way we interact with our technology today. And we are excited to take this journey further. Thank you again, and we look forward for your positive feedback. Hello, sir.
Have you studied the failure of Google Glass?
Yes, sir.
What is it? Because I'm one of the...
Okay. Actually, I don't know the insights of it, but the thing is, our competitors are Meta, Snapchat, and Xiaomi, and Oppo. But they haven't, what they'll say.
You read out the names of the competitors.
Yes.
I'm asking you, what is the fundamental reason why the Google Glass failed?
Why the Google Glass has failed, as in maybe because of the size of the product, and
Absolutely conformal.
okay. So can you please tell me? I'm so sorry. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the next session, the presentations will be as follows. First goes Lokesh Arjun. Is he here? Please show of hands, please. Kaushal Jha, Mallikarjuna, Shivjyoti Kumari, and Undapalli Teja Vivek.
Hello.
One second.
Yep.
Okay, Lokesh, your time starts now.
So good afternoon, everyone. So in today's generative AI era, most of the 80% of companies design and develop PCB through the manual process. So I came with my idea of Quant PCB AI, which is an generative AI for the PCB. So as we humans, so we make mistakes, but that mistakes can cost of thousands of dollars over in industries. That's easy to recover for the big MNCs. For the earlier startups, that cost can't be recovered easily. So if we consider an example of designing CPU PCB, so it will takes us more than 2 months, and other things are testings and checking routings and checking the temperatures, etc. So I came with this solution to design and develop a generative AI model, where you just provide a text prompt to you, like an user will just provide a text prompt. Suppose I want to design a PCB which has a following components: resistor, capacitor, inductor, or some LED and capacitor, LED and battery. Then we will give them a proper 3D models. Like after that, what PCB will look like. And not only that, but we will also give them a Gerber files, which is majorly used for the developing PCBs, which has a schematic and all the routings. And after that, we do all the validations from the ERC to DRC, like electric rule checks to design rule check. And also we will provide them how this circuit will be work. Along with that, we will also provide that like in which vendors are nearby them, they can provide them components, all the necessary things. And also we will provide them a BOM, which is a bill of material, how much they will cost to build that. And the like if you don't have any idea like which components my PCB will be need, so you just give us a name, like I want to develop a charger, so give me PCB model. So we have a large data sets, so we will give you components that's required to design a charger. And if you don't have any like any specific value, suppose I have a resistor but I don't know what will be resistor value, so we will provide you which will be the best suitable value for you.
Please.
Yeah. So in today's world, India is in top 5 list where most of the users use the PCB design software, but not one of them built by the India. So my main motive is like let's build India and world use it. Thank you.
Questions, please.
Here is a targeted customers, those we will. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Kaushal Jha. Kaushal Jha. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Kaushal, and I am the founder of Skillity Solution Private Limited. Skillity believes that every student across the nation deserves world-class skill development facilities which is personalized to their own capabilities. At Skillity, we aim to equip every school across the nation to provide such personalized facility to all of its students. In India, what we have noticed is that school mainly focuses on one-size-fits-all approach. There is no skill development, there is no career guidance, and there is absolute lacking of real-life applications. This is where Skillity comes in. Now let's assume that there are 2 students in class 8. In the first class of Skillity, which will be conducted in school labs, the students will go to psychometric tests which will help us identify their innate abilities. Now let's suppose student A has an innate ability in artificial intelligence while student B has an innate ability in personal finance. So for a minimum period of 3 years, these students will get trained in their innate ability fields via Skillity in school. But the question is, how is Skillity going to train them? So Skillity classes will be conducted in school laboratory for 2 times a week, where a student will be allotted 1 computer. And with the limited duration of 45 minutes of a class, the student will benefit from the following features. Number 1, 10 to 15 minutes of video lectures by Dynamic Pixel, followed by hands-on implementation of their projects which they have learned through the video lectures. Number 3 is quizzes and doubt clearing sessions. Apart from all of this, Skillity also Skillity also promises to give minimum 1 month internship to students of class 9th and beyond. This is how Skillity is trying to convert robot manufacturing schools into skill nurturing hubs. Thank you.
Questions, please.
When do you think, at what age a person is supposed to have, such innate skills that needs to be developed?
Okay, so actually innate skill is something which we get biologically from our parents. So if you are talking about skill development, the new national education policy says that a student from class 6 should start training in field of their innate abilities. So we also start from class 6th. We strictly follow what NEP says because we have to align to them because we are working with schools. Yeah.
Thank you. Next in line, we have Mallikarjuna.
Good evening, everyone.
Your time starts now.
I am Mallikarjunan. My project name is Sleep Well. Oh, sorry. The problem is the residential rental market in India, valued at approximately $20 billion, still faces challenges in accommodating people during a special occasion and peak tourist season. Festivals like Dasra, marriage functions, housewarming ceremonies, and popular tourist destinations often see a surge in demand for rental rooms. Unfortunately, many people struggle to find the suitable place to sleep. And those who do often find the accommodation do not match the value they paid for. My innovative solution is, my innovative idea is to by addressing this issue, I want to utilize the sleeper coach buses as a temporary accommodation. Those mobile units provide the necessary facilities and comfortable sleeping arrangements. This flexible and practical solution ensures people have access to adequate lodging no matter where they are or what event they are attending, effectively tackling accommodation challenges during the high demand periods. In one bus, 30 to 40 people can sleep comfortably. So whenever people gather together, there will be a problem for this accommodation. So by using sleeper coach buses, I want to utilize this. For one day, I am offering this one bus for 15,000 rupees. The cost for me is 6,700 and 8,300 is my profit. So I will invest more in the bus. That's why the profit margin is high for me. That's it. Thank you.
Sir, a sleeper coach bus,
yes, sir.
When you want it to be used for your purpose, why will it be stationary? It will be on the road, no? It will be operating for profit, isn't it?
Yes, sir. But there's a problem in this accommodation also. If we build a building wherever in one place, that time what happens, people need to come to the residential purpose and they have to talk with them and the amount will be, now AI is there. But in village places, at marriage or in housewarming ceremony times, we call friends and families together. But we can't give them a accommodation, means sleeping. There will be a shortage of pillow, mat, and etc. And places will be this. They are adjusting. Oh, so I am also from a village. That's why I have that. Recently, we also did, but I get an idea that sleeper coach buses are using for travel. So I need to use that for the temporary accommodation purpose. Sir, nowadays the mobile bathrooms are there and portable bathrooms are, everything is available in the market. So I need to give the market to them also. So I will utilize those also. Okay, sir.
Next in line, we have Shivjyoti Kumari and team, followed by Teja Vivek, Mohammad Rahil, Venkatappa Reddy, Pooja Gupta and Alka Kumari. Your time starts. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to the jury. I'm an Indian MSME and I supply intricate parts across the country. But a wire EDM machine is often costly and I rely often on others and I don't have a budget to buy such expensive machine. So is there a solution where I can get these parts or I can produce my own parts?
So yes, we have a solution. Wire EDM machine. Wire EDM, which extends for electric discharge machining. What is electric discharge machining? In this process, basically, we use a wire which cuts a product in very precision compared to any other traditional machine. But what are the challenges here? Basically, the normal wire EDM machines are bulk in size, very huge. Normal MSMEs, small scale industries, or educational institutes can't, is not able to keep them. So, next.
We are proposing the idea where we create or we are manufacturing a small scale machine, wire EDM machine, which can be placed on our desktop and be used by the educators, small scale industries, and day-to-day life, which provides small precision cutting parts. This was the first concept of our machine. This is a CAD model, prototype CAD model. We can cut A4 size of material, which is 210 by 295 by 2 inches determined. It is determined to 2 inches. We have designed it by attaching a four-axis mechanism, which can articulate the wire and cut diagonal parts or three-dimensional parts.
So, the main concept of this competition is innovation, impact, and feasibility. So, our innovation is we are converting a 15 lakh big EDM machine to a 2.5 lakh machine for our Indian MSME or any educational institute. Now, since I am a student, I don't know what is EDM. I study only on theoretical. With this, I can practice in my own college that what is a EDM machine. And for feasibility, I can supply it all over the country, all across the MSME people, all across the educational institute. At my home, I can prototype my own model. I don't need to rely on anyone. And feasibility, I can go to a global scale also. Currently in market, there's no one who's playing at this level. Everyone is having a large. So in future, we want a company from India which is only focusing on small desktop machines. And we just need your help. And I would like to conclude. That we received our first fund from Indian Institute of Science Pravega competition. We were placed first, and from Incense we got 12,500. So since we are students, we have a very limited budget. So if we can get your help, we can definitely make up first prototype and launch into the market.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please.
What is your business model?
So a business model is first. This is our market entry prototype. First we launch this. We'll go to the testing R&D. And then, like they say, your first product is not always your last product. So after what we receive, we'll launch a final product.
So our market area is MSMEs, that is small scale industries and educational institutes.
No, have you showcased this to MSMEs?
Not yet, sir. This is in the process. Like, we are still working on it. We checked for it. We researched on it that there are no such machines available in small scale markets, and they really do rely on many other companies, many large scale industries.
So that's our pitch. Anything else? Any questions in the audience?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Undapalli Teja Vivek. Your time starts now.
Good evening, respected dignitaries. We are Teja Vivek, and we have a problem on asthma and COPD. As asthma, we done a lot of research on that asthma and COPD. We know that the 33% of global population is mainly affected with asthma and COPD. Among that, 4,57,000 members are died annually. India, 35 million asthma patients mainly have suffered, and 55 million patients of COPD are mainly suffered. The death rate of the 12% is increased in India. The factors mainly increase of the death percent is mainly high misuse of rate. 80% of asthma patient does not know how to use the inhalers. And the forgottenness, the 50% of the patient mainly forgot to take in time. This may lead to the hospitalization and several effects. So for that, we take a solution called smart inhaler. In that smart inhaler, we are inputted with AI powered analytics, real-time tracking, and smart remembers. The future mainly we provided are IoT sensors, connectivities, and AI analytics. The market potential is mainly for the, we already discussed that 35 million patients and 55 million COPD patients in India. We grab that and subscription methods and partnership methods and retail prices, we grab the market. And the competitive advantages is mainly for the real-time feedback, daughter patient monitoring, and AI insights. Any questions? Sir?
AI do in an inhaler?
Sir, mainly the inhaler uses for the patients are misused, sir. They overdose it for puff coat is made for 5 to 6 times per day. If they got that, they become unconscious so many times. For that reason, we analyze AI. If we given the data, if a patient, a patient with 55 kgs and cardio problem, then the same data, if another patient will have, then it gives the data, but how many times he can puff count and how much of dose the inhaler will release it. That's why we inserted AI, sir.
Right, thank you. Next up, we have Mohammad Rail and team. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rahil. As we all know that many people with disabilities suffer from lack of mobility. The basic thing provided to them is a wheelchair. So in a basic wheelchair, there is a lack of multiple controlling options, limited health monitoring features, and lack of smart navigation, and there is no real-time emergency alert. So whenever a person is in emergency, though there is no real-time emergency alert for them, which can lead to several injuries, and sometimes it leads to death. So we are here with our solution of a smart wheelchair with extra features, which has multiple controlling options and health monitoring features, which can monitor oxygen level, blood pressure, sugar, and we have real-time emergency alerts, which will send an emergency message to the registered mobile number and sends the live location to the controller. And we also have a unique feature of routine-based automation. It stores the person's daily routine activity and performs according to that to its predefined time. So the ratios and the numbering will be explained by Nikhil.
Good evening, everyone. So according to the 2021 census, 1.4 billion people are having disabilities all over the world, and in India 26.8 million people are having the disabilities. In 1.4 billion people, only 131 million people are using the wheelchairs. The needs are more, and the access is very less due to higher in cost and not affordable by the people. So we are here to provide a smart wheelchair with more features and more accessibilities by an affordable price. Thank you, sir. Any queries? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Venkatappa Reddy. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, dignitaries and the members. As we've seen in recent times, nowadays many medications fail to expect therapeutic response, like due to poor absorption and dosage issues and lack of monitoring. The absence of real-time monitoring makes drugs efficacy undertakes and unpredictable and risky. For that, we came up with the solution: smart pills, AI integrated smart pills. Using this AI integrated smart pills, we can alter and monitor the data of drug absorption. We can use nano sensors and wireless transmissions, AI powered analytics for that real-time monitoring drug absorption, and we can use key features nano sensors through wireless transmission, AI powered analytics, and real-time alters. For that, competitive advantages, it is high cost in other countries and not available in India. As we seen, this is limited to psychiatric drugs, and that diagnostic purpose only AI smart pills are introduced. That's it, sir. Any questions?
are these smart pills administered, and how do you dispose them off? Are they disposable?
Yes, sir. They are disposable. They are biodegradable nanosensors we use, sir. How then we administer to oral route, and the biodegradable nanosensors will eliminate through excretion, and they will eliminate out, sir.
Your prototype is ready?
We are under working, sir, and we not have a AI specialist. We combine with AI.
At least the communication has been established?
Yes, we still working, sir.
No, communication with the smart pill has been established?
Just working with the AI analyst, and later we'll, sir. Yes.
The treatment, I mean, in the diagnosis of ulcer also, same methodology is used with the cameras and all that. So that
Not camera, sir. Only sensors.
No.
Mm.
Camera is also a sensor.
Oh, yes,
Small sensor. Just put that. Those and then the pacemaker. All these suffer from. Our friend will agree with me. The cyber security issues.
Yes, sir.
Because anything that transmitted out. Okay.
Sir, these AI sensors just monitor the data, sir. That not alter the.
It monitors the data, but it has to send it out outside, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It can't remain with it. Otherwise, there is no need for a smart pill. It
Yes,
has to
sir.
send out so that the analyst will know what is the problem.
Yes, sir.
So that is where the security risks are there. I don't know whether you are looking.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Pooja Gupta. Oh. Can you just hold it? Your time starts now.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, I'll introduce Dr. Pooja Shailendra Lakshmi Gupta. So I have, so my problem is I have modified a device which is used in a wide medical field, like post-operative patients, for patients who go under any type of a surgery, patients who have lung conditions, and patients who go for fitness purposes. So like pollution and COVID has hit, so we have a lot of times we have reduced lung capacity. So in my practice, I've seen a lot of patients who were visually impaired, who had blindness, who had children who were unable to perform the device, the old age people who are not able to use the original device which is there in the market. So what I did, I converted this device into auditory and a kinesthetic feedback device. So basically this bigger piston moves, it gives an auditory cue. So as it raises higher to the piston bar, it will increase the auditory feedback. And here is the sustenance phase, so it will give a kinesthetic vibration at the handle. So it gives a visual, without the visual feedback, the patient gets a cue that he or she is able to use the device efficiently without any need of independence. So that is what I'm targeting. So if we see for the, how do we solving the problem, if we see for the statistics wise, total blind population is 37 million. And in India, it's about 2.4. And China and India together composites of 49% in the world. So if you see for the statisticals, it's a larger population which has been neglected to through this medical device. Then my solution, as I said, that I have converted it into kinesthetic and auditory feedback, and also it improves the quality of life of the patient. It makes them independent. They are very feasible to use the device, and then it improves their lung capacity also, and they are not neglected out of the health services. And how it is differentiated from the other devices, because the other devices are more of a visual feedback device. There are multiple aspects in that, but all are visual feedback device. So they are not giving any feedback to the patient how they have to do. So they need an assistance for that. So not just the blind population or the impaired population, this can be benefited by the entire population through these devices. So the core solutions and technology that is used is sensors and IR based. So that is what is this. Thank you.
Questions, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alka Kumari and team, followed by Nihad Ahmed. Please be ready. Ready? Oh, okay. Did you connect? Why is not full? Your time starts now.
So, hello everyone. We are Wave Cycle. And as you can see, today also we are using plastic. And this plastic, almost more than 300 million ton we produce annually. This is and I guess everyone here present want to get rid of this plastic waste or plastic population, right? So, and the other major, as a developing country, we are facing is the depletion of fossil fuel. So what we can find something, so we can convert this plastic waste into a fuel. So that's what we are trying to do here. And for that, we are using ultrasound assisted, low frequency ultrasound assisted pyrolytic reactor that can depolymerize mixed type of plastic into the biofuel like gasoline, diesel, and other tar. And by the technique, and our main core is to make this process efficient and cheap. So the process will be described.
Hi, I'm Akshay. So the plan is to accelerate the pyrolytic reaction with the low frequency, high intensity pulse sound waves. The array of bulk piezoelectric transducers will be used to generate these high intensity sound waves. And the phenomena I'm going to explain, the standing waves that will be generated from the transducers will be generated inside the bioreactor while the pyrolytic reaction is taking place. So thousands of the cavitation bubbles are introduced inside this bioreactor due to the standing waves. And these cavitation bubbles are going to collapse and act as a miniaturized thousands of reactors, which will be responsible for accelerated pyrolytic process. Just to finalize, basically integration of ultrasound and pyrolysis increase biofuel yield and improve overall efficiency. So yeah, we are here to create sustainable futures. Thank you.
And this is the device, ultrasound device we have developed in lab, low frequency ultrasound device.
Thank you. Yeah, see, all major energy companies like Shell or even Reliance here are looking for similar things for making fuel from anything which is waste like plastics.
Yes.
Have you checked their patent database?
We have checked it. They have used the pyrolytic reactors are there in the market, and even one study at which they are using the microwave assisted pyrolytic process. But that experiment was successful at the lab pilot study. But at large scale, it was unsuccessful because of the cost and all these things. So the ultrasound based things are not there in the market anywhere in whole world.
So generally microwaves decays like
with time,
with distance, with the function of distance quickly.
Yeah.
But the sound waves, like if we use lower frequency, it will propagate. Yeah, we are currently using it for sonar, so sound waves we can use for this process.
Uniformity will be maintained.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the energy consumption?
Yeah, this machine actually pyrolytic total process conventional method, we use 300 to 600 degree temperature. But by this ultrasound method, we can reduce this temperature a lot. Almost I was just studying literature, and almost 60% of energy we can reduce it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nihad Ahmed. after which we'll go for a short break. Ready? Your time starts now.
A very warm welcome to one and all present here and the distinguished panel of judges. We are Team Medicine and I am Nihad Ahmed and I am joined by my teammates Shivank and Pranav. Since we are running out of time, let's get right into it. In India, the major populations resides in the rural areas.
And yet about only 20% of the healthcare professionals are available to them. And rural occupants need to have to travel anywhere between 30 to 100 kilometers on an average for basic healthcare facilities and diagnostics.
Although telemedicine has grown 38 times post-pandemic, they still rely on video call consultations and everything, which which neglects on-site diagnostics and medication access to these people.
This is where we step in with our solution, TelAI.
So really moving on, before getting into the actual product or actual solution proposed, we'll see what are the challenges faced. Well, actually it's a spectrum of challenges which can be narrowed down to 3 major points, which is lack of healthcare facilities and infrastructure, geographical and financial barriers, and lack of awareness of preventive care. And you might think who faces these problems, right? So basically it's pregnant women, elderly people, disabled people, and certain rural communities.
And if you talk about why does this happen and everything, and if you just take a look at the statistics, you see that medical specialists are mostly concentrated in the urban areas for about 80% and 20% only in the rural areas. And if you think about how many people are able to access these medical healthcare facilities and everything, it's just roughly about 58% of the total rural population that's being able to access these facilities. And that's when we have our solution being proposed.
And now, the solution being proposed, let me walk you through the solution. Ours is a telemedicine, AI-infused telemedicine kiosk. So we have all interacted with the ATM kiosk. So how we interact with it, we just insert a card and we get the cash back. And that's a similar process. A patient initializes consultation conversation, and the AI analyzes the data according to the health records and the previous health records, and it provides meaningful information. And our core technology includes artificial intelligence, ML models, and IoT.
And if you think about how do we stand out from the standard telemedicine and everything, because we implement these particular advanced technologies in the current market, that's how we stand out from the standard telemedicine kiosks and everything. And if you think about the benefits that are being given, it not just benefits the patient, but it also benefits the healthcare providers at the end of the day because of the data-driven insights, as well as instant diagnosis for the patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please?
Questions?
Sure.
Good value addition, but have you interacted with practicing doctors who are familiar with telemedicine?
Yes, sir, sure. Like we have actually interacted with quite a bit of doctors who are actually not well-established doctors, but who are in the field. Like
With the clinics and much more lower. Yes, so we have interacted with them as well, and they've given their own insights as well as to how it's difficult to convince the people in the real-time market. But after getting their insights is when we actually changed our strategies and how we tried. We just came up with a solution of how can we convince these particular doctors and how can we scale this particular product as well in the real-time market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll all go for a short break and reassemble in 5 minutes. So after that, the presenters will be starting with Agnik Paul. Show of hands, please. Then goes Abhirupa and team. Abhirupa. Gaurav Paul. Kirutik. Jai Kishan Kumar. Followed by Mangal Gauri. Parimala Yashashwini, Nivedita Tiwari, Sanjana, R. Sanjana, R. Sanjana, okay, Govind, Pehel, Lokeshwari, Nikita, and then Niket Kumar Jha and Ujjwal. Where's Ujjwal? Okay. Please disassemble for the recess and assemble back in 5 minutes exactly. Okay. Washrooms are towards the back of the auditorium. Yes. I mean, there.
We don't, we are waiting for confirmation, but be ready for evacuation. But don't move from your place, just hold on. Because of the construction, they're expecting that there is a false alarm. Subhan has gone to check. Just give us a minute.
Keep the doors open.
We got a confirmation that this is alarm, false alarm. There is no real danger. Please continue to sit. Please, everyone sit. Ananya, can you please call out the team names? Apologies for the inconvenience, but that is because of the construction work that is going on.
Please be seated. First goes Agnik Paul. Next is Abhirupa. Is Abhirupa here? Gaurav Paul. Please raise your hand. Kiritik, Jay Krishan, Mangal Gauri, Parimali Ashashwini, Nivedita. Is Nivedita Tiwari here? Okay. R. Sanjana. Then goes Govind. Then goes Pahel. Then Lokeshwari. Followed by Nikita, Niket Kumar, and Ujjwal Kumar. You need your laptop. This is fine, right? You sent it. Yeah. To all the teams, again, a gentle reminder as we are running severely out of time. Please keep it under 2 minutes and 1 minute for questions. Only one question, strictly. Agnik Paul. You need a mic? No, I don't need. Okay. Okay, your time starts now.
Yeah. So, hello jury. We are here to present a gentle idea. Let's say we are facing nowadays many issues, many kind of accidents and many kind of deaths due to new smart cars in the smart industries and the factories. Why? Because of the systems which are very professionally trained to do the hard works, and sometimes there are like uncertain circumstances comes, and sometimes the system can't operate that on a good level. Or let's say there is a latency between the occurrence, so that the cases happen and the consequences happen. But for that we can't stand someone responsible because it's an accident. But we can surely reduce them. So for that we are coming with the Edge AI. So our main problem is that currently when we are running any systems, we are making any AI generated calls or something, we are using a centralized system for that. And a centralized system is useful when you have a different variety of case studies. Let's say today I'm doing a case study, tomorrow I'll do a research, third day I'll do something else. So for that, if I'm using a centralized server or something, that's more beneficial. But let's say in industries who wants to protect the data, their connectedness, and every day they have the same work to do. They have the same matters. There, for that, the safety is important. For that, their production capacity important. So they can build their custom AI dependencies with us. We make lightweight AI models. On that, the companies can rely on, and afterwards they can process it to reduce latency and give better results to the society.
Questions, please.
Hello, yeah. Your whole presentation seems to be moving around latency. So I have a question for this on this latency. See, today nobody is storing the data just like that. Okay, to reduce the latency, addressing the same problem, they store it in what is called metadata. So if a particular metadata has to be explored more, then it is directed to the other server so that the latency is drastically reduced. So how you are competitively placed when you are going to be harping only on latency?
We are not running only on latency. It's like when I want to address some issues which is more related to the time management or the response time of the server to the client or the client to the server communication, that is latency. But sometimes it's not only about the latency. Sometimes AI models are not trained enough for a particular scenario, because if many companies and the factories have their custom work cases, and AI models can't be trained on the personal data, and sometimes companies are not willingly want to share their data with some third-party AI companies. So they want to build their own system which can predict the analysis, and it will be with their in their local server. So they can customize it as they want, and they can improve it on their services as well. It was like I was trying to build on a test case, so the test case consumed my time, so I didn't got the time to explore it much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your time, sir.
Next comes Abhirupa and team. Your time starts now.
Good evening everyone present here. Myself Roshni SV and Abhirupa here to present on the vision on empowerment of rural youth and entrepreneurship and startups on early age. Our problem statement: skill development and employment in Indian rural landscape holds immense tapped potential. However, a significant challenge persists: skills development and unemployment. How we can equip young minds in rural areas with a relevant skill entrepreneurship mindset and sustainable opportunities that need to thrive.
Our beneficiaries are the young minds who represent the future of rural India. By solving this problem, we can ignite a spark of innovation, smart technologies, and explore incubator programs, develop entrepreneurial ideas. Build Bloom is a comprehensive strategy with 4 key pillars. 1. Turning classrooms into launchpad, introducing the knowledge of startup at a very young age, maybe at the age of, at the class of 8th standard, making it as a core subject. And then creating innovative labs with AI, VR or AR technologies to feel it in a real time, and then incubators in each and every panchayat, or movable incubators or online incubators for more efficiency in large scale and small scale, both in schools and colleges, so that at an early age, students will be experiencing incubators in real time. They will be able to gain knowledge of problem solving and etc. And then creating collaborative platforms. Build Bloom is about bridging the gap between the theory and practice. We aim to move beyond traditional route learning and provide students with practical experience. The holistic approach will empower them not to seek job but to create them. Thank you. And we are mapping this goal with the sustainable goals such as 4 and 9. 4 is quality education and 9th goal is innovation infrastructure. Thank you.
So your objective is very laudable. It will have a lot of impact, but what is the innovation? What you seem to be doing is a mission, a logistical mission that you will implement. But is there a specific idea and innovation why you will be able to do it more effectively than the others?
Actually, we will be creating an online incubator platform where students can have interaction sections with mentors like successful entrepreneurs, develop their problem solving skills, and then in need, if we are creating some, like in schools, it is often that they create science exhibitions like, so they award prizes and just they stop over there. But if the idea is relevant, through mobile incubators or movable incubators, we can make a prototype using their ideas in a very early age, and we can even promote it if it is feasible and it really gives an impact to this nation.
So that platform is your innovation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have you done any test case?
No, actually, only we have prepared the idea. So within a month, we need to take a survey, so where it is needed and how feasible we can make it so that people will be easily accessing to it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next we have Gaurav Paul and team. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, we are Cybersecure India, which is a cybersecurity research startup. I'm Isri, a fellow of Stanford University's Deliberative Democracy Lab. I'm pleased to introduce the co-founders of CSI, who are Gaurav Paul and Abhijit Chatterjee. They come up with the wealth of knowledge in startup ecosystem, as well as security-backed research. Which is also our pitch is related to threat intel exchange for India like never before, leveraging blockchain and AI technologies in the most innovative way possible. Over to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thanks, Isri. So, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so before I go into explaining some of the problems in threat intelligence, I just wanted to explain what threat intelligence actually is, right? So, basically threat intel is a centralized repository of cybersecurity threats that's shared by different companies, government organizations, as well as public data, as well as deep web, right? So, but the problem is that 95% of the threat data remains siloed in organizations, and there are centralized platforms like IISc, which in the security field people know that most of these data are tempered, and there are very selective sharing, and there are also third-party exploitation. So small businesses and developing nations like India don't have access to premium threat data, so we are solving with.
Yeah. So we are coming up with a decentralized threat exchange platform where we are collecting the data, threat metadata from multiple sources like VirusTotal, Deep Web, and also the user submissive threats. And then it comes to a AI platform. We are actually detecting those threats to find their authenticity, and we are also scoring the threats based on the severity. And when we find that this threat is real, we are also creating a blocks in the blockchain so that data cannot be tempered. And right now we are using the publicly available open source LLMs like Llama 3, and we are also building our in-house racks. We are also already doing a pilot with one of the Indian companies called JioHotstar, and how we are charging, we are not charging yet, but we are planning to charge based on the subscription, based on the threat feed. So we are yet to come up with a pricing plan for that. Thank you. We are open for questions.
And also, I'm pleased to tell that we had a very good opportunity to present our pitch before the Honorable Prime Minister of India, before him, in the National Youth Festival, VBYLD.
Question, please.
So if you're a company or if you're an organization, Indian organization, suppose if we look into our public organization like ISRO, right? They cannot trust a thread database which is managed by US companies. And if you're one company, if you're collecting the data in a centralized threads, it could be like, suppose if you're a vendor, right? And if that vendor has some vulnerability, now that vendor can pay me, right? Once a threat is published, they can pay me, they can bribe me to modify the thread's data. And if I have access to the server, I can do it. So if I do this, there is no transparency, and it's not ethical for the subscribers who will be paying for that.
Yeah,
So
ISAC is quite well known for dominated by the vendors who are paying them and then decoding those data.
So if we already create a block in the blockchain, so once the data is published, you can't tamper. So if you want to modify that, there will be another version. So you can always trace back what was the original source.
The blockchain will bring in more trust.
Yeah.
But the tampering part, unless you know personally what is happening in ISAC, I don't know whether you can authentically say that.
Yeah, I know that. Like, yeah, I didn't work with ISAC yet. So yeah,
With ISAC.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So I am keen to know, because if there is something going there, I don't want my name to be associated.
Yeah. So this is just to bring another level of transparency as we are like moving to a digital world, right?
You can be a competitor.
Yeah.
But not at the expense of somebody else.
Yeah.
So if ISAC is genuinely doing it, please bring it to my attention.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kirutik, followed by Jay Kishan and Mangal Gauri. Please stand over here.
Laptop.
No. Your time starts now.
Mic or camera?
Your time starts now.
Good evening to everyone. I am Karthik from second year CSC from Kongu Engineering College, E-Road, and this is my teammate Hari Karthik. And our product GeoT is basically a geolocation based attendance tracking mobile application and a workforce management tool. From there, we are calculating the location data of the user by marking the attendance. Our product solves the traditional method problems like inaccurate data, then infrastructure dependency problems and real-time location data problems. And our major problem solving industries are large-scale industries like Sipcart and large-scale organizations like GAIL and remote-based and hybrid-based workforce employments. And the International Labour Organization stated that the workforce market value is subjected to rise at $7.4 billion in the year of 2024, and the workforce employees rate would be 50 million around in 2027. So that would be the worth of solving this problem. Let me show my product.
As my friend said, this is not simply an attendance tracking system, it's a workforce management tool. We can calculate the total work hours and where the geofencing technology is used to ensure the user is presented in the designated location. Our algorithm is a minimum box rectangle algorithm. We are in process of getting a patent of it through our college. We are implementing a bounding box algorithm which requires two coordinates, top left and bottom right coordinate, which calculate the time complexity of coordinate per comparison, which can be included in SQL or JavaScript or Java. In any platform it can run very quickly. So it is very convenient and conventional for mobile applications to enforce the geofencing. And this kind of technology can be used in a company without an infrastructure. I can like a startup company operate in different corners of the world. You can fix the location of the employee and monitor their work condition based on their locations. Infrastructure is not the matter of the location problem.
Time up. Questions, please.
Do you require the assistance of the target or the user whose geolocation that you would like to monitor?
user's location, sir.
Yeah, okay, that's what I mean.
Google, we using Google
But
Maps
suppose
API.
somebody denies that one, because there is a provision these days to deny your location.
Yes, sir.
If someone is switching that on, how does your thing overcome
So
that?
it cannot, you cannot enter the app without running on the location, sir. The location is a must to enter the app.
Okay. So that means your app has to be first ingested into the, the device, then you become a part
Yes,
of the
sir.
network.
So it requires strong internet connection. We are working on Firebase data model to offline ensuring method.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jay Kishan. Okay, your time starts now.
Good evening to all. My name is Jay Kishan here. So my idea is to develop an app here. So I'll just go to the last slide. This is my idea. So I want to develop an app which states that when we take a camera and show it in front of a LED bulb or an LED instrument which is emitting certain radiation. So we have to find the safe distance at which we have to move away from, or it should say which risk category it is falling under. So the main idea for this to go ahead is we have found that certain radiations are coming out of the LED, and it is as per IEC 62471 standard, which is a European standard, which is done 15 years back. They have done certain research and shows that LEDs emit certain risk hazard to the human eyes and the human health, human skin. So that's why we have we are using a lot of LEDs in everyday life. So when you wake up, you are just seeing the phone, then go to the desktop in the home, then again go to the office and see the desktop again. So the safe distance is almost 20 mm or 25 mm, and the time also is there. So if you are using the mobile phone after 3 hours, the retinal gets damaged, and that is observed here. So that is why this app is needed, so that it is useful for the public community, and it's safe. Generally, in India, this is not mandated. So, but in US, it is a very mandatory test which is carried out by all the LED products, especially in the medical sector. So, for the safety of the public and the human health, this app will be useful for the community. So that is why we are planning. So already we have collected some 66 samples from across the India. So some samples are there: TV, monitors, mobile phones, normal LED bulbs. So what I shown you, what I shown you was the 7 watt and 9 watt LED, cool white and warm white. So which is yellowish in color, it's warm white, and blue color is cool white. So they are emitting blue light hazard and retinal thermal hazards. So that is very unsafe for the human eyes and the skin. Okay. So that is the plan, and this is the agenda we plan for Viksit Bharat 2047. So how we have to go ahead. So already the samples are being collected. The process is we are using AI-based convolution neural networks by getting data of lumens using LM79 test and radiation emission test from EC CISPR standard, and with the thermal imaging process, so that we don't miss the data out. So that since it's a supervised machine learning process, so the app has to be pakka. So that's why we are using this process. Thank you.
Questions, please.
So you said that it is already mandatory in the US and some other countries. So are there not already solutions for solving that problem or complying with that requirement in those countries?
Sir, it is there, but still the radiations are coming out. To be frank, in India, the US manufacturers are testing at my place. So we are the only person in India who has this test facility, which is the photobiological test setup, which we have taken from UK actually. Basically, it's a double monochromometer setup. So basically, it tests the intensity as different wavelengths, but still it fails. For example, GE Healthcare is a very big company.
Is that your solution is better than the solutions that are prevailing. So will you be able to export to those countries?
Yes,
now?
we'll be able to make it better. So we are enhancing the existing setup. It is 80 lakhs. You can't buy 80 lakh setup for it. If a simple app, if it is possible, or a tool, or if you have any equipment which you can make using the supervised machine learning data, it is definitely useful.
Better solution at a lower price.
Yes, definitely.
That's the value proposition.
And to be frank, there are many LED products which is coming up. Nobody is making LED in India. Basically, everything is coming from outside country. I don't want to name the country here. So, and most of the products are I mean, in a very wrong product labels are being given. For 15 watts, they are giving 5 watts, 3 watts. They are cheating the customers. So it is not right. So when you go and buy an LED product, so just take a mobile phone and app, just show it and say whether it is safe or not.
Okay.
That is more than sufficient. That is the idea, sir. Yeah.
Time up. Thank you. Next we have Mangal Gauri, followed by Parimala Yashashwini, Nivedita and Sanjana. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. So our problem statement is like around 1.1 trillion liters of water is being wasted globally. And then we focus on utilizing the wastewater which are wasted in agriculture, domestic, sewage to treat those water and use it for potable and reusable form. We came up with, coming from biotech background, we came up with a solution to use algae, that is a microalgae, Pseudomonas dimorphus. We incorporated that algae to a nanofilm to produce biofilm. From there, we can treat wastewater and then reusable to in a reusable form. That can be utilized in the agriculture, generating and using pesticides and all.
So coming to the process technology, like we have come up with the innovative solution with implementing 3 technologies. One is IoT, the other one is nanotechnology and the biotechnology. So this is the RBC bioreactor, that is rotational biological contactor. So from here the wastewater is fed into the bioreactor. So these are the multiple discs where it is present. So at the last disc we are coating algae. Upon the algae we are coating nanomaterial, that is carbon nanotube. So when the water comes in contact with the algae, it takes up uptakes the nutrients from the water and releases some substances to the nanomaterial and forms a nanobiofilm. So that helps to clean the water and releases to the settling tank. So here it is showing a settling tank and we are placing the centrifugation to separate the clean water and the suspended water particles. So here in between we are placing the sensors. So detect the rotation speed of the disc, so that we'll be monitoring the film here. So that is what our concept. Then after whatever the byproducts is there from the release from the algae, we are converting them to use for the biodiesel. It can be biofertilizers, pesticides, or even for in the pharma industry also. So that is the main process how it happens. So taking from the metal salt solution, it reacts and forms into it undergoes bioreduction and forms into a capping stabilization, forming into a nanomaterial. So this is whatever the process involved. And coming to the point of this, what we are analyzing the customer points, how it's a very good solution, and that is our that table explains about the competitive differences because it's already existing. The one is the algae biofilm, but we are looking into algae nanobiofilm, which has a great efficiency, I can say. And this is our business model. Whom we are approaching is the first thing is municipal wastewater communities. Then it can be agriculture industries, industrial wastewater treatments, those things. And coming to the revenue point, whatever the investment we are doing to build in this plant, we are getting back. How? Because of the production of the byproducts. So byproducts we are converting into commercialization. That is, we are developing into biofertilizers, biopesticides, and pharma industries. So this is what our solution explains.
Yeah, thank you. Questions, please.
Yes, sir. Coming to the current companies, they are looking into the algae biofilm, but we are looking into algae nanobiofilm. So it gives more efficiency than compared to the existing thing. And they are not getting any byproducts from that. Because of the nanomaterial, we are getting byproducts from the algae, so that we can make it into revenue also. So it is like both the ways.
Yeah, developing into pesticides as biopesticides and utilizing for the other purpose in agriculture.
Okay, thank you. Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up we have Parimala Yashashwini and team.
Press on more.
Yeah. Your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected jury, and my fellow entrepreneurs, I am Parimala Yashashwini and I am representing Team Sarvam. I am here to not pitch an idea, but pitch a movement. Sarvam is mostly about Kumbh Mela, We also take part in Kumbhathon. There's a competition that held in Reva Nest. We are also at the incubation stage of the app. This is an app for all the pilgrims that are attending this Kumbh Mela. And in May 2025, this year, from 12th to 24th, we have Saraswati Pushkara that's going to held. In this app, they'll get registered, which will track their location. And in the area, if they get so many numbers registered, it will mark as a crowded area, which people will get noticed. I'm here with urge of disguise to tell you that I lost many of my members not coming back home. We go there with a lot of devotion, and some of them don't return back home safely. And this app ensures their safety, getting them way back to home. With navigation, with one click of SOS that connects them to the nearby volunteer and nearby healthcare center. So we have Pushkaras that's going to held every year. Like this year we have Saraswati Pushkara, and next year we have Yamuna, and next year we have Godavari. So this continues. And we have to ensure the safety, and this is not just for tomorrow. This is saving today for tomorrow. So any questions, jury?
Will there be any value addition if your app is loaded into a drone?
Kind of, but in my app, you will be noticed. Like you can navigate where you are, and it will also guide you to the nearest exit also. Like you can look at your phone, or like how many people are there around you, on which ghat is so much of crowded, and you can migrate to another ghat if that area is crowded.
Drone has two components, one the flying component, another one is the ground component.
Yeah.
So if this is integrated into the ground component, then wherever you feel there is a crowd, as given by the app, it can be used as a controller for controlling the drone to fly over that area and pick up more information.
Yes, sir, but in crowded areas, I guess that's not well accurate. So in mobile app, you just have to dial a number and register how many numbers are there along with you, so that it'll show you in a map where you are and how many people are surrounded by, and also crowded areas, nearest exit. Yeah.
So the main issue is, even though there are many drones, they are not coordinated.
Yes, sir.
As a result, what is picked up by one is not able to be amplified by the next one.
Yes, sir.
So I am looking at if there is a value addition through your app, which when loaded onto the ground controller, will improve the efficiency.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can work on that.
No, this concept, have you tried it with anybody or in a small scale?
Yes, sir. We are actually collaborated with Kumbhathon. There's a competition that's held in our university almost like a month ago. We are actually collaborating with them, but it's not possible for us to work along with them currently for Kumbh Mela. So we are trying to focus this on Saraswati Pushkara that's going to held in May. Yes, sir, sure, sir. We're working on that.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nivedita Tiwari. Your time starts now.
Ever tried working from home while a full-scale construction project is going on in the neighborhood? Or ever tried sleeping through the noisy, honking neighborhood? We have all been there. Hello, I am Nivedita Tiwari. I am an MTech student at Mechanical Engineering Department at IISc, and today I present you all a simple, stylish, yet effective solution, Serene, curtains for a quiet space. So, unlike traditional curtains which rely on heavy fabric and also offer minimal noise reduction, Serene leverages on nanofiber technology, 3D spacer fabric and air gap engineering to absorb, diffuse and block sound. It is integrated on a horizontal collapsible skeletal frame for easy movement, and also it is attached on the inner side of the window on a panel, leaving no gaps unlike the traditional curtains do, so to ensure soundproofing. Compared to the acoustic panels which needs permanent installation, and compared to the electronic devices, electronic noise cancelling devices, which are very costly and also requires power for their working. Our plug and play textile innovation provides superior noise reduction and also without compromising the aesthetics. Its replaceable elements, that is the outer fabric and the accessories, allows customization and longevity, while the slide. While the fiber inner fiber acoustic fiber composition, the layering techniques, these are IP protected and will give us a strong competitive edge. And the best part is, it is not only limited to our homes, this can be extended to schools, colleges, hospitals, and luxury hotels, and also to transient spaces such as train coaches, where reducing noise will increase the comfort. So, by eliminating the trade-off between aesthetic, convenience, and effectiveness, we are taking over the soundproofing industry one window at a time. So, are you ready to turn down the noise and turn up the comfort? So, let's make it happen. Thank you.
Any questions?
Nivedita, I am ready to buy this, but you have to tell me how much more expensive is it going to be?
Sir, actually, it has no power. It just is integrating a 3D spacer fabric.
No, I'm saying if I am paying 100 rupees for the existing curtain, how much more will I pay for serene curtain?
So you will pay around, see, we have calculated for a normal big size window, we will pay around 6,000 rupees. 6,000.
Percentage wise, what is the increase in the cost?
So percentage wise,
existing you are using a fabric.
Sir, in usual normal class society, people are now ready to buy 14,000 rupees curtains for aesthetics itself. But this curtain is providing the aesthetic as well as it is providing the soundproofing technology, which is increasing the comfort and the lifestyle. So I'm not saying that it is a very cheap product and everybody will be able to buy it, but it is a product that has a lot of potential. Yeah.
How much more one has to pay? If I am paying 100 rupees, do I have to pay 200 rupees, 300 rupees, 400 rupees? How much more?
Sir, it will depend.
Let us say per square meter or per square feet, whatever.
Per square meter, it is 300 rupees.
A normal one, the fabric curtain?
For sir, it will be much cheaper, fabric curtain, but it won't serve the purpose. Okay, the cost.
I'm not questioning.
Yes, sir. Normal fabric curtain is much cheaper. It comes around, like, it ranges from 3,000 and also it goes to 14,000, 20,000. For normal curtains, sir.
Not worked it out, so it is difficult for you to give an answer.
Yes, sir. I haven't worked out rates for normal curtains actually.
Not normal curtain.
Noise cancelling curtains.
Noise cancelling curtain.
Yes, sir. Noise cancelling curtain. There are no proper curtains for noise cancellation. There are only blackout curtains which are made thicker, and they also cost around 4,000. Noise cancelling curtain which claim to cancel the noise, but they still have the gaps. They cannot cancel noise properly. So they are around 4,000 to 5,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up we have R. Sanjana, followed by Govind and Pahel.
Can we connect this laptop?
It's the same one,
no? No, some changes we have done.
Quickly. Leave it. Put it over here. Your time starts now.
Mic is not working. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. So if you ask a farmer, do you want your son to continue farming? What would the answer be? Yes, it's no. Because farming today is hard, costly and unpredictable. If farmers are giving up, who could feed our future? So for this, we have brought a new solution, that is farm fusion. In India, we have across 90% of the farmers are small-scale farmers. They can't afford expensive machines, and hence they rely on the outdated methods such as the labor-intensive methods, and they are a lot of time-consuming. Hence, we brought you the farm fusion.
You have to make do with that only.
Fine. Okay, farm fusion is an innovative farming solution that has been designed especially for the small-scale farmers. It is a multifunctional AI-integrated machine where it consists of all the services starting from harvesting to cultivating. And it consists of the features like AI-integrated weed removal system and adjustable spraying system according to the various crop heights. And we also have built-in compartments for the pesticides, fertilizers, seeds, and as well as all the compartments which all the farmers needs. And we have even the power supply through the solar panels and as well as the wireless power banks. And we also have the soil condition monitoring system with the help of soil sensors and water sensors, which will help the farmers to ensure the environment. And the main impact of our farm fusion is it would increase the food security, economic growth, rural development, export potential, and it is an eco-friendly and sustainable machine, and this altogether increases the profit of the farmers, and so this makes the farmer to feel motivated in his profession. Farm fusion is not just an idea, but a real workable solution. It's affordable, practical, and easy to maintain. It works in all real farming conditions, and it fits into the existing farming methods. And in the end, it's our dream to see farm fusion in each and every Indian farmer's house. One farm at a time. Thank you. Any questions, sir? No, sir, it's an integrated machine. Yes, sir. Sir, at present we have received a fund of 1 lakh rupees from IIIT Raichur. So the overall cost would be around 4 to 5 lakhs with the detachable tools like sickle, toggle, what all the farmers need at the backside. We usually put for the buffaloes or the animals. Instead of that, we'll integrate with the machine and we'll have the detachable tools for that. So within 3 to 6 months. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up we have Govind and team.
Do you have the mic? Hello, hello.
It's not working?
It's not working. Good evening, I'm Govind KG and this is Traffic Youth, the AI-based traffic management. So as you know, recently the metro prices increased. So what happened? People switched to private vehicles and traffic increased. And when traffic increased, roads are only accommodating 6 million vehicles in Bengaluru, but there are 11 million right now. And every month, there is like 70,000 vehicles increase. And now this traffic is not just an inconvenience, it's a crisis now. People are losing hours, businesses are losing money, pollution is skyrocketing. And then the main problem, people are also dying. So what is this problem? It is because of uncoordinated traffic signals and static signals. So while I was coming here, I stopped at the same red light, not once, not twice, but thrice, and this is because of uncoordinated signals. So what is the solution? So I will actually say you the existing solution. They have Bangalore has actually developed an incredible VAC system, vehicle actuated system. What it does is it just sees the vehicles in it and it predicts the traffic, but we need more. What our solution does is it learns, it predicts, it can predict traffic even in uncertainties, even in rain, even in festivals, it can predict. And one more thing which I love is it can coordinate and communicate with other traffic signals to give better solutions. And then from this, this is not just an idea, we have also tested it, and the simulation. In the simulation, we have seen that there's a 50% improvement in traffic. And this also depends on the AQI, and it also improves the AQI score. Which? Sorry, sir. Actually, the simulation was there in the another slide, but the slide is not coming. But yeah, we have actually done the test, and we have seen the graphs. We have actually used deep learning, Q-learning for the algorithm, and we have tested. And I also got the opportunity to present this idea in front of the Joint Commissioner of Traffic itself, IPS Anuchet, and he loved this idea. So who benefits? I should ask who doesn't benefit. Everyone benefits. The commuters get less fuel weightage, and government is better enforcement, and environment gets to breathe. So thank you. Any questions? He loved the idea, sir. Yes, sir. Also, mainly in this, one thing is you don't need to replace the existing infrastructure. You can integrate it into the existing infrastructure. That is the main point for scalability. And also, even the latency issues are not there because we are deploying edge AI devices on each intersection instead of relying on cloud-based services.
Thank you. Next we have Pahel, followed by Lokeshwari, Nikita, Niket Kumar Jha, and Ujjwal Kumar. Yeah. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, my name is Pahel Garwa and I'm from Team Green Gum. So firstly, why green gum? Because green gum helps the plants remain green for longer duration and made from couple of gums. So in today's world, the three biggest challenges in agriculture are low crop yield, poor soil health due to excessive use of fertilizer, and water scarcity or droughts. And that too when agriculture is consuming 80% of the freshwater reserves that are already dwindling. While on the other hand, India is discarding more than 2.3 billion dry cells into the landfills containing thousands of tons of zinc and manganese. When I'm saying into the landfills, by that I mean that there are no comprehensive regulations or guidelines governing the disposal of these kind of batteries. So we at Green Gum are transforming dry cell batteries into high-value biopolymer-based agricultural inputs with zero carbon emission upcycling using our closed-loop process. So we currently have developed three products. One is a Nutrisphere hydrogel, the other one is an aqua retain seed coat, and third one is a zinc fertilizer. So we have developed these products by using innovative cross-linking and nano encapsulation techniques. So we have developed all these products by using innovative cross-linking and nano encapsulation techniques, and we have also applied for the patent for our technology and our process. So what the Nutrisphere hydrogel does is that when you put it into the soil, it absorbs and retains large amount of water, 400 times of its weight, and releases the water back into the soil whenever the soil is drying up, and hence maintains the moisture levels for extended periods, helping the plants to survive even in immediate drought-like condition for more than 25 to 30 days. And the aqua retain seed coat forms a semi-permeable layer around the seed, creating a microenvironment which we have developed by using the nano encapsulation techniques. It releases the nutrients slowly to the plants, matching the plants' uptake patterns, and hence reduces the nutrient leaching that otherwise happens due to excessive irrigation or otherwise it happens. So it improves the crop yields by more than 35%. All our products are 100% biodegradable within 6 months, leaving no residues behind, and our at least 15% cheaper than all the other alternatives available, although there are very few, and they all come with smart release mechanism. Thank you. And we have been supported by HPCL Udgam and Arthon Foundation USA, and we also presented our venture at the COP29 this year in Baku. Thank you.
Where do you get your source of your hydrogel or NPK, etc., from dry cells?
Sir, we are extracting the highest purity of zinc from the dry cells, but the raw material for the hydrogel is the guar gum, couple of other gums, cellulose, and the waste, the organic waste. Yeah, from cells we are extracting the zinc, and that zinc we are using in the cross-linking process, and it is acting as a catalyst. My mic was not on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up we have Lokeshwari and team. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon to respected juries. My idea is about village savings, village service and loan association. Is completely about giving loans to the people who are from remote areas and rural areas. It's because for introducing this scheme is there is in Tamil Nadu there is no often lack of access to formal banking, so we have introduced these schemes. Who will benefit this by introducing this scheme means rural and low income communities like unreserved communities, especially women's. And how do we plan to solve it means by integrating mobile money, like using digital platform, creating an app with profiles and using it for transactions. And role of this technology is about by using the app we are streamlines communications and mobile transactions, and this schemes all implemented in many countries, especially Kenya. They also took economical profits like $1.4 billions, and especially 194 peoples are undergoing through these schemes. And in Bangladesh there is a carbon bank, there is a microfinance. Due to introducing in the microfinance, the loans are giving to the people, and we will collect the money at the time. And it also 90.
What is the product, your product? What is your product? There's so many banks and non-financial institutions directly targeting the rural.
The local well parties are coming to pull their savings to offer loans to the people. It consists of 15 to 30 members. It's a small group, and they're offering loans to the people, like investing, and they also have a share through that by combining combining with the government banks. They can integrate with the government banks and they can also get the shares. There is an economical profits. That's the same schemes also similar to that scheme. They have introduced in Bangladesh and Ethiopia, and they get a profit to this. Especially it's benefit for women to do their own business.
See, there is a social issue, because you have been harping on women. There are social issues whether you have factored in. See, the main problem in DBT, have you heard of DBT, direct benefit transfer?
Yes, sir.
Now, many of the accounts are with women, but they don't operate. Okay, the men operate. And as a result, if you are going to be holding the women woman responsible for any action or lack of it, then the whole thing.
That's why we introduced in AI format. It can be accessed to mobile also, sir, without bank account, like saving in wallet. They can save creating by profile.
Which means you are going to be having a program by which you are going to sensitize and educate the woman about what it is and how to use it.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't find any of that figuring in your presentation.
But I had to tell them.
You haven't mentioned that.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Nikita M. Nikita. Oh, after that, we have Niket Kumar Jha and Ujjwal Kumar. That's it. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is me, Nikita, working on the project Wildlife Third Eye. So imagine a peaceful farmer working in his farm, but suddenly an elephant appears in front of him. So he just stares there and then he runs. And that's it. This is the story of millions of farmers today, and this is a growing ever problem. Over 500 plus human deaths annually occur due to human-elephant encounters, and about 500,000 families suffer crop destruction each year. And the financial toll is about 10 to 15 crores in damages to farmland and infrastructures annually. And this is not a problem between the farmers or the animals, but because of the shrinking wildlife habitats that force elephants into human settlements. So since technology is growing so fast today, why can't we leverage the power of AI and deep tech in order to have an AI-powered solution to solve this ever-growing crisis? Introducing Wildlife Third Eye, which is an AI-powered smart camera with an on-device AI chip that detects elephants in real time with ultra-fast processing. We send instant alerts via mobile app and IoT that sends SMS and push notifications to farmers, railways, and authorities. This thereby allows people to take immediate response and helps in conflict prevention. So in order to make this vision a reality, we want to collaborate with the government and pilot a project in high conflict zones, especially in Karnataka, Mysuru, Chamarajanagar region, and also in Assam. So Wildlife Third Eye is not only for elephants, but it is also expandable and scalable to other wild animals as well. Wildlife Third Eye is not just a camera, but we are focusing on replacing force with intelligence. Force meaning electric fences that are used today with intelligence in order to solve this problem. We also want a first-hand experience with farmers, and therefore want to give AI-powered cameras to farmers as well, so that they can actually test out a product and thereby take preventive measures before the conflict occurs.
Time up. Questions, please. None? Thank you. Next up, we have Niket Kumar Jha.
Get your laptop and present after.
Due to a small technical glitch, Ujjwal will go next. After that, Niket Kumar Jha. Ujjwal, please come.
Okay, your time starts now.
While everyone talks about sustainability on Earth, no one is addressing the issue of sustainability in space. Orbital space is becoming highly unstable, with over 30,000 debris larger than... Sorry. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Green space.
Name is Ujjwal.
Ujjwal. No, Ujjwal. Yes. While everyone is focusing on sustainability on Earth, no one is thinking about sustainability in space. Orbital space is becoming highly unstable due to over 30,000 debris objects larger than 10 centimeters orbiting the lower Earth orbit. This is accelerating the Kessler effect, where collision creates more debris, hence threatening future satellite missions and space missions. Currently, we are in a linear space economy, which means where we create, use, and then abandon. But we must move towards a circular economy, where we create, use, and then recycle. So we at Green Space Orbital aim to leverage this circular sort of economy, where we recycle space debris. Now, how are we going to do that? So we aim to leverage satellite clusters equipped with multiple mechanisms like nets, harpoons, and robotic mechanisms to capture this high-speed traveling debris. Once the debris is captured, it can be then sorted and processed further into equipment that can be used to create further space missions. Decommissioned satellites that are currently orbiting the lower Earth orbit due to lack of fuel can be refueled and repaired to gather further data.
Talking about market opportunity, the space debris removal market is expected to grow to $2.9 billion by 2030. With increased investment from government agencies and private space companies, Green Space Orbital is positioned to partner with ISRO, NASA, SpaceX, and private satellite operators to ensure a safer and more sustainable space environment. Thank you. We are open for questions.
This is the right opportunity and the right time for you to be talking to SpaceX, represented by Musk.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, and he is coming here also, number one. Apart from that, there are certain apprehensions also.
Okay.
While most of the Western, the debris from the Western nations and Americans or Japanese or Koreans, generally, I don't anticipate any problems, but I do anticipate tremendous amount of backlash from the debris from North Korea and China. They don't allow anyone to touch that debris.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they are the ones who have dumped a lot of debris. So which means all your market survey of X amount of debris and all that, you have to reduce that by a considerable margin.
Right.
Exactly.
Number one. Number two. Number three is this, yes, ISRO can be the local platform, but it has to be done in coordination with multiple agencies, and that's why I said this time is otherwise, particularly the recycling aspect, I'm not sure how because one size fits all approach cannot be adopted in recycling.
Absolutely, sir. It has to be space grade. So
no, not only space grade, depends on the spacecraft that has disintegrated or gone out of use, utilization and all that. So therefore, that technology, you can't say that I have a recycling technology, whether it's a Chinese debris or a Korean debris or a American debris, I can do it. That looks like a moonshot. So you have to be careful about it. So I hope you have considered these things.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Last but not the least, we have Niket Kumar Jha.
Yeah, good evening. Basically like I was working in power evacuation study for 50 megawatt solar generation at a site known as Wagdari in Maharashtra. So like what is my idea means problem statement is like see if I means turn the next slide. So you can see it's a very huge network, like there are so many transmission lines, transformers, like it's very complicated basically, especially Maharashtra network. If we see, then there are so many lines in transmission, means so many interconnections are there, and it somehow becomes very difficult for different kind of analysis like N-1 contingency analysis, then power evacuation study, all those things. So the thing is like to solve network constraint variables like PQ, V, delta, using in-house simulation and simple hardwares for load flow, LGBR studies, etc. So the solution means the thing is like earlier if we see back down like in some 2000s or something, like there was monopoly in power sector, like there used to be state transmission utilities only and the government agencies only used to mainly handle it. But later on what came is like the more liberation happened, and some private sector players for bringing up the quality power also came in, like Adani, then Reliance, all those things. So yeah, so the solution is like using simple hardwares, means at a school or like at college level also, like we can do things like yeah, yeah. Yeah, so like this is the scope of work, like for solving means big system solutions problem, like there are so many steps involved for solving a very complicated network, like there are database modifications, and then some line or some element additions, and then means there are like SLTs making, then means there are so many and then project report making, and then finally coming out with some solution like bringing up some capacitor bank, or bringing in some parallel transmission line for solving the network congestions and all. So my solution will be like we can use simple hardwares like breadboard for means simulation of a substation, yeah, and then wires for transmission line, voltmeter as a PT, ammeter as a CT, and then wattmeter for measuring power, etc. devices for simple substations. Like we can try in some college levels also, I think, like in real experimentations we can do like simple one bus system or two bus system, and then we can find out like what will be the power flow. We means we will not be dealing with like megawatt or kilowatt of power, but like small dimensions we can work with. So likewise we can build up some in-house softwares.
Any
also
questions
for
from the
that.
judges?
Thank you.
So Niket, all this is engineering
Yes,
and
yes.
consultation.
Yes.
But where is the innovation?
Yeah, innovation is like means see whatever we see is means very high level, like megawatt, kilowatt. So we don't want that much means the innovation is like the means particular we inject the power at a particular node in the system. So means only the nearby nodes get affected, not the complete nodes will get affected. Like in interstate transmission also, there is a concept of slack bus. So slack bus accounts for the other variations in power. So likewise, the innovation is like we can simulate the real system in terms of our PCBs also by means taking other parameters constant.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of an incredible pitching session. A huge round of applause to all the teams who have presented their innovative ideas today. We appreciate your effort, creativity, passion everyone has brought to this competition. A special thank you to our esteemed jury for their time and valuable insights. Our judges will now deliberate and we will soon announce the winners, so stay tuned. Now as we move forward with the rest of the agenda, I'd like to quickly invite Aditya and Nahid to take over. Thank you.
What an eventful day we have had today. We hope all of you participants had as much fun as we did today. Now, before we proceed through the actual summary of all the things we've gone through today, we'd like to invite each and every one of you to take a moment to scan this QR code and provide feedback on today's event.
Indeed, kicking off the inaugural session with an energetic Yakshagana performance, we were able to hear a collection of enlightening addresses from our dignitaries about the importance of deep tech and youth innovation.
And what better to follow such a series of talks than Mr. Srinivas Shankar's inspiring entrepreneurial journey? We were also able to learn about the ground truth of entrepreneurship through a very eye-opening panel discussion.
And despite the late foray into lunchtime, we were managed to witness a captivating masterclass by Mr. Naganandura Swami. What an energetic day it was.
And of course, we cannot forget the riveting and diverse ideas brought to us by all of you participants in this idea competition. So please give yourselves a round of applause for all the ideas that you've brought to us today. And while the judges do deliberate, we would like to take a moment to bring them all on the stage to once again thank them for their time and patience for being with us today. So please, judges, would you please join us on the dais? We'd like to take a photo. Oh, okay. Mr. Aditya Tikku, would you also join them for a group photo one more time? Yes, please. While the deliberation of the results do take place, if the jury is comfortable with it, I'd like to invite the audience to ask the jury a few questions to guide them on their process.
This mic.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Hello.
So does anyone have any questions to ask the jury?
So friends, while you think of some questions to ask, I have a few comments to share with everybody here today. What a lovely program today. 45 of young people presented their ideas. Few things that really struck me: the gender parity. Now, almost 50% of them were women. Okay, that's such a nice thing to have, because we are seeing that our women are now as much ahead. The second thing was the diversity of the ideas. We touched the traffic, we touched the, I mean, you talk about it, the farmland, the healthcare, the space which was missing, finally it came towards the end. So I'm really thrilled to see. And the third observation that I'll make is 45 teams from all over the place came here. 45 multiplied by, if I take at least 2 per team, that are 90 people, nearly 100 people are today getting into startups and not searching for a job in a MNC. That is a very, very encouraging thing to see. I think we are just going to some other place now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I endorse what he said. I would say that it's a disproportionate gender representation. So, and that's very heartening. See, while it is one thing at the policy level, at the government level, to keep telling that more women should participate in multiple activities, not just. But on the ground, if you see something, it is heartening to note that whatever that has been dished out at the policy level is slowly percolating at the ground level. That's very heartening. And regardless of the government, this has to be appreciated. And I hope the next BRICS things that he may come up with, because our Tikku, Aditya is known for that, to spring surprises. You'll find that you'll have more women representation. I have no doubt on that. And one more observation also. Yes, while it is good thing to innovate, do something in the laboratory with the help of mentors, it is another thing which is going to the next level is where we deal with practitioners. See, mind you, whatever said and done, we have entered knowledge society, where knowledge is power. Knowledge means not flaunting a PhD degree or a M.Tech or a M.B. degree. I would like to see sometime in the near future or distant future where in this very institution a person with the turban and all that, who doesn't have any formal education, is a simple farmer teaching best practices in farming as professor of agriculture farming. That is the knowledge society that we have to move into, and we are moving into that. So this is one thing which it was discussed long back, but these ideas are getting shape only in the last few years. Because I don't know how many of you are familiar. During the previous because I didn't have the opportunity to serve the present government, but I had the opportunity to serve the previous government. And it is not that the dawn of India has begun in July 2014 and all that stuff. I mean, wherever credit is there, we should give. And this, the previous, of course, fortunately, it's very incidental that the whole activity or the concept was started by Atal Bihari Vajpayee when he was the Prime Minister, but carried forward continuously without a break by the subsequent government headed by Manmohan Singh. There we had what is called as a knowledge society. India as a knowledge society, knowledge superpower, sorry, India as knowledge superpower. This was the initiative of the Planning Commission, then headed by Pant, K.C. Pant, who was a deputy chairman. And I had the privilege and fortune to be a member of that particular activity group, where Professor Indaresan and Narayanamurthy here were all members. The same, we talked about how a person, see, it is wrongly understood, I go on a highway and suddenly it's a Benz car or a BMW or what, a Porsche, anything. Suddenly, it gives me problem. I don't dial up, is there any IIT, automobile engineer or mechanical engineer who can come and fix my problem? All that I need is a mechanic, auto mechanic, regardless of whether it is BMW or Dodge. So both are, it doesn't mean that we don't require, IIT graduates. We require a mix of both. That's where one there is a skill, other one is a degree. Both are complementing each other. One doesn't replace other. The day when we understand that skill and the degree both complement each other, that's where we move on to the knowledge society, and these kind of things can happen. So this I was thinking about these things when a lot of youngsters were giving presentation. So I thought I used the floor. Thank you.
Actually, if no one else has any questions, I would
I have just one last comment, please. So while all the ideas were very innovative, very new, very diverse, there's one thing I would like to comment. I think the presentation skills have to go up a notch. 2 minutes is too short, but then that's all you get. That's all the time world gives you, right? In 2 minutes, you got to tell your story most effectively that somebody will remember. I think some training is required for that, and institutions should come forward to impart that. A lot of ideas simply don't get articulated because the presentation was not right. So I do feel there is some distance to go there.
I have a very naive question as an anchor to pose to the jury. It's a very simple question because after seeing the diverse ideas which are brought before you, what is it that actually makes an idea great? What is it that as a jury, when you hear an idea, you actually start believing in it, something that could actually be feasible?
See, an ideation becoming a commercial success begins with the seeding called belief in your idea. If you don't believe in your idea, however big the idea is, it's bound to failure. I mean, this is not my statement, this is a statement of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, through whom I learned this.
Yeah, one more thing, if I can add to what he just said, is that whenever there is an idea which is coupled with some kind of a prototype which you can show, okay, then it becomes much more believable. Believable to the jury, believable to the audience, everyone. So if it is a product, you make a rough prototype of this stuff. If it is an app, you make some kind of a beta version, whatever. It may not work, but still, if you can show, pick up your phone and say, I've done something. It is not perfect, but still, something has been done. Rather than just presenting the idea, then it becomes much more believable and much higher chance of convincing people that that is a better idea.
I think the answer to that question lay in the same sheets which were given to us today. Impact, innovation, feasibility. All three of them together, if they are there, yeah.
We need 5 minutes with the jury. Another 5 minutes. Why?
You have some ties.
Some ties. The maximum given the maximum marks. No, we'll discuss with you and then with all of the marks.
Mine is turned off.
We'll announce the winners. They are writing all four. Five. We have only 5 checks, right? Yes. We only have 5 demi checks, so we'll give it to that two teams together.
Yeah, two teams. Can you please go and inform them in the back?
Suddenly when you don't find your phone, you miss a heartbeat.
Innovators can, because when you lose a phone, he seems to be missing a heartbeat. How to control the heartbeat? How to ensure that we can find
Can you write down the sixth one? So we have ready, no?
Another idea. How not to miss a phone or how not to miss a heartbeat. Both. The better one. Very eventful day. Starting with Yakshagana. Tired.
Okay, so the moment you've all been waiting for is here. We have the top 5, actually 6 teams, so the 5th position will be split by 2 teams.
We'll
So
start with the 5th.
starting with the 5th position, 5th shared by 2 teams. One is Chanchal Verma from Team Makna Mines. Huge rounds of applause, please. And Kirutik, Team Geo80. Congratulations.
Come. Ma'am, you also come. We'll come.
Madam.
Please.
Tulsi ma'am. Tulsi ma'am. Yes, I think we should better go down. It is their stage. They should.
हम चल रहे हैं. आप कहाँ जा रहे हो?
That's it.
Jury has to be there. No, 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 no. We can't do anything. She's bringing the.
Actually getting you the checks.
Okay, with the jury.
In the meantime, you can announce all and call them later.
Okay. Sure, sir. Okay, so in the fourth position, we have Rajesh Yadav from Team Artemis. Huge rounds of applause, please. Please line up over here. In the third position, we have Abhijit Das, Team Bio 3D Flow. Congratulations. In the second position, we have Pehel Garva from Team Green Gum. Congratulations. And in the first position, we have Yash Umangdeep from Team Nikos. Congratulations, guys. Please come.
So we have the request each of the juries to hand over the prize. Dr. Amitava, Team Makhan, Team GO80. Come, Team Makhan Mines and GO80.
Rajesh Yadav from Team Artemis. Please come forward. Yeah.
Request Dr. M.S. Vijay Raghavan to hand over to Rajesh. Team Bio 3D Flow, Abhijit Das. Request Rajesh Ratij sir to give. Hand over the. And then we have Team Green Gum, Pahel Garva. I request Brigadier Rastogi to hand over the memo. The first prize from the GCTC given by Aditya Tikku to Team Nikos, Yash Umangdeep. Aditya ji, hand over the.
Please, guys.
Hey, national anthem. National anthem. National anthem. Vote of thanks is to be done. Yeah, okay. No. Vote. Okay. We have come to the end of the day, and we will close it with the closing remarks by Nitya Nadarajan. And before that, I just want to, I know many of you are concerned about one of the students who had some health issues. He's stable and he is being treated, and his family has come to be with him. Nitya, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
हाँ सारे विनर्स के साथ एक
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Dr. Nidya Nadarajan, and I represent one of the colorful logos that you see at the bottom of the slide, right? So these are the organizing committee members. So I represent Bengaluru Science and Technology Cluster, along with Foundation for Science, Innovation and Development. And we have IISc, which is the Student Entrepreneurship Council of IISc. We have IISc Innovation Council, and InSense, which is an incubator for nanoscience startups and deep science startups. So all the work behind the scenes were done by all the volunteers and members of these institutions, which are part of the Indian Institute of Science. So our deepest appreciation and gratitude to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and GCTC for partnering with us for this wonderful event, BRICS Youth Council Entrepreneurship Pre-Consultation event. And we here are now closing it up. I guess it was a wonderful day. So I thank all the esteemed guests, speakers, jury members, panelists, and especially all the pitching competition participants and the showcase startups, the startups who did the showcase. And I would like to thank in person. I would like to name some of the persons who were behind the scenes. So bear with me for next 2 minutes. First and foremost, Professor Mukesh, who was in charge of this hall, who gave us the venue. This was such a wonderful venue. And IT and housekeeping, behind the scenes people here, Subhan, Raju, and Nawaz. And the catering, the wonderful food that fed us, the caterers, Mohammed Syed, Rachel's Hospitality. And photography, Naveen, who was running around all the time to click all the pictures and memories here. We will share the pictures with you soon. And report writing, we have Aniket. And the wonderful cultural team that we had today in the morning, Geetanjali and team, and Rhythmika, and our wonderful anchors, Nahid and Aditya. Thanks. And I would like to call other volunteers on the stage from IISc, Ananya, Akila, Ankan, Akash, and Ram. Please come onto the stage. And of course, our anchors, please come. You should be the first, Nahid and Aditya. And we have Melrick from Incense, Savya from FSID, Aditi from Geeky, and Niharika from BEST. Please come onto the stage. Please. And last but not the least, we have our own Yashashwini. Please come. And Dr. Tulasi ma'am, please. Thank you, Dr. Tulasi, for putting all of this together. You know, there was tireless days of work behind this by all the people here. So thank you, all of you. And
QR code for the
feedback form you have already shared. So we already shared the feedback form, right? So I was asked to tell you that if you don't fill the feedback form, you will not be given the certificate, right? So please fill the feedback form. So
okay, one picture with the rest of the. Well, we are doing that. I request our Rhythmika team to close the day with the national anthem.
Before we close, I'm so sorry. I would like to thank all of you, all the participants who were here participating, engaging, and all your patience and understanding throughout the event. Thank you one and all. Thanks.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय